Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Sushil Patel. Uh, on behalf of organizing committee of D-TechCon, I welcome you all on the second day of the Sunday beautiful morning. After the first successful day of D-TechCon, we are now heading towards the second day. The start was already done in the hall A by some international speakers, and now we have the very beautiful panel discussion uh, by the VCs of the startups. So let's begin with the introduction of the moderator. Can I have the slides of the moderator? Yes. So the moderator for our first panel discussion of the VCs, we have the Mr. Gautam Chopra. We all know him by the name of Bito. He's a co-founder and the CEO of Bito, a digital health platform for the chronic condition management. He is an alumnus of the Indian School of Business, Hyderabad, and holds a Bachelor of Technology degree in the Electronic and Communication from the University of Leicester, UK. So I hope that this session will be very much helpful for the doctors specifically, as the VCs are discussing something on the startups. So over to you, Mr. Gautam Chopra.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sushil. And I must say, Bito is much of a catchier name than Gautam is. So thank you for that. Um, but
Yes, yes.
thank you once again. And it gives me immense pleasure to be hosting this very exciting panel discussion with perhaps the top venture capitalists in India, who are in fact playing a very, very crucial role in supporting us startups come up with digital first models that are going to make healthcare in India far more equitable and accessible for everyone. And you all know, India unfortunately has more than 80 million people living with diabetes, and some say these are in fact conservative figures. And what is even more starking is the fact that 80% of these individuals are actually, they have uncontrolled diabetes. So we are really confronted with this massive problem. And in fact, I was just yesterday reading an original article by none other than Dr. Shashank Joshi, who showed how limited consultation time in our country is correlated to poor diabetes management. So, the larger question is, with such a massive population and such few doctors, how do we solve for this? And the only answer that comes to mind, you can keep repeat playing it, is going to be technology. And hence, before I begin, I wanted to start off by congratulating, first of all you doctors in the audience who have started to embrace technology. And the very fact that you've created this fantastic platform of D-TechCon, it shows how serious you are to tackle this head on. Next, I also want to congratulate all the startups in the audience and, apart from that too, who are working in this space. And trust me, it's not easy, right, to be able to crack this. And finally, the amazing venture capitalists who are working and supporting us tirelessly, as innovators and disruptors, to bring to life models that are really going to revolutionize healthcare in our country. So without much ado, let me dive right into the session with a fantastic set of people I have as fellow panelists, and who are not only VCs, but bring strong and deep-rooted links in one way or the other to healthcare, and definitely know a thing or two about how to solve this problem. So, ladies and gentlemen, today we have with us a stellar group of people. We have Dr. Pankaj Jatwani from W Health VC. Let me just quickly, Dr. Vikram Popli from Leapfrog. We have Tejasvi from Lightrock, and we have Shwetank Verma from Leo Capital. And, let me begin by asking all of my panelists to please introduce themselves and give us a flavor of their backgrounds and tell us a bit more about their firms. So maybe let's start with you, Tejasvi, and then we can move to the rest of the panelists.
Sure. Thank you so much for that, Gautam, and delighted to be here. Let me just do a quick 2 minute of the fund I work for. It's called Lightrock. Lightrock is an impact investing fund that's part of a global platform. So we have presence across Latin America, Europe, Africa, and India. And we focus across sectors of impact, but healthcare is clearly a big focus area for us. We are growth stage investors, and what that generally means is that we look for companies who not only have a product, but have demonstrated traction with customers and can show that they've actually they have something that works, and then we provide financing that helps them scale up to many more people. I think some of our investments in India include PharmEasy, MediBuddy, Acnomed, which is also a supply chain company, Kaveri Hospitals, and several more. I lead healthcare investments for Lightrock, and my background is I've basically spent my entire career in healthcare, starting as a strategy consultant, both with Bain, both in India as well as out of the US, and working at Medanta for a couple of years as part of the leadership team there, which was a very interesting experience before coming to Lightrock.
Super. Thank you so much for that, Tejasvi. Next, maybe we can move on to Vikram. Dr. Vikram. Vikram, you're on mute.
Sorry, I said I'm hearing that doctor after a very long time.
I'm overemphasizing on that, Dr. Vikram.
Yeah. Just as a disclosure, Gautam and I were batchmates at ISB. So that's the first time I'm actually hearing doctor from Gautam's mouth. So yes, Dr. Vikram Popli, did my MBBS from Maulana Azad Medical College, and then my MS in orthopedics from Safdarjung. I practiced for a while before joining Gautam for an MBA program at ISB Hyderabad. I've been in the investment space for almost 10 years now, earlier as part of another healthcare-focused fund, where I was part of transactions across hospitals, pharmacy, distribution, diagnostics, e-pharmacy. So I've seen quite a few sectors within the healthcare space in India. Currently, I'm representing Leapfrog. We are one of the pioneering investors in the impact space, one of the global leaders in the impact investment space as well. We typically do tech-led growth equity investments. So just as Tejasvi mentioned, we are more growth equity focused, where companies have already demonstrated scale and a product market fit. Basically two sectors, financial services and healthcare, and primarily addressing the emerging consumers of the world with best-in-class intentionality and reporting on impact metrics. So that's a brief. In terms of our portfolio right now here in India, we have Healthify Me. We recently led an investment in Redcliffe Diagnostics, which was announced just the day before yesterday. We have Ascent Meditech, which manufactures orthopedic soft goods under the brand name Flamingo, and MedGenome, one of the leaders in the genomic space in the country. Thanks.
Thank you, Vikram. So before we move to another doctor, we'll maybe hear from a non-doctor. So Shwetang, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Gautam. Great to be here. So hi, everyone. I'm Shwetang Verma. I'm the co-founder of Leo Capital. We are an early stage tech venture capital fund investing in companies that have just formed typically. So that means that, there is a founding team. There's typically an MVP, a minimum viable product. So it is a little bit more than a PowerPoint, but not as much proof point as you have when you start pitching to Lightrocks and Leapfrogs of the world. So that means we invest smaller amounts as well. So our typical investment is about, say, $1 million to $2 million US. And we help the company grow and find distribution channels, find the right kind of, the kind of people you need to hire in your team to grow and to sort of become big enough when Lightrock, Leapfrog, and all the growth investors of the world get excited and can take a look at you. We are cross-sector, but of course, healthcare is very dear and near to my heart. In our portfolio, we have invested in Beto, Way Forward, and a couple of others. My own background, I'm a chartered accountant by training, but I fell in love with healthcare very early as I was on the audit of the NHS in the UK. So came back to India in 2008, tried to replicate the private practitioner model, the GP model in India through a chain of primary care clinics, where we set up about 160 odd clinics in India, across South India, Hyderabad, Vijayawada, Visakhapatnam, etc. Great learning, great experience, and sort of parlayed that into my current investing journey, and happy to sort of try and bridge these worlds here between healthcare, technology, and of course, investing.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Shwetang. Dr. Pankaj? Pankaj hasn't heard me call him doctor either in a while.
Thanks, Gautam. Everyone, really great to be here. I'm Pankaj Etwani, one of the co-founders of W Health Ventures. My background is a physician by training, practiced for a few years in Mumbai, and just like Dr. Vikram, and then moved over to management consulting, just like Tejasvi. So I was with the Boston Consulting Group for a few years, working at the intersection of their public sector practice and the healthcare work that we were doing. And then, really fell in love with the early stage, moved countries, moved from India to the US, fell in love with the early stage digital health activity that was going on in the US at that point. And prior to that was a decade of false promises by digital health companies where a lot of money was being invested, but there was no real traction. Around that time, we were seeing real revenue being realized, real patients being impacted. So decided to jump, ship into early stage venture. Was part of a few companies. Most recently with a company called Iora Health that we scale nationally here in the US. And then, started W Health Ventures a few years ago to invest at the intersection of technology and care delivery. Really, the thesis being that technology has just started playing a role in transforming how care is delivered. And the next 5 to 10 years will look very different in how technology can completely disrupt and support physicians and patients in delivering fantastic outcomes that we don't probably see today. We at the fund at W Health Ventures, we invest exclusively in digital health. We're investing in sectors like diabetes and cardiometabolic disease. We've made investments in oncology, in primary care, in musculoskeletal disease, etc. And we invest in the US and India exclusively to geography focus. We love intersection between the two spaces as well. And yeah, we invest, in the US, we invest at seed. In India, we invest at Series A and pre-Series B. So maybe just after Shatank and maybe just before Tejasvi and Vikram. And really excited to, be a part of the emerging and exploding innovation ecosystem that is happening in healthcare in India. And really excited here to, use the power of technology and help transform care delivery in the next, 5 or 10 years. So.
Thank you, Pankaj. And hearing all of you, I don't think I could have asked for a better panel to be discussing this very crucial topic today. But just to warm things up and get the audience going, and as we know, there are doctors as well as entrepreneurs, and I strongly believe that every doctor is also an entrepreneur, running their own practices and trying to equip themselves with the right tech and non-tech resources to deliver the best ROI for their own practice as well. So, and many of them, as I think Dr. Sushil and Dr. Amit also, pointed out before, might be also looking to, now start out on their own and come up with great ideas that would perhaps disrupt the market. So let's begin with a couple of questions which I would like each of you to give your perspectives on, which I think will be hugely relevant for the audience comprising the doctors and the startups. So the first question which I would like to pose all of you would be, when you're evaluating startups, and maybe here, Shwetang, we can start with you and go up the sort of value chain for everyone to really understand. What are the top 2 things that you look for when evaluating, especially a healthcare startup? So let's begin with you, Shwetang. We can move to Pankaj and then Tejasvi and Vikram.
Great, thanks, Gautam. So the $1 million question: what gets us to write a check? I wish there was a simple algorithm that could just say this is it. But the number one question in our minds when we look at a company is, can this be big enough? So you have to understand that in a venture capital world, the number one thing is to back and build large businesses. Large businesses mean companies, that it's a horribly abused term, but our unicorn, decacorns can become big enough. And the right way to think about it is that they solve a problem that affects a large number of people or a large number of businesses. So that's the number one question. The technical term for this is called TAM analysis, total addressable market. And what you're trying to do is understand just how many people face this problem and how much are they willing to pay for it. Whether the people are individuals or businesses like hospitals, etc., it doesn't matter. What's the unit which faces the problem and what are they willing to pay to solve that problem? And you multiply the two, and that number needs to be large. It needs to be, say, in dollar terms, more than say $2-3 billion. So that means there is a large problem that you're trying to solve, and it's worth really spending time and effort doing this. Because whenever you start a company, you're looking at 5 to 10 years. It's a significant amount of time that you're going to give to it. So it needs to be large enough from a venture capital perspective. This is not to say that smaller companies are not worth doing. They are worth doing, but they're just not venture fundable. And you will hear that a few times when you talk to venture capitalists. This is not venture fundable. And what that means is it's great, but whatever its profile, its growth profile, its margin profile, its the size overall, that how big it can become, is not something that can be funded by venture capital. So classic example perhaps is like one single hospital. You can't fund a single hospital by venture because it'll never be that big, but you can obviously make very profitable and exceptional hospitals. The other thing that we look at is the founder market fit. So this is the team complete? So you typically require both clinical knowledge and business knowledge to be able to really crack healthcare. So for us, it's important that the founding team is complete and brings these complementary skill sets together. And a related part to that is the real understanding. It's again, sort of the term is, what's the core insight, or what's the unique insight that you have in the market that allows you to create a differentiation from whatever. So every problem that exists is being solved in some way. So what is your unique insight that is allowing you to create a better, faster, cheaper solution that allow you to reach out to the customers and help them start onboarding and using your service? Because the biggest force against you is inertia. And that's what, you have to understand how you're going to overcome that and move forward. So those are some of the things we think about at a very high level before, of course, going deeper and trying to see whether we can work with you. So the final piece, of course, is that early stage investors is a long marriage. It's a 5-year, 6-year marriage with the entrepreneurs. And there has to be an ability to work together both sides. And I think that's something we spend time on, helping even the entrepreneurs. And I urge all entrepreneurs here who are at the early stage, don't take the first check that comes to you. This person is going to be with you for a very long time. So make sure you can really work with them and you enjoy working with them. Otherwise, it'll become painful.
Those words of wisdom. Thank you, Shwetank. Of course, there were all of you in the audience, and especially those who are doctors, may not be very well familiar with some of the terminology, etc., that we use as startups. And of course, I've learned over a period of time as well, from VCs who we work with. But absolutely, I think that that initial sense of trust, of partnership between a startup as well as a early stage investor is extremely crucial, because for example, with Leo, we've been, almost like a husband and wife for the last 4 or 5 years. And it really requires you to be able to identify the true partner, the right partner who you can live this journey and build it on with them. So, but just to summarize for those in the audience, I think large, Shwetank, correct me if I'm wrong, a large target addressable market. So TAM, which is called target addressable market, a solid team, which the investors must believe will be able to crack this problem. And finally, what we refer to as moat, or rather something which is relatively unique in this idea or concept that will help the company win in this market. So I think those are great points. Thank you, Shwetank. Next, the same question to you, Pankaj. What do you look at as companies move from this very seed, or beyond the PowerPoint, of course, but to a little more mature stage?
Yeah, no, I don't like following Shwetank. He always makes the most relevant points. So definitely can't emphasize the importance of TAM, especially in a country like India, where most healthcare decision or healthcare purchasing happens out of pocket. It becomes very important to understand the depth of the market, really, in the disease areas you can actually back, especially in digital businesses. I think in addition to that, we almost look at investing in healthcare in India as investing in healthcare company as well as investing in the consumer company at the same time. So metrics are important for healthcare companies, and then metrics that are also important for the consumer companies that have to be validated. I think on the healthcare front, it's a really exciting time to be obsessed with patient experience and patient outcomes. So we've seen companies, some companies get to tremendous amount of scale in the country. And invariably, those companies tend to be obsessed with patient experience. And that can be measured by things like, are your patients referring other patients? Are your patients staying on, like, how good is engagement? Are they engaging with you 4, 5, 6 times a day? How is the engagement over time? And then more importantly, are they retaining on the platform for a long period of time? So what is retention? Our average company in India, retention we see in the 2 to 3 month range. It's not exciting because that is not creating long-term value for the patient and for the company. So you look at these 3 metrics. Obviously, this is not true for every business. For an acute care business, this will not be relevant, but for most chronic conditions, this would be. And then what that results in, hopefully we expect, is disproportionately significant improvement in clinical outcomes. If it's diabetes, are we seeing a sustained reduction in HbA1c? Is this, because, it should really matter at the end of the day. So I think patient outcomes around retention, engagement, all that, and then will it really lead to clinical improvement is something we really care about. And the second is on the consumer metrics. We in India, we have the opportunity now to really build technology companies that can provide access where there hasn't been access before, right? So I think we look at consumer metrics. Really, internally we have a term called growth proof points. We look for companies who have a good hold of how to acquire patients profitably. We look for companies who are tracking unit economics at the early days itself. A lot of companies and a lot of founders you meet say that, okay, unit economics is something that we'll figure out in year 3, year 4, year 5. It's difficult to make that change, right? It takes a lot of effort to drive unit. So we like, companies that are very disciplined about growing profitably, and startups invariably will continue to consume cash to grow, and that's perfectly, that's why early stage investors exist per se. But focus on core unit economics, focus on acquiring patients at scale. The metric that we track pretty closely is lifetime value of the patient and the cost of acquiring the patient. So those are some basic metrics we care about. So obsession with the patient, and then really strong business principles, fundamental principles right from the get-go are things we care about.
Great. No, that's fantastic. Thank you, Pankaj. I think it's usually relevant for the audience here to understand what are the kind of metrics, because as entrepreneurs, as startups, we may not all the time appreciate how you evaluate, companies, but it gives a very good insight into, what is most important for you guys when you're actually looking at startups to invest in. So thank you for that. Moving on, perhaps to you, Tejasvi, that now I would imagine when a company's gone through the stage of Shwetank as well as Pankaj, of course these are companies who have proven somewhat some of the things that both Shwetank and Pankaj have spoken about. So what are the next things that you look at, when making investment decisions?
Yeah, so I think most of the companies, by the time they come to us, have in general seen some amount of traction. So they have a set of paying customers, they have a certain amount of revenue, they have a vision that they can build, as Shwetank said, a really large scale business out of this. I think our lens, in addition to, I think Pankaj made the very important point that we always start from clinical outcomes, right? So but we start overlaying all of this while saying, are you set up for really disruptive large scale growth? Because there's a difference between I have a product that it can sell versus actually saying, now I have a machine that is able to take this and grow 1000x from this point, right? So while looking at clinical outcomes, do you have the systems and processes to actually make sure that this is not something that's going to break as you get larger? Exactly the same question on, do patients think you have a good product? Because there's one aspect of actually have a solid clinical product. Second aspect of, do my patients think I have a solid clinical product? This sadly is not always the same. And then the third around all of the points on commerciality, right? So you figured out that there are certain sales channels that work for you. There are certain things that help you reach your customer and get traction and engagement and retention. Are you able to scale all of this? Do you have the systems? Do you have the team and the capability to do it? And the most important question is, have you spent too much money getting to this point? And does it look like you're going to continue spending too much money? Because capital efficiency in terms of just, as Pankaj said, running a lean business to make sure that you're able to build something without burning. We all read the news about startups burning, large amounts of money. That's not necessarily what we think is the right thing, especially for healthcare, right? So I think those are definitely some of the areas that we look at.
Great, thank you, Tejasvi, for that. And as I've heard all three of you, it appears, especially healthcare, when we're looking at it from your perspective, I don't think you can draw analogies to, perhaps commerce startups, quick commerce, and things like that. And of course, it has, different mechanics of being able to grow relatively sustainably. It might take longer than some of the, other domains or industries might require. So, with that, Vikram, to you, from the perspective of when you're looking at, companies grow from where they are today, many folds in the future, we're having set that engine. What are the key things that you would look at also from, given the fact that both, of course, at Leapfrog as well as Lightrock, impact is an important criteria. But how do you balance that between, commercial or financial returns and the impact that that these companies are able to create?
Yeah. So as you know, Gautam, the motto of my organization is profit with purpose. So we look at both profit as well as purpose. While evaluating an opportunity, I think as my previous panelists mentioned, a lot of the metrics in terms of TAM, unit economics have already been taken care of in some way by these series of rounds they've already raised. Now, coming to us, the two critical factors for us obviously are the customer centricity of the business and the alignment of the team to our impact thesis. Now, in terms of the customer centricity itself, we typically like businesses which are focused more on chronic diseases. There's a misconception that acute illnesses are the major burden among the emerging consumers. Given lifestyles and diet, it's actually more difficult for an emerging consumer to be affording a nutritious diet while managing his day-to-day activities. So we are more focused on companies which are tackling chronic illnesses like diabetes. We like companies which provide early diagnosis or prevention of such diseases. We like companies which bring care closer to the customer. And typically we like asset-light models, which allow our funding to be spread across multiple customers at minimal incremental costs. In terms of the other part, which is the alignment of the team to our impact thesis, that is paramount for us. And there's usually not a conflict between the two. If you see the market right now, there's a large underserved market in tier 2, tier 3 cities, which requires good quality healthcare. And the current models have so far not been possible to access that market itself. So that's the opportunity set there for us to make good profits along with driving purpose throughout the healthcare industry.
Fantastic. Thank you for that, Vikram. And picking up on that note, is my next question to all of you, and perhaps to continue this thought process, Vikram, I'll pose that to you first. You've seen, must be seeing, all of you, in fact, in this forum, hundreds of thousands of concepts, ideas at different stages of maturity. But India, Bharat, is a very different animal. I mean, when you look at elsewhere in the world, West, etc., it's not very easy to replicate what's happening there, especially in healthcare, given our system is very different. So what do you think, Vikram, and we'll begin with you. Of course, I would love to get each of your perspectives. What is it going to take to crack the Bharat story as far as, this huge, everybody talks about this huge TAM, there are lots of gaps. Everything literally is fractured at this point in time. Poor doctor-patient ratio, etc., etc. But what are the kinds of business models that you see that can, given the themes of profitability, underlying unit economics being solid, which will be able to scale, especially in tier 2 cities and beyond?
Sure. And I think we already covered the answer partly in our previous discussion. So the models have to be technology led. There is no other way to be able to reach the kind of market which is available there. And we also take Bharat a bit for granted. So we assume that the customer there is not as tech enabled, is not as tech savvy. I would want to narrate a story from one of my recent investments where I was doing a customer interview. The customer in this case was a guard in a tier 3 city in a hotel. And he came across the ad of the company on Facebook and was able to call the number, was able to book an appointment. So sitting here in metros, we assume that it's only the millennials or the boomers who are using these products, but there's a large segment of Bharat which is currently using these products. From the data which I've seen across multiple health tech companies, including yours, my portfolio companies, Healthify Me, Redcliffe, or the online pharmacies I've seen before, most of the demand is actually coming from tier 2, tier 3 cities. Between 60 to 70% of all health tech businesses right now are deriving the value from tier 2, tier 3 cities. And the reason primarily is because the current business models are not able to meet that demand. So for, let's say, a customer in tier 3 cities, for him to be able to get genuine medicines or a good diagnostic test, it's the health tech companies which are currently servicing that demand versus the asset heavy players, which are currently the incumbents in the business. I'll stop with that.
No, thank you. I think what you rightly pointed out is that tier 2, 3 cities, etc., are also ripe for disruption as patient or consumer adoption starts to increase. So moving with that thought to you, Tejasvi, when you're looking at especially the last year and a half, of course, we've all had COVID to deal with and a lot of other challenges that have come along the way. But have you seen when you're looking at perhaps not only healthcare but other spaces as well around you, a lot more adoption of digital first solutions, technologies coming out of what we of course call Bharat, but tier 2, tier 3 cities and beyond?
Absolutely, Gautam. In fact, that I was going to fully agree with what Vikram said as well, because I think this is the one area where we should absolutely look at other sectors and pick a leaf out of their books. If you look at where Flipkart is getting its revenues from, as a simple example, right, more than 60% is coming from tier 2, tier 3. And, that's the segment that's growing 40, 50% every year. So we know that there is a significant market there that is willing and able and happy to pay. I think a lot of the conversations I have with startups, sometimes, they'll come in and they'll say things like, well, customers from tier 2 won't pay for services. They'll only pay for products and stuff like that. And I think a lot of that is, as Vikram rightly said, it's a little bit of biases in our mind, right? We have to think about, have we made the right product that they are willing, or right service that they're willing to pay for? I think is a question, because there's no doubt that they have every intention and they're happy to pay for value and convenience when they see that there is value to it, right? And you can see it across agri-tech startups have been doing really well. So all the way down to rural, we know that there are paying markets for services that make sense to the demographic.
I think of course, I personally resonate a lot with what both of you have said. But what is interesting is that you see there's a lot of alignment between both your thoughts. Pankaj, to you, with people in the metros, I mean, there is, of course, lack of accessibility of good quality healthcare, even in metros when you look at it. But broadly, relatively speaking, we are spoiled for choice. We have, the best of doctors, clinics, etc., for helping us manage our chronic conditions. But when you look at, of course, the tier 2 cities of India and beyond, perhaps the ability for getting good quality access is still somewhat lacking. However, in the case if an individual is introduced to a digital first healthcare delivery model, what is your view in terms of, the loyalty or the customer stickiness in a tier 2, tier 3 city of India, or patient stickiness to a platform versus what one would see in a metro? Because given here, there are umpty number of choices, whereas in tier 2 cities, if a person comes onto a digital first solution, gets hooked onto it, is able to see, good engagement outcomes, etc. How do you weigh the level of stickiness that a patient or a customer would have in a non-metro city versus a metro city? And
Yeah.
perhaps if you have examples from the US, those would be helpful as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think, just taking a step back, we just don't have the supply it takes to solve for a bunch of challenges we have in healthcare today. You look at endocrinologists, right? Sub 1,000 or 600, 700 endocrinologists in the entire country. Most of them would be in our top 4 or 5 metros. We were evaluating a neurology concept recently. There are about 1,000 neurologists in the country, like 1,200 neurologists in the country. I think 90% of them are in the top 10 cities in India, right? So that leaves very little room for the thousands of tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 cities we have today. So absolutely, I think I totally resonate with Tejasvi and Vikram that, even in our portfolio, about, 3 of our portfolio companies are selling in large numbers. I think 70% of their sales are coming from tier 2, tier 3. We're seeing incredibly, if this conversation was happening 3 years ago, I would not be saying any of these things, right? A lot has changed in the last 3 years. Like digital adoption has gone through the roof. COVID has made the rules of healthcare have changed after COVID, right? Like before COVID, we doctors were front and center. We still are. I think we'll continue to be. But a lot has changed. There is more willingness to, consume content, consume products, or buy products, and then also consume services online. And we're seeing that in large numbers. I think the stickiness is perhaps the same or even better when it comes in tier 2, tier 3. And that might be because of choice, limitations in choice. That might be because a lot of these patients are actually, accessing care for the very first time. If it's a diabetic, probably talking to a diabetologist for the very first time on a platform. Or if they're using a remote monitoring device, they're probably using that for the very first time. So that introduces a whole lot of loyalty, right? It's also the concept of low-hanging fruit. Now, suddenly, your life has, been spent at an HbA1c of 9 or 10, you feel a certain way. You start, your energy levels, your, all of that is a certain way. Suddenly, this digital health company comes in at 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 rupee price point, is able to, solve some of these problems for you and challenges for you. I think, and get your HbA1c, significantly reduced. I think the loyalty is, there because, there is lack of or limited options, limited past experience, and maybe that's what leads to more loyalty. We're also seeing, thinking about tier 2, tier 3, we're seeing 2 types of companies succeed. One are the ones that are providing some aspirational products, right? A lot of the founders are creating, aspirational, categories around skin, hair, nutrition. Suddenly they're getting a lot of traction, surprisingly, and something new for us to introspect on and learn. And the second are value-oriented services, right? Providing access when there has never been access before. I think those kind of services where, you're being conscious about price point, you're being conscious about, the offering itself. So lots of interesting things happening. And I don't think, as Vikram said, technology is the only way to solve our challenges. There's nothing else. There has to be these solutions, and the future of healthcare in India is tech first, tech led.
So we do have technology to come and rescue us from this massive problem that we have. So Shwetank, Pankaj, mentioned if I posed him this question 3 years back, perhaps his answer would have been different. Let's jog your memory back, 6, 7, 8 years ago when you ran this GP model in India. Would you have, what differences would you have faced if it was in 2022? And is there Is there a possible way that that GP model, which perhaps was earlier than it should have, succeeded significantly now?
Great question, Gautam. I've tried to go back to 8 ideas. I mean, uh, certainly it would have been a lot more technology first. I think companies like Loop, Loop Clinic, etc., doing a great job of building technology first primary care. The global examples, of course, are like Cano Health, Iora, etc., in the US, which have done a great job of marrying software to the physical footprint. I'm a firm believer that primary care, you do need a physical footprint to really deliver outstanding care. At some level, you need to have interface with the physical footprint. It can't be purely virtual. We're not there yet to be able to deliver. I mean, sort of. I remember one of the key things we used to talk about is the bedside manner of a doctor, and I think that still matters. You can't and the bedside manner and the Zoom manner of a doctor are two different things. So I think, yeah, if we were doing it now, we would. It would be a lot more, obviously, a lot more leaning on technology, a lot more sort of focus on using technology to better manage your conditions. Something like what you do with your care programs, I think, is a really important part. Because as a clinic, we were still reliant on people coming in, and you had people. We actually employed telecallers to remind people it's your time for your appointment. You need to come back in. You need to come back in. But the model only worked if you charge people when they came back in, and that obviously meant a lot of fall-offs and a lot of drop-offs, especially for diabetic patients and for patients with chronic conditions. And I think technology today allows you to do that very cost effectively, so it can be free and hence improve clinical outcomes over the long term. So those would be some sort of key differences, I guess, if you were building a primary care system from scratch today. And I'm glad to see actually startups are doing it. So super excited to see them succeed.
Thank you for that, Shwetank. So I am everyone cognizant of time, and this is a Sunday morning, so I'm sure you have a tall agenda with family planned out already. So I would then perhaps want to move to asking each of you a very specific question, given what I know of you and your backgrounds, and I think the audience will greatly be delivered good insights from these questions. I hope so, at least. And we'll start off with you, Tejasvi, because many in the audience have had familiarity of dealing with healthcare systems, hospitals, hospitals, laboratories, etc. And you come with that background. What can you or help us understand how startups can actually work or partner with legacy healthcare systems up until now? And I think COVID has helped, of course, but up until now, we haven't seen too many startups, break through with large healthcare institutions or systems that we already have in place. So what is it going to take for startups to partner with these healthcare systems and be able to really make a disruptive change?
Yeah, Gautam, I think this is so interesting, right? Because I've seen this from the side of when we were sitting at Medanta and we would evaluate which startups and what kind of solutions we wanted to work with. And then now from the other side of, trying to help our portfolio companies crack some of this. And I think the biggest thing I see on both sides that is a challenge that I didn't think it would be is that they view themselves as being competitors, which is not necessarily like, in fact, it's not at all the right thing, right? Because I think the startups think, oh, here's a legacy system. They are solving for patient experience the way we know can be done. I'm disrupting this and I'm going to replace this current interaction. And meanwhile, there are lots of doctors and lots of hospitals sitting on the other side saying, you know what, we provide a great clinical service, and there are these kids with a tech background coming in and telling us that we have to do things differently. And, I don't even know if they're solving for the patient or really demonstrating any sort of clinical credibility. Do they understand the complexity of what we do, right? And I think this seemed very obvious, but, it bears repeating because I do see it as not yet quite there as being common knowledge, is that I view these services as being very complementary to each other. And in fact, even within our portfolio and across the startup ecosystem, I think those that have been most successful are the ones that have actually built in that way, right? Legacy systems have clearly evolved for a certain type of doctor-patient interaction, right? It's generally highly symptomatic when you decide that you want to go and seek out a doctor, and hospitals over time move to higher and higher end procedures and higher value procedures, and all of that has evolved over a particular period. And to Shwetang's point, while we say technology is super important, and it is, and it's a critical part of the solution, that's not to say that, as he said, the Zoom side manner is not the same as a bedside manner, right? And there's a lot of value to that offline face-to-face interaction with somebody who is sick and in desperate need of care as well. So I think what I've seen at least is that the best startups think about this as not replacing the doctor, but becoming a very, very good doctor's assistant to basically take away everything and let the doctor do what he does best. And if you talk to a lot of doctors, I think they're equally frustrated with saying, look, I met this patient, I gave him some advice. I don't know if he's following the advice. He's going to come back to me 3 months or 6 months later, even more sick than when I saw him, because he's not taking this seriously till he gets visibly unhealthy. And I think they see the value of startups providing that continuum of care, right? So if you can extend your services to before that doctor interaction and after that doctor interaction, in a way that, again, to doctors, I think it is important that you seem clinically credible and you seem like you're doing the right thing for the patient. And if you're able to actually plug that in, that is a system that makes a lot of sense to them, right? And I think even at Medanta, that's kind of the path that we went down, to say that what are things that we can't do or our doctors can't do because they simply don't have time, and are there startups that can help us ensure that our doctors are spending time where they should be. So it's almost like a triaging with the startup, and then the doctor is able to see the most sick patients, we're able to utilize its time more efficiently. And startups can even help us trigger interactions that otherwise wouldn't have happened, right? In terms of helping us engage with patients and making sure that they're staying healthy even outside of the hospital. I think that's very much how we view it, that there is potential for a really solid partnership, but you're starting off from a point of mistrust. So there's a trust building exercise that you need to go through before you can actually build that tight network. But I very much see the end state as everybody having a room here and a role to play. And it's about working together to get there.
No, I think that's a really valuable insight, and I think all on the organizing committee here of comprising, of course, Dr. Banshi Sabu, Dr. Rakesh, Dr. Amit, and all the wonderful doctors who've actually created this platform. I think the reason behind that is to be able to close in on this trust deficit that exists between new age tech companies coming and thinking they're going to disrupt. On the other side, of course, the legacy healthcare systems, even doctors, etc. Not really knowing what is going to happen in terms of whether it's their data or anything else that might be in potential conflict. But I think this is exactly the kind of platform also that that creates a healthy exchange of ideas and a bit of trust building. But all of this has been done before, in perhaps not in India, maybe in other geographies. Pankaj, so coming to you, given that you have a window to the US, and largely it's a very different healthcare system, wherein of course the physical healthcare system, whether it formed in terms of HMOs, etc., is already built out, and tech is being leveraged to be able to create some of these things that Tejasvi spoke about. My question to you, Pankaj, is what are the things that we can learn from perhaps what has transpired already in the US, and how much of that is really replicable in India, given that the reality is very different here, the ground reality of the situation is very different here. But how do you see perhaps learnings of something that is already, to quite a degree, especially in the diabetes care space that has gone through in the US? What are the learnings that we can perhaps tweak and bring to India?
Yeah, Gautam, when I first started working with digital health companies in the US, I was expecting something very different. I was expecting that, I remembered my days in India. We were seeing a patient for 3, 4, 5 minutes, and that was the reality, right? Like we were seeing 100, 200 patients, like a lot of doctors on the call today. I thought that the realities would be different in the US. Unfortunately, they weren't, right? Like a lot of the patient care is fairly consistent throughout the world, and it's the challenges that we face, supply shortages everywhere of different magnitudes. I think a lot of work has happened in diabetes, obviously using technology, using physicians, technology, and the entire ecosystem in the US. I feel what is relevant is some of the thinking around the care models itself, right? Like there's a shift towards multidisciplinary teams in diabetes. So not only your primary care doctor or your endocrinologist or your diabetologist, but also, health coaching, nutritionists, diabetes educators, behavioral health has a large role to play. Social workers have a role to play. So I think just this multidisciplinary care team, some patients need, and it needs to be really personalized to the end patient. So I think that is relevant anywhere in the world, right? It need not only be relevant to the US. Again, in India, you may not be able to. There is no, a model cannot be picked up and transported to the Indian market and expected to work. But at least the fundamentals that different people with different skill sets will contribute to the health of a diabetic patient makes sense. And second is just thinking about behavior change in the right way, right? Small incremental behavior changes lead to large impact in patients' lives. That entire mindset in managing chronic disease and that shift over the last 5 or 6 years has been really exciting. We're seeing really incredible clinical results. And finally, the technologies that we are seeing up and coming, right? Like, so the use of remote monitoring, the use of continuous glucose monitors, the use of, simple tools to track your diets, measure diets, understand, track behavior change, etc. A lot of them can be contextualized to the Indian setting and used. Now, will every Indian diabetic use CGMs? Absolutely not, right? And that's not even the end goal, right? In the short term, but lots on the technology front can be picked up and carefully understood, studied, and contextualized to the Indian setting. Lots of differences also, right? Like for example, the entire payment layer is different. People hardly pay out of pocket. About 90-95% of diabetes management would be covered by insurance. That is not the reality in India. So obviously business models are very different for digital health companies that are scaling in the US versus the models that we see in India. Also, there are differences in how we as, Indian race would react to different diets, to different drugs, to different, and, so just some of that research that, the race-related differences in managing disease is something we sometimes overlook. Even a lot of the scales, unfortunately, we use in India are, Western scales. And being an Indian origin person in the US, I see how my care itself is, I'm not a Caucasian, and my realities are different and so some of that differences we need to be mindful of. But all in all, lots to learn. Lots of excitement because a lot of these challenges are common across the two countries, despite so much disparity in how much we spend in the US versus India. And then just some careful, approach needed, especially on the clinical side, when we just try to pick models and push them into India.
That's great, Pankaj. I think, like you rightly said, perhaps an individual spend on diabetes or chronic diseases would be more than 100x of what one spends in India, and that does, showcase in the advancement that the US has been able to do towards diabetes care and diabetes management using digital tools. And I think, carrying that forward, perhaps Shwetang, to you, because as Pankaj pointed out, the financial burden of diabetes is huge in a country like India, and you still find insurance lagging behind, especially looking at people with diabetes being finding it easy to get insured, whether this be OPD insurance or IPD insurance. And with wearing your perhaps as a insurer hat, with your vast experience within insurance and insurtech, what will it take for startups to really scale up, and help people get OPD, or startups or even existing insurance companies to be able to offer well-priced and good quality products to people with chronic conditions like diabetes?
Gautam, you keep putting me on the spot with very, very pointed questions. Look, I mean, at a high level, insurance is about pooling and managing risk. So the challenge is that as insurers at the moment, diabetic is sort of seen as an adverse risk or a suboptimal risk. And hence, you typically don't price the product, or you price the product by assuming the worst. So everything is 100% utilization, and hence the price becomes, very high, very difficult to manage. It's true not only for diabetics, but most chronic conditions. So the opportunity really lies in what companies like B2 are able to do, which is define risk profiles differently. So well-managed diabetics risk is no different from, say, somebody who's not diabetic but has, is sort of prone to eating a bad diet, etc. So your data, it's all data-driven exercise. You need the data to be able to prove that the risk of this person who's taking good care of their disease is no different from those who are, not having that disease. And that is now true. Diabetes, a bunch of other chronic conditions can be managed very effectively. And, programs like Your Care Plan, etc., are a great way to show that the person is investing and tracking and obviously containing their disease. So I think it's just a matter of, unfortunately, a bit of time to build that data set that shows all of this, and then you'll be able to price insurance products at an attractive and appropriate rate. But it will require a little bit of proving out this thesis, and that requires time, which takes time.
I know, and I do hope, and I genuinely think, I think that day is not too far. All the things are moving in the right direction. And Dr. Sushil, we should be able to, thank you for that message, but we should be able to end relatively on time. And so, just scaling down the level of seriousness of this discussion, my next question to next question to Vikram, sorry, is Vikram, you were a doctor, and then you transitioned into becoming a venture capitalist, right? How has that journey been? And perhaps, people in the audience, especially the doctors, might want to make a career switch as well, perhaps get motivated by you, inspired by you, and become a VC one day. Help us understand, how has it been and you Leapfrog, you're at now, you were part of the VC industry before too. Help us understand how this transition has been, and what you as a doctor for you has changed in looking at problems to solve for once now you're on the other side. And maybe as part of that answer, Vikram, because many in the audience may still not understand what are the various stages of VCs, if you can give us perhaps the ABC of the VC private equity industry as well.
Sure. So I see my role as Narad Muni. So I can be across both worlds, the healthcare world and the venture capital world. My friends are there on both sides. I can interact with them freely. And I think it's been a great journey so far. I didn't even know the word venture capital or private equity when I first entered MBA way back in 2008. But it's been a great journey. You get to meet a lot of very motivated, intelligent, smart people coming up with new ideas, new business models, which keeps you excited as well. So it has been a great journey so far. And sometimes as physicians, we get too deep into a subject to see the overall picture. I think having that MBA background and that diversity pool within the batch itself at an MBA college helps you understand better about the system itself rather than just go deep into a subject. Now, I think we did cover a lot of the stages of investments, but maybe just for a recap for the audience, typically there would be 4 to 5 stages of fundraising for any venture or company. Typically, the first stage is a seed stage where someone like a Shwetank comes in. You might just even have an idea at that point of time, or a simple PowerPoint based on which these people would put in investments. Typically, what they would look at is the credibility of the team, the total addressable market, some of these factors. Typically, from a seed, you get into venture capital, where someone like Pankaj would typically come into. The round size typically get larger. Tejasvi and I are early growth investors who come in after the time and the unit economics have been solved for. We help grow these companies, understand the customer insight, and then we typically would exit to a late stage growth investor, some of the large buyout funds which are there in the market as well. And the last stage for a company would be to go public, which some of the e-commerce companies in India now have demonstrated, and hopefully we'll see some on the healthcare tech side soon as well.
Great. Thank you so much for that very crisp crash course on the VC industry, Dr. Vikram. And I think we've run out of time already, but absolutely fantastic and engaging discussion with all of you. And I must thank each of you to be sparing the time on the Sunday morning. And also the D-TechCon team for being able to create this platform, bring all of us together, and I'm sure it's only start of good things to come. So with that, thank you very much, all of you. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gautam. Thank you, Shwetankji, Dr. Pankaj, Dr. Vikram, Dr. Tejasvi. It is, I think the discussion was fantastic, and all of us learned a lot from this. And you really highlighted the challenges, and actually it is going to serve as a guide for us. So I will go and see this episode again and again to understand few things more. And it will be there on DocTube. I will request all of you if you can take out some time. I understand it is a Sunday and all of you are busy with your families, but in the evening we will be having a validatory function, and if you can grace that function, it will be of great honor for us. And now just all of you are around here, so I will just take you to the next round where Dr. Sushil will introduce. This is the Startup Pavilion, and now we have more than 17 startups who are going to present their work or their ideas in this session. And this is going to be for the first time in India in any medical conference. This is going to happen, and this again brings a startup community more close to investors, to the medical community. And what Gautam was talking about, we need to bridge the trust deficit. We need to bridge the gap. So I think this conference, this Startup Pavilion itself is going to serve as a bridge in this, and it is of great value to us. Thank you everyone. I hand it over to Dr. Sushil to take it further.
Thank you, sir. And thank you to all the panelists and the moderator for this wonderful session. Actually, I am also working on one of the startup, and I can say that this means a lot to me, and maybe for all the other doctors who are in the startup or thinking about for this. So let's quickly move to the next session, that is a startup pavilion. This is much awaited session of this entire program, where we can learn from the startups what they are doing and what is new in the field. So can I be help us share slide deck, please? Yes. So to introduce the moderator of this session is Mr. Tushar Ali Sadhu. He is an investor professional at the WL Venture. Before WL, he works on the growth and strategy projects across the product partnerships, marketing, fundraising as a part of the CEO's office. The digital therapeutic startup he graduated from the ISB with the public policy strategy marketing as my specialization. Prior to ISB, he worked as a ZS for the 3 years on the multiple company projects from the various healthcare clients. And his interest area lies at the confluence of the design, impact analytics, and the storytelling. So over to you, sir, for the moderation of this whole session. You can introduce our chairperson first, and then we can move on to the session.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Sushil. So like I think the background was fairly covered. So just a quick recap there. So work with W Health Ventures. We're a digital health focused fund where we deploy capital in startups across India and the US. Before joining the investment industry, I've actually worked with a diabetes management a company, which is a digital therapeutic startup, where I've had the fortune of working with a lot of stakeholders who are represented on the panel today. So really very excited about this like opportunity to be moderating the session here. And prior to that, have had experience in healthcare management consulting. And then, that's what excites me even more to look at it from the lens of multiple different stakeholders here. Now, coming to the theme quickly, I'm sure all of you all have heard over the last 2 days 1,000 times that 20%, that's 1/5 of India, is dealing with one or the other chronic condition. Right? And technology is primarily now geared to take on the challenge and be a part of the regular workflow. But if we were to deep dive into the way these trends have evolved, the last decade or so, digital health has been synonymous largely with increasing access. What that means is the ability to get your medicines easily, to get a consult quickly. Now, what this means is patient care itself has not been the primary goal that the startups work with. And for the simple reason, there's been independent silos that have been working in the healthcare industry. That's the doctor community, which is at the front end of delivering care on the patient front. And then just as an access enabler have been some of the startups that have scaled today over the last decade or so. But interestingly, what we're seeing over the last 2 or 3 years more so has been a lot of emphasis on startups who are now working with the clinicians symbiotically to deliver patient care and actually impact clinical outcomes. Right? And that's been the most unique theme about the kind of startups who we are going to talk to today. And it also makes the D-TechCon conference today a lot more relevant and very unique, because we're bringing together stakeholders, which is doctor systems and a lot of these doctors working in chronic care management and the technology and startup innovation players to further that adoption of technology and work as a complementary combined force that will be focused on patient outcomes. And that's what's probably been the most interesting theme that brings us all here together. Without taking further more time, I just would want to quickly give like a one-line description of how this event is going to be panning out. So we have a lot of startups, 14 startups today presenting from different parts of the world, actually. Each startup will get around 8 minutes to talk about their focus. And the most interesting part here is largely centered around how the clinical outcome has been designed, how they're enabling care. And then there's a 2-minute question and answer followed by that, where the doctors and the faculty members are free to ask their questions to the startups, and also understand how they could work together from here on. So that's the very basic, simple theme here. And first up, we have the presenters from Goki. So would request Dr. Amit to invite.
Tushar, thank you for introducing this session. And I would just like to introduce that Dr. Ami Sangvi is also chairing the session with you as you are going to moderate the session. And Dr. Ami Sangvi is very renowned diabetologist based in Mumbai. She is working at Sangvi Eye and Diabetes Care Center. And she is lecturer for CPS Diabetology, member of organizing committee of CID 2014. She has been associated with various organizations and various leadership roles. She has also authored various chapters, textbooks, and many publications. So she has vast experience in chronic care diseases, especially the diabetes management, the hypertension, the coronary artery disease, and all the problems that comes together with diabetes. So welcome, Dr. Ami. And Tushar is already here. So I think, Tushar, now the show is yours, and you can invite all the speakers one by one, and they can present their pitch here. So I would call it a pitch rather than a presentation, learning from the investors here. So you can proceed with your session, please. Thank you.
No, absolutely.
And just one more announcement, since everybody is here, you can make this announcement repeatedly because we did not announce it earlier. In the evening during the valedictory function, we are going to announce one award for this session. So our credential committee is looking at this session, and they will come up with one award which we are going to announce during the valedictory function.
Got it. No, thank you so much for that announcement and introduction, Dr. Amit. So first up, we have Vishal from Goki. So the stage is all yours, Vishal. Really, really glad to have you today.
Thank you, everybody, and thanks for inviting me for this event. Even though I am a college dropout, it's really a pleasure and an honor to be speaking to all you experts in the world of diabetes care. My expertise actually is not in this space. I started my life as a computer games programmer and ended up creating India's biggest gaming company. And what I bring to the table when it comes to the world of diabetes and healthcare is what has been missing in this entire world. And I believe that's the whole aspect of motivation, adherence, and reward. Today, the challenge is that all the doctors already know the treatment therapies. We already know what people should be eating, what they should not be eating, what should be their medication. But the problem is that the minute the patient leaves the clinic, they go back to their old ways and they think कि दवाई क्यों नहीं चल रही है? Why is the medicine not working? Why am I being told to take insulin and all these things? So what I did was I put together an amazing concept with my background in gaming, and I want to actually quickly show a video. I hope I can share my screen right now, and which kind of gives you I don't know if I can share the screen here right now. Anyway, so maybe the screen share is not working right now, but coming back to what the concept behind what Goki is doing is all about is motivating people to take charge of their own health. And what we believe is the fundamental issue being the problem of people losing motivation. Now, let me give you a very interesting example. Who do you think is the biggest competitor to all of us? It's not any of these companies here. It's not the healthcare industry. It's people who are making people lazy. So let me give you an example. Social networks. Their entire business model hinges on the fact that we want you to be lazy. We want you to be not active. Facebook, Instagram, all these apps are really doing that. Similarly, when you look at food apps like Zomato and Swiggy, they are constantly offering you all kinds of deals and discounts for eating junk food. And if you look at a platform like Netflix biggest competition is sleep. So they don't want people to sleep. So when it comes to that, what I said was let's turn the table on this very concept. And what we did is we created an entire system of gamification where every behavior is rewarded. So when you use the Goki app, you of course get a wearable tracker and you get all the other things. But more important than the tracking and the services itself is the reward mechanism which we have built in. And this reward mechanism is very, very powerful. We have been working with behavior scientists and game developers from across the world. And to just give you an interesting anecdote here, we are literally telling you that once you change your behavior, your daily behavior of walking, your daily behavior of as simple as even drinking a glass of water, you get points for that, which we call Goki Cash. And these points translate into what we call an entire ecosystem of rewards. And in fact, we just announced 1 gram of gold for 1 point HbA1c reduction in our program. And that's completely mind-blowing because for the first time, we are going to a patient and telling the patient that your data is gold. The problem is people are not tracking their data enough. People are not looking at the biomarkers enough. While they definitely do it when they go to see the doctor, but jaise wo bahar nikalte hain, they don't want to do that. So what we are trying to do is to align the interest of the patient and the doctor and the healthcare system by incentivizing them with data. And this actually leads to an ecosystem of services. And that's where the reward comes in. So in fact, the big question for us is, and as you know, we don't call our users as patients. They are actually what are called players or khiladi. And of course, Akshay Kumar also happens to be our brand ambassador. So what we are telling is, let's play this game of life. And your doctor and all of us are participants in helping you win. And that's the whole aspect of gamification and Goki. And we've got massive success. I mean, I can present, case studies, but you already know that, right? So we are not trying to solve a problem. of actually any kind of therapy. The therapy is already there. So we ally with doctors. And that's really comes to one of the big challenge of the entire digital therapeutics industry of people saying, Kiare, we'll reverse diabetes, we'll do that, we'll do that. The reality is, as platforms, I am not interested in reversing anything. I'm interested in rewarding the consumer, the patient, to do the behavior. And that's what Goki is doing. We also recently announced what we are calling the Goki Health Metaverse. So we are now taking this concept of what you saw with diabetes, which is the start of what we do, to the next level of saying that can we reimagine the healthcare system where rewards are at the crux of it. Imagine when you take an airline, you get points. When you buy anything, all loyalty programs are coming in. Is there a loyalty program for health? And that is what we are building on the blockchain. And we've partnered with some of the biggest names in the world, including Animoca, who runs Sandbox. And I'm also happy to announce that, in fact, next week, I am in the UK. We are launching this program with somebody, none other than NHS. So NHS is now our partner to take this program into the United Kingdom because the system there wants to promote what we call complementary therapy. And that's really what we are building. So to summarize, what I'm really here to say is that my experience and Goki's experience with doctors and the healthcare system is here to make sure patients are adhering and are rewarded for it. And the reward mechanism works. We know that incentives drive behavior, and that's what we are doing. The second thing is we are making data at the center of it. So the entire incentivization model works on healthcare data, which we know is gold, and today none of the patients care about it. And finally, this entire thing seamlessly integrates into a platform which doctors can see. So your patient data, you will be able to see, of course, with their permission. So doctors have a dashboard, you can see the outcomes, and you can literally see what is happening in their day-to-day behavior. And that's really what our strength as game developers and gaming experts are. So today we have close to a little less than 1 million users already in India. And with the scaling up, we believe that we'll be able to serve 130 crore people in India. But more than that, we are looking to take this solution to 7.2 billion people in the world. So thanks a lot again for the opportunity. Happy to take any questions. I'm sorry I was not able to show you the video, but if you Google Goki, you'll be able to see a lot of these things online already.
Dr. Ami, if I can come in between, just wanted to tell everybody that you can present your PPTs as well as videos. Just need to request the team, the event team. The person who is presenting or who is speaking gets the right to present his PPT as well. So the next speakers can just request the team.
And share it from their side.
Yeah, may I request you all to limit your presentation to 10 minutes because we have 17 startups and we need to finish them in 3 hours. So let's stick to time, please. Thank you.
Absolutely. We have a couple of minutes on us to see if there are any questions for Vishal and Team Goki. So any of the faculty members who would want to pose a direct question can unmute themselves and ask the question. Alternatively, you can use the chat function and we could read out the questions. Cool. So yeah, I think we don't have any questions, Vishal. It was as comprehensive as ever. So thank you so much for walking us through the amazing platform that you've built. Personally, have seen it grow over a long time. So really a pleasure hearing from you. We can move to the next.
I would just like to make one comment, Tushar, here. Vishal, you have made an excellent presentation. And I think the idea which you are bringing to the forefront is actually going to improve the lifestyle. So what lacks is that most of the time we are able to advise the medications, we are able to advise a lot of medical stuff. But when it comes to lifestyle, the patient or anybody is there on their own. And the most difficult part is to change or address the lifestyle or the behavior. So I think the one aspect which your program addresses is the lifestyle. And this is the first, and this is key to the success of any chronic care disease management. So we look forward to more and more from your Goki, and we wish you all the best. Thank you for being our valued presenter here. Thank you. Thank you.
Amit, I think we can try to play Vishal's video as well.
Yes, Vishal, if you have any video, you can please share it. You can. I think all the participants, they are allowed to share their screen and the PPT.
Yes.
So all of you, please be ready with your PPTs and presentation. If you have any, you are free to do that.
And Vishal, if you want to play, please play the video.
Vishal, you can play your video.
I'll just share it in this. मेरे यहाँ से हो नहीं रहा है. I tried, so I'm just going to put it in the chat. So if you can somebody can play the video.
Yes.
It's a YouTube.
RX, please take from the chat box and play the video of the Vishal.
Sure.
It's the YouTube link. Yeah. I posted the YouTube link.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Vishal. I think Nishad and team RX are working on making this live for the audience.
I think one other thing I just want to add over here is what you just said is lifestyle, right? So it's like saying कि जब गाड़ी चलती है, when you see an accident, you're only seeing the accident. But what you really need to see is how the person is driving the car on a daily basis. And that's what we change. So here we can have the video on this right now. Please go ahead and play.
Diabetes has become one of India's fastest growing concerns. This seemingly common disease can seriously increase the risk of stroke, retinopathy, heart diseases, kidney damage, amputation, and can make you more susceptible to deadly infections such as COVID-19. But diabetes can also be defeated by improving your diet, sleep, lifestyle, along with following your prescribed medication. This is where our solution comes in. Our smart technology and ISO certified services are designed to lower blood glucose and HbA1c levels. Our offering includes a smart glucometer for monitoring your blood glucose, a Goki Smart Vital Plus, a revolutionary health tracker with ISO and CDS CO certification, 2 HbA1c tests, a certified nutritionist with unlimited chats and monthly calls to improve your diet, monthly doctor's consultation, and daily exercise coaching. Our nutritionist analyzes your lifestyle and creates a custom diet plan. The coaches create a training program to help you lose weight, while Goki doctors keep track of diabetes management. Our solution packs even more great features such as Goki Arena, Goki Play, and a curated diabetes e-store. Our health ecosystem is a comprehensive care program designed to help you and your loved ones defeat diabetes. We even award you with a gram of gold for 1% drop in your HbA1c levels. So what are you waiting for? Join India's only holistic health program for defeating diabetes. Ask your doctor or leading chemist about the Goki Diabetes Care Program or call 829-100-1515 to learn more.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Vishal. I think we can now move forward to the next presentation from Ultrahuman, whom you would have seen a lot in the news and on multiple platforms and forums. So really a pleasure to have you here today. Bhuvan, I believe, is presenting from Team Ultrahuman. Over to you.
Thanks. Yeah. Thanks, Sajjan. I'm just going to try to present my screen. Are you guys able to see that?
Absolutely, yeah. Let me confirm we can see the screen. You could go into presentation mode if...
yeah, I'll do that. Okay, great. So again, thank you for having us. Vishal is a veteran and a hard act to follow, but I'll do my best. What we wanted to talk about was using technology and community to improve metabolic health. So, again, Vishal has talked about it. Some of the other speakers have also talked about the fact that, at the heart of all of this is better metabolic health for everyone. And so that's what we're trying to achieve. Quick introduction of myself. I studied at Johns Hopkins and Wharton, always been in healthcare for a very long time. I was an R&D scientist at Medtronic, working on CGMs 15 years ago. Not many people were working on CGMs at that time. At that time, CGMs were considered something that only type 1 diabetics would use. But the importance of sugar and glucose and insulin management has become so much more well understood in the last 15 years, to the point where what we are trying to do is actually democratize this for everybody, and leading to the same lifestyle changes that again have been discussed in this forum. Why are we doing this? Similar to Vishal, we're trying to help a lot of people. There are a lot of people that suffer from a metabolic disorder. Frankly, nobody knows. We think it's at least 1 billion. So there's a lot of people who need help. The interesting part of this is that lifestyle change is actually powerful. There's a lot that can be done through lifestyle change. There are studies which have been done which show that if you lose 5% of your body weight, let's say you're pre-diabetic, you lose 5% of your body weight, you will actually cut your risk of diabetes by more than half. You can push out the risk of diabetes for 10 to 15 years. And some studies have actually even compared those to medication. So especially when you're pre-diabetic, you do have a chance at making just lifestyle changes, and preventing the onset of diabetes, or at least pushing it out. The problem with that is everybody knows losing weight is hard, changing lifestyle is hard, building good habits is hard. If we could all work out for 30 minutes, sleep for 8 hours, not be stressed, I think we would all be in a much better place, but it's just hard to do. We all have lives, we have lots of stuff going on. So that's difficult to do. I think the interesting part is that now there are lots of companies, you might have heard of digital therapeutics, it's an interesting new space. These are, it sounds kind of like magic, right? You literally play a game and your behavior changes. You play a game and something changes in your in the disorder that you might have. So some of these games have been used for kids with ADHD. They've been used for insomnia. They've been used for anxiety, and also cancer, type 2 diabetes, and things like that. So this is already FDA approved. This is not. I'm calling it a game, but actually it's therapy. On our end, what we discovered was, what are we trying to do, right? What are we trying to help people with? We're trying to figure out for you, specifically for you, what is the highest ROI intervention? So our approach is use wearables, figure out in your lifestyle, what is the smallest change you can make? We don't want to depend on motivation, because motivation is high on Jan 1st, it's high on Monday morning, but then it peters out after that. So we don't want, the Wednesday hump day or the Thursday binge eating. We don't want to depend on your motivation, because that runs out. So what we're trying to figure out is, honestly, what is the zero motivation action that you can take today? The way you do that is actually figuring out what works for you. So do you have an insulin sensitivity problem? Do you have an activity problem? Do you have a nutrition problem? Maybe you could even have a microbiome problem, right? You could have a stress problem, which is leading to cortisol spikes. So we are trying to figure that out and offer you the smallest possible change that you can make. And once you get momentum from there, then you will find it easier to build habits. All the habit change guys have always said that the science says after the feedback of any intervention, thank you. So the faster the feedback from any intervention, the more likelihood of success of the person maintaining that habit going forward. So we are trying to give you real-time feedback as quickly as possible, so that we have a shot at making a lasting change. We've seen that CGMs across the world have been effective and versatile. It's, this technology is from 1999. I used to work at Medtronic. They invented this thing in 99. Obviously, Abbott and Dexcom are the leaders today. But this slide was just to demonstrate that, across PCOS, fatty liver, non-alcoholic fatty liver, diabetes mellitus, in GDM, basically gestational diabetes mellitus, obviously with diabetes, CGMs are actually proving to be pretty effective. The other part that we discovered, or rather has been discovered over the last few years, is that social networks are actually very important. They actually drive your behavior. They drive your perception of what is healthy, what is not healthy. So what we wanted to do was combine technology and also the power of community to get good outcomes. And so this is our approach. The first part is gamification. So we give you a metabolic score that you're supposed to improve during the course of the day. You start with 100 and you sort of lose points during the course of the day. And people try hard to improve it, right? And then we tell you, are you in the top 10%? Are you in the top 20%? Stuff like that. The second part is food and nutrition. We give you a food score every time you eat some food. We give you a food score. This is based not on, for example, macros or anything. This is literally what's happening inside your body. So when my wife and I eat the same thing, like let's say we eat dhokla or we eat kadi chawal or something, we will actually get different food scores because our insulin sensitivity is different, our microbiome is different, all of that stuff. So this is very, very personalized. Lastly is fueling for workouts. One of the reasons we don't work out, or at least I don't work out sometimes, is that I feel pretty crappy at the end of the workout. I feel tired, I feel exhausted. If you fuel yourself better, you will actually end the workout feeling good. Anyway, you're getting endorphins and so on. But what you don't want is feeling so exhausted after the workout that you say, man, it's going to be many, many days before I recover from this. So we give you a fueling score to understand what happened during your workout so that you can fuel better. This is a little bit of a zoom in on the metabolic score. We've taken glucose variability, mean glucose, time in range, and a bunch of other factors to figure out, what is that metabolic score? It's a combination of your metabolic health today. So like, for example, all the normal biomarkers that you would have around, insulin sensitivity, triglycerides and all of that stuff. But also it's something that changes day to day, meaning that if you perform good activities, it'll actually reward you and you will get more points over time. So it's a mix of the two. Over time, we want you to improve your metabolic score. So the other part is, the powerful part about having a data platform like this is literally we have, now millions of data points, and our nudges, our guidelines are actually getting better on a day-to-day basis. And I think that's really what we're really excited about. The more people we get on this, kind of like self-driving cars, the more people who get on this, the better this will get. Obviously, we're very, very serious about the science behind this. That's why we're presenting here. And that's why we have a clinical trial, which is going to be kicked off in the next, literally in the next few days. That's going to have 100 people, mix of non-diabetics and pre-diabetics, to show that, the metabolic score actually correlates with clinical biomarkers that all of the doctors are familiar with. Moving on to community, I'll quickly wrap this up. We have today the largest sort of community, metabolic health focused community in India. We get more than 2 million views a month. This is growing quickly, it's doubling every month. Idea is, let's make this friendly, right? Health is a pretty serious topic. It's an intimidating topic. We want to flip it on its head and make it a fun topic, something that people are curious about, and that's really working. And we find that, people are used to swiping through Instagram and seeing other stuff. They're actually engaging with us quite a lot on social media, as well as going through the blogs, which are sort of, a little bit more the meat of the stuff, which is taking scientific articles and making it a bit easier to read. This has been really cool. Historically, people have been very scared to share health data, right? And health data, while private and personal, people have sort of gone overboard in saying, look, there's a stigma attached to it. I think we are destigmatizing that. And that's what is also causing the community to become a lot more friendly. In the last 6 months, we've actually made CGMs friendly. Like a year ago, people would have said, oh my God, this is a medical device. Why would I put this on my body? Now it's like, oh my God, this is so cool. When can I get mine? So I think that's been nice to see. Quickly, the results, people are interested. I mean, we have 75,000 people on the wait list saying, I want a CGM. That's not something I would have predicted 6 months ago. When they get it, they're opening the app 16 times a day. For context, Instagram is 12 times a day. People are getting interested in figuring out what's happening in their own body, which is something new. Normally, it's something that, I don't want to go to the doctor. I don't want to do this test because what if I get bad news? This is pretty much the opposite of that. So people are having fun with this. Obviously, the outcomes matter. So we are seeing this is a DIY approach. Right now, we will obviously we're working with many doctors in the audience to make this specialized for different therapies. But at least even with the DIY approach, what you see is the average glucose variability goes down 10% within 28 days. And the time in range improvement is 10 to 15% within 28 days. So we are actually seeing live results within a matter of days. So that's very, very exciting. So imagine if you had a little bit more support, you had a doctor or a nutritionist, somebody helping you, And imagine if you continue this trajectory for a longer period of time, 6 months, 12 months, that's, I think, when we will see the real impact. That's it. Let me wrap it up. Open it up to questions.
Thank you so much, Bhuvan. As someone who's used the CGM and been on digital therapeutics, I can totally vouch for the combined power of both. So open to questions. Faculty members, please unmute yourself and let us know if you have any questions or would want clarity on anything. Dr. Amit, if there are no questions, we could move to the next presentation.
Yeah, I think we should.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, Bhuvan. Really appreciate you joining us today.
Just a comment, Tushar. Sorry for being late in commenting on this. Bhuvan, I think your concept is very beautiful, and the way you have shown that there is such a long wait list, I think the idea is catching up. And your startup seems to be, I don't call it a startup, but it is a very promising thing which you are doing for the metabolic health, to improve the metabolic health of the people all across the world. So we wish you all the best. And thank you for being a presenter here. And now we can move. Dr. Ami, would you like to make any comment on this metabolic health and metabolic parameters?
Yeah, so actually I've been contacted by Mr. Bhuvan. He's going to be sending me across, is what I understand. So I'm actually looking forward to using it. And yes, there are things changing. We have a lot of things which have come around of late and they are working. And as he mentioned, more than Instagram, people are watching this 16 times a day. So I think that's where it makes people more aware about, how to be taking care of their health. So I guess something to really look forward to, and I'm sure it will help to change the way people look at their health now.
Thank you, Dr. We get, even without us knowing, people like Ritik and Shreyas Iyer and all that somehow get hold of this. And then people message us saying, hey, can you live stream Ritik's glucose? So, it's just nice to see people getting excited about health, whereas previously it was a little bit of a stigma. So we're just really happy that, that change has taken.
The whole scenario is changing.
And we would love to hear from all the entrepreneurs here and investors here that how this initiative by the D-Tech is actually helps you, or does it makes any sense to you, or does it is of any kind of value? Does it brings any value to the ecosystem? So that we, because next year we are going to have a face-to-face meeting, and again the World Congress of Diabetes Technology. Very soon we are going to announce the dates for that. And this year we couldn't accommodate many of the startups because we were not aware that we are going to get such a good response. So in the last minute, the session was actually planned to have only 7 to 8 presentation. It was scheduled for only 1 hour. Now it is extending for more than 2 hours, I guess. So thank you for your responses. Thank you so much.
So next up we have Dr. Divya Rao representing Remedio. Over to you, Dr. Divya.
Hi everyone, is my screen visible?
Yeah, we can see the screen.
Firstly, thank you so much, Dr. Amit and Dr. Banshi Sahu and the team for giving me an opportunity to speak today. A little bit about myself. I'm an ophthalmologist, a glaucoma specialist who worked at LV Prasad Eye Institute as a clinician scientist before I pivoted into the industry, working at the intersection of ophthalmology and technology. And I'm leading the clinical efforts at Remedio, where we are looking to develop portable, simple to use solutions to improve access to eye care screening. So what I'll be discussing today is how are we looking to transform diabetic eye disease screening with a smartphone-based, easy-to-use offline AI. So what is diabetic eye disease? Basically, it's a group of ocular conditions that affects those with diabetes. And this includes diabetic retinopathy, diabetic macular edema, cataracts, and glaucoma. We already have the world's first offline AI that can detect diabetic retinopathy on a portable handheld fundus camera that's in use for the past 2 years now. And now what we have developed is an AI solution that can also detect glaucoma, which is what I will be speaking and highlighting today. So the obvious next questions are, what is glaucoma? Why should a physician and a diabetologist screen for glaucoma? Is this really beneficial? What tests do I use? What do I look for? And who should I refer? So let's just go over all of these quickly. Glaucoma is basically a chronic progressive optic neuropathy, and it's characterized by structural changes in the optic nerve associated with concomitant visual field defects. So in simple terms, optic nerve is a cable that connects the eye to the brain, and this, if left untreated, can lead to visual loss and blindness. So while there are several risk factors for glaucoma, diabetes mellitus is one of them. And we all know that it's one of the leading causes of irreversible blindness. And what is very alarming is 90% of those with glaucoma remains undetected in developing countries. While the prevalence of glaucoma is around about 2%, you can see that in those with diabetes, this automatically jumps to about 5%. So literally there's it's a doubling of the chance of glaucoma in those with diabetes. There are two different forms of glaucoma that you're at risk for. One is called as a primary open angle glaucoma, and another is a very complex, aggressive secondary glaucoma called as neovascular glaucoma that is very commonly seen in these patients with severe diabetic retinopathy. In fact, almost 50% of those with neovascular glaucoma is due to those with a very advanced form of diabetic retinopathy called as proliferative diabetic retinopathy. And this is very difficult to manage with higher failure rates of intervention. So what is the role of a physician here? As we all know, diabetologists are have a pivotal role in managing these patients, and they are a primary contact for managing a diabetic patient. So this gives an opportunity to screen these patients early for diabetic eye disease and follow them over time. So there are several models that have been looked at in terms of diabetic retinopathy screening itself, and it has been accepted in India and world over that teleophthalmology screening models using non-mydriatic fundus cameras and having teleophthalmology graders or using AI is an acceptable solution now globally. And in fact, there are 2 FDA-approved algorithms for diabetic retinopathy, which is already now in use. And the only way that we can actually bridge the gap between the low doctor population ratio and to screen for these conditions is the use of technology like AI. So for glaucoma, basically, to make a diagnosis, it's a combination of tests which looks at intraocular pressure, looks at structural changes in the eye, and also at functional changes. While we've sort of solved the problem of developing portable devices for intraocular pressure and functional changes where you're actually trying to see what part of the visual field is lost, structural changes is still an issue, and there are limitations in terms of technology that have been developed, like portable solutions with integrated AI. And currently, there's no single cost-effective device that is ideal alone for screening. So what has our approach been for screening for glaucoma? So we understand that optic nerve head evaluation is the mainstay for looking at structural changes. And we have a flagship product, which is the Remedios Fundus on Phone device, which can actually capture images of the back of the eye without dilating the patient's pupil. And on this device, which also has an AI for diabetic retinopathy, now we have also developed a solution that can detect those with likely glaucoma. So in effect, it's bringing objectivity to diagnosis and can improve access to those who have improve access to screening. So the novelty of this solution is with one device, you can actually screen for both diabetic retinopathy and glaucoma simultaneously. So here is a quick video on how the AI, is deployed on the phone. It's very simple. You take one image per eye, you select the images, submit it to the AI for analysis, and literally within few seconds, it will give you a report whether there is presence of referable glaucoma or not, and it will also highlight areas which are abnormal. So to give you a quick overview of how this algorithm develops, so what are the components of this algorithm? So you click an image of the back of the eye with a portable handheld fundus camera, and a quality check algorithm will give you a feedback whether the image is of sufficient quality or not, or an image needs to be retaken. Then there are two separate neural networks that run. One is a segmentation model, which gives you a measurement called a cup to disc ratio. And this is what an ophthalmologist uses as a critical measurement in relation to the optic disc size to make a diagnosis for glaucoma. And second is a classification model that looks at several other features in the optic disc to make a recommendation for referral, along with what we call as class activation maps. So basically, this is how the report looks on the left side. And in the center is what you see. There is an outline of the optic cup and the optic disc, and you actually get a measurement called the vertical cup to disc ratio. And what you see on the right side is what we call as class activation maps. And these maps actually highlight the areas which are abnormal, which the model has used to make a diagnosis. And this is actually looking at typical features that a ophthalmologist would look at to make a diagnosis. For example, here you see a very subtle retinal nerve fiber layer defect that has been picked up by the AI. So what do these reports really mean for a physician? So if the report says referable glaucoma, it means that the patient has likely glaucoma and needs an immediate referral to an ophthalmologist. And the report says it's a disc suspect, that means that there is an abnormal VCDR and needs a non-urgent referral. So how is this AI actually helping? It's
Dr.
empowering.
Just a quick time check. Sorry, Dr. Rao, just a quick time check. If we could conclude in the next 30 seconds to accommodate for some questions. Really sorry for the interruption.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. So this is basically empowering a physician to make an objective diagnosis and to move a patient into an eye care pathway early. The novelty is that it's affordable, it's simple to use, and it's an integrated solution for both diabetic retinopathy and glaucoma. It's been validated in prospective studies before being commercialized, and it's basically adding value. It's a value-based care that a physician can provide to improve outcomes. And in the West, of course, it can be reimbursed and is used as a measure to improve HEDIS scores. I will not go into the details, but as we did for the diabetic retinopathy algorithm, this algorithm has been validated in clinical trials with excellent agreement to objective diagnosis, and has also shown to be very close to what a glaucoma specialist would provide as a diagnosis. So in conclusion, now AI-based systems have the potential to screen for diabetic eye disease and can screen for diabetic retinopathy and glaucoma simultaneously. They're quick, reliable, and objective, and can empower physicians to provide value-based care, and can overall improve healthcare efficiency by moving eye care screening away from ophthalmologists. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rao. Do we have any questions from the faculty?
I have a couple of questions which we have got from the participants. Dr. Divya, I think the idea is very, very good, and you have actually shown that, because this was a very big limitation. And because we were able to, even when we were examining the fundus, earlier we used to use the simple fundus camera, handheld fundus ophthalmic device to look for the retinopathy. But what happened is that now we are using the AI-based devices and all. And many a times it happens that we need to dilate the patient. The patient often asks about us that you are telling only about the retinopathy, but cataract is something which we can tell without even any device. Clinical examination can tell. But the examination of the glaucoma is something which is difficult for a physician. In a ophthalmic practice, it is not something like that. So for a physician, I think it really adds a lot of value to our clinical examination, because we are able not only to detect the retinopathy, but also we are going to detect the glaucoma as well. So I think glaucoma is also having a hidden burden. Again, it is one of the leading cause of blindness, and again, it's preventable cause of blindness. So I think it brings a lot of value to my practice. So what do you suggest that how this device should be integrated in clinical practice?
So the device, as you rightly mentioned, Dr. Amit, is a handheld fundus camera. So all that needs to be done is when you're seeing your patient in the clinic, take an image of the back of the eye, and automatically the AI would tell you whether image quality is good or not, and you basically hit a button and you will know whether there is diabetic retinopathy or glaucoma, and the report will automatically tell you whether you need to refer the patient to an ophthalmologist. So in clinical practice, it is very easy to integrate it into the workflow that is already there, because you can literally have that camera in your OPD setup and click an image of the back of the eye.
Can I say something?
Yes, sure, Doctor.
Yeah, so actually being an ophthalmologist's wife,
okay.
Yeah, my husband is an ophthalmologist. So I think it definitely adds value, because glaucoma, we do not talk to our patients much. We talk about retinopathy all the time. And when we send them across to see the pressures, the pressures sometimes come high. What I want to understand from this device is, would it even catch hold of minor changes in the pressures, or is it only when the pressures are really high, or if there is a cupping or something, it's discovered, or it's only the minor, the initial changes and the pressures also caught up here?
Yeah, great question, Dr. Ami. So for a diagnosis of glaucoma, I completely agree. You need a battery. This as a replacement for intraocular pressure. This is looking at what changes that occur at the back of the eye. As far as what we have found now in our clinical studies is that it's able to pick early glaucoma, moderate as well as advanced. So as of now, I wouldn't definitely say this is a replacement for intraocular pressure. But I think the approach is a bit different here. What we're trying to do is, with one fundus image, how can we screen for multiple conditions, both diabetic retinopathy and glaucoma, with a good enough accuracy, and move them to the care pathway early.
Dr. Divya, just one more question which is coming from Dr. Ami, that can we predict and identify those who are at risk of developing glaucoma from this device?
So as of now, it is not having a risk score where you can actually predict who could develop glaucoma. As of now, this tool is detecting those who have the highest likelihood of having glaucoma currently. But what we are looking to develop in the future is some quantitative measurements on this tool, which could potentially identify glaucoma even more early. But as of now, it's good to identify those who have glaucoma right now.
At least it can exclude those who don't have disc changes, or those who don't have any advanced stages of the glaucoma. So along with the fundus examination, we also can comment that there is no existing damage on the retina or the disc as such the glaucoma is concerned.
Absolutely. Because the clinical study also showed that the specificity of those with no glaucoma is very high, meaning to say that there would hardly be any patients with no glaucoma being referred, which is what we really want as well. While it is very sensitive, you also need it to be very specific so that you're not overburdening the system by over-referring patients.
So the negative predictive value is very high.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the time and the opportunity.
Thank you.
I think we move on.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Rao. Next up, we have Shivtosh from SugarFit. Over to you, Shivtosh. I think you're on mute. Yeah.
I'll just try to present my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, we can.
Cool. So I'll quickly start. Good morning, everyone. I'm from SugarFit, a co-founder at SugarFit. And just to give you a brief introduction, right? SugarFit we have just built this product which kind of helps people reverse both type 2 diabetes and pre-diabetes using a lot of things, and I'll talk about that as I go in. So today what I wanted to speak about is how is our AI, how is our tech kind of building that holistic solution and helping people reverse type 2 diabetes. So we all know, right, that type 2 diabetes has become like a major problem in India. It's a lifestyle chronic care condition. We have unfortunately become the diabetes capital of the world. We have like close to 75 million people who are type 2, some 80 million people who are pre, so almost 150 million people who are kind of identified as diabetics, and many more who are not even diagnosed. So it has become like a key problem in India and across the world. So the objective of the study that we have done was, in retrospective, can we figure out that what is the combined impact of various lifestyle intervention that we have on our sugar fit approach, and how does that impact your three important things? One is your HbA1c, the second one is your fasting blood sugar, and the third is your body weight. And then kind of figure out that what are the interventions that we are having, how each of these is impacting the three objectives, and then kind of curate on those, dig deep on those, and kind of figure out that which are the most important ones. Yeah. So we have done this study on 150 individuals who are type 2 diabetic. That was the test group. And in control group, we had 110 individuals, again on type 2 diabetes, again with type 2 diabetes, but who were on usual pharmacological treatment. The study was done over a period of 90 days. Now, before we get into the study and the results, I just wanted to bring your attention to what we are doing at SugarFit and what are the key problem statements we are solving, right? And I think Vishal and Bhuvan very clearly pointed out the first one, that there is a lack of continued motivation today and that habit formation, because diabetes is a lifestyle problem. It's not there is not a miracle pill, right, that you'll have and tomorrow you are all sorted. It's a lifestyle problem, and it will require a lifestyle, small habits that need to change, that needs to form, which will help you over the long term. The second key problem is today the existing stakeholders work in silos. You have doctors, you have nutritionists, you have physical trainers, all of them work in silos. And then the kind of interventions that you get, the lifestyle interventions basically, are very generic and lacks personalization. And that is where we come into play. The whole program is centered around a doctor and a nutritionist who are also your coaches. And then on top of it, we have a layer of AI which kind of helps these people to take better decisions about you, to create those personalized plan. We also have FDA approved sensors, Libre sensors, which is given to all our users, which can give us real-time insights into their food, fitness, sleep, and the impact of that on their overall glucose levels. We also do multiple comprehensive checks, diagnostic tests, 70 plus parameters after every 3 months, because that is where we get a lot of data about the users and also know the progress, how they are progressing for their HbA1c levels. And we have a doctor who does multiple number of consults with the user, because in the end, a doctor is one who will be able to take decisions on your medicines. And then we create a very highly personalized plan. And these plans will be around your food, around your fitness, around your sleep, and around your healthy habits as well. So what we are trying to build here at SugarFit is a very connected ecosystem, because data is really helpful, right? And data, like how Vishal was saying, that reward is one form of motivation. What we believe is, while reward is important, what is also important is it should come intrinsically. Extrinsic kind of a reward might not work in long term. So we are solving for that instant gratification, that the moment I have a food, am I able to tell you what is the impact of that food on your glucose level? The moment you do exercise, am I able to tell you how good or bad that exercise was? And then if you form that habit in the long term, what is the impact it is going to have on your HbA1c levels? Now, to do that, it is important to get data, right? So that is why we have built a very connected ecosystem. You'll be able to connect all your fitness wearables. We have also made logging an activity, which is a big pain point today, very simple. So now you can take a picture, upload, and we'll be able to tell you and register that what are the items that you ate, what is the calorie and all that stuff. You can even do voice-based logging, because a lot of people, even if you don't understand English, it's available in 5 regional languages as well, where you can just open the app and say, I had roti today morning, 4 rotis, and then I'll be able to track that, give you the calorie. You can even log today using WhatsApp. On WhatsApp, you can go on the SugarFit WhatsApp chat and you can just say, this is what I had today, and the system will kind of register that. We have your CGMs, your connected glucometers, and we are working on phase-based vital recording. This is again in beta phase with some of our users, where we'll be able to look at you for 15 to 30 seconds, and accordingly, we'll be able to generate a lot of data about you. And with these connected ecosystem, what we are able to get is close to 100 plus signals, which are being captured on a day-to-day basis. And accordingly, I'm able to create your own persona. So we know that if you eat this food tomorrow, this is the impact that it is going to have on your sugar levels. If you do this exercise, this is the impact it is going to have. If you do not sleep for a certain number of hours, if the number of hypos in your night are these many, then this is the impact that it is going to have on your sugar levels. And this data is presented both to the user, to the doctor, and to the coach. And accordingly, your coach and your doctor will be able to create these personalized plans. So you'll have your real-time metabolic scores. You'll have actionable insights, which are also real time, that if something happened, we'll be able to tell you now is the time you do these things, because you are in a hypo state or you are in a hyper state. All your meal plans are highly quantified. And what I mean by quantified is we do not believe in fat dieting. So there is no keto, there is no GM diet. It's all what you eat in your kitchen, but it's all calorie counted. For your, not just calorie counted, also your macro and micro counted, because every individual is very different. And we understand that what will be the impact of certain calorie on your body. We focus a lot on fitness and mindfulness, because we understand that the three tripods, right, are your nutrition, fitness, and mindfulness. Just nutrition will not help. So we have plethora of personalized classes that we do on fitness for every individual personally, as well as group classes that are run on our app, which users can attend, and a lot of mindfulness sessions and one-on-one videos which are given to all our users. And then medicine titration is left to the doctors, because they are the best judge of that. And this is how we create a very personalized, very comprehensive plan for all our users, which help them kind of reverse their diabetes in short to medium term. So these are just some of the snapshots of the app. I think I'll just skip through it. So you can see a real-time graph on your app. You can see the impact of different food, which are the food which are good, bad, ugly for you. Coming to the results, right? So like I was saying, the three key parameters that we have tracked, the North Star metric, are HbA1c, your FBS, and your body weight. So in HbA1c, the baseline of the control group was, of the test group was 9. And what we saw is within 90-day period, we were able to reduce it to 7.1. So that means a mean decrease of 1.9 points in HbA1c level. Whereas the control group, what we saw was it started with 7.13, but it was able to almost stay stagnant or slightly increase to 7.18. What you see on the table here on the top right is what was the different HbA1c level buckets, and what was the age bucket, and how did your HbA1c level drop. So anyone in 6.5 to 7.5 with the age of 20 to 35 was able to reduce 1.27 points in their HbA1c level. And just to again clarify, this is just a 90-day program, 90-day result, whereas our program is for complete year. And we are very sure that most of them will be able to reverse their diabetes in the next 3 months. So within 6 months period, close to 90% of our users will be able to reverse their diabetes, like get it below 6.5 HbA1c and no active glycemic medication. Similar results was seen for blood sugar level, your FBS. We started with 178 as an average, and we were able to get it down to 116, whereas and the mean reduction was close to 62, whereas in our control group, it started with 142 and it almost remains stagnant at 141. Again, age-wise, what you can see is people who are slightly younger were able to reduce it more, because again, they are very, we were able to do a lot of fitness interventions also with them, and hence you see a slightly higher number here. But overall, we see that 62-point reduction in your FBS levels. And very similar was the story for your weight as well. So the average weight was 76 kg. Within 90-day period, we were able to reduce it by 2.83 kg, close to 3 kgs. Whereas in your control group, that number was again almost stagnant or slightly increased from 73.2 to 73.8. Just one caveat here, because a lot of the mean weight loss is only 2.83, because not all of our participants were in that category of weight loss goal. There were some in weight gain, and there were some who had a normal BMI range, and hence they were in a maintained bucket. So these 79% were in a weight loss gain, were in a weight loss category, and there we were able to reduce their weight by 3.18 kgs.
Shito, just a quick time check. I think we've...
I think I just have 10 seconds. Yeah. 10-15 seconds. So there's a summary. So HbA1c dropped by 1.87, FBS dropped by 62, and average weight change of 2.8 kg. What I really wanted to highlight as a conclusion, right, that we believe that these intensive daily lifestyle interventions that we give, that slow approach, that building that habit is the way to go, because that is something which is sustainable and it will give you a long-term everlasting impact. We also felt that the moment you have a coach, right, who is always holding you accountable, who is always telling you whether you are on the right track or no, or if there is someone who you can go back and kind of talk about your problems, that really helps. And that was also seen here, that people who had more actively engaged with the coach, with the community, saw a slightly higher reduction in their HbA1c and in their weight loss gain. And the biggest problem, like I was talking about, is getting the input metrics from the user. So more and more you build a connected ecosystem where you are automatically able to take that data. I think your life will be easier and you will be able to give more insights to the user, because while user wants to know insight, they do not want to invest a lot of time in kind of inputting a lot of these data to you. And then finally, like, this is like a ever learning model, right? We have just started, and a lot of more and more data we get, more and more customers we get, we'll be able to create a slightly more personalized plan going forward. So the goal is to create a highly personalized plan for each users and help them reverse their type 2 and pre-diabetes. Yeah, thanks. Any questions?
So we don't see any questions on the chat. If there are no questions, just in the interest of time, I think we could move to the next presenter, Dr. Amit, Dr. Ami. Please let us know your thoughts.
So, Mr. Shivtosh, thank you for a wonderful presentation. I think this is the need of the hour. We need to kind of, sensitize our patients about the regular needs of monitoring and the lifestyle changes. So I guess, yes, good presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Shivtosh, I just want to bring a point to everyone who is presenting here. And this is a general perception of medical community, that all these programs which are presented here and which are in development, which various companies are making, the doctor is just like a third party to it. It is not part of the ecosystem. So unless and until you make them part of the ecosystem, only few doctors on your panel and some of the doctors were consulting all the patients, this model is not going to work out. This is what I believe. Because the number of the diabetes patients are so huge. You cannot have thousands of doctors on your panel. You cannot, this is something a big challenge. And the number of people with diabetes are in millions in India. And it is the same all across the world, and they are rising very sharply. So unless and until you make the doctors part of the ecosystem, and so that they lead the care, and we define our own boundaries at what we are going to do as a platform, what we are going to do as a tech expert, but we bring into the ecosystem. So I think this is one suggestion where I think we all can work upon. And if this happens, then definitely you will see a huge surge in acceptance of these molecules. Let me just tell you, yesterday we had a European Diabetes Forum presentation, and they were talking about some apps. So now they have apps which are being prescribed by the doctors, and these are validated tools. So this is something called digital therapeutics. So if you want a prescription from a doctor of a digital tool, then it has to qualify as a digital therapeutics. And digital therapeutics is for everyone. Anybody can prescribe it. So not just a few doctors who are on a panel of somebody. So this is my opinion. Rest is all up to you what you feel. But this is I personally feel.
No, completely agree, doctor. Yeah, sorry. Completely agree, Dr. And that is where I started, right? That at the core of our product is a doctor and a coach. Our life is to make their life easier. We cannot say that we will prescribe medicine, right? Because doctor at the end of the day will have to do it. A coach will prescribe a nutrition. Where SugarFit comes is we create systems which helps doctor and coaches create a personalized plan for a user. So that is what the core is, a doctor and a coach, and around them is where we come into play. So you're very right. Like doctor has to be a core part of this.
Just I would like Dr. Amit to comment on this also, that is it right to use the word reverse diabetes everywhere? reverse diabetes becomes a big terminology. So we are diabetologists, we're treating patients day in and day out. So reverse would be, getting under control or, reducing the dose of medicines would go as a right way. Reversing is a big terminology when we use it.
I think the reversal claim seems to be more attractive. That is why the terminology is used more and more. I think recovery is the right word. You can say that somebody has recovered from the. Dr. Navneet, I know you you have many things to say that reversal can happen, but we need to place it at the right spectrum of the. We need to place it at the right spectrum of the disease management. First, anyway, it is the recovery. Somebody who is coming with a very high HbA1c, he has to go into a recovery mode. Then there is a remission mode, whether he is able to maintain or not. And then comes the process of the reversal. At the same time, when you talk about the reversibility, I think it is the cellular reversibility. The ability of a cell to reverse from a permanent damage to a reversible phase. It is something more at the microscopic level which we are aiming at. If somebody reverses from a phase of fatty liver to a stage of non-fatty liver, I think that is a reversal for me. If somebody is at a risk of developing retinopathy and that patient ends up with resolution of the retina lesions, then that is a reversal for me. So I think everyone has a different perception, and Dr. Navneet wants to say something. Please, Dr. Navneet, go ahead.
Basically, the reversal is a very lucrative term. Otherwise, the term has been redefined that it is remission. As we use remission in the cancers, as we use remission, because like we know that once the patient is maintaining this lifestyle, which has been advised by anyone, patient is in remission. Once he'll stop that lifestyle, again he'll have a diabetes. If he'll get, even after the remission of the bariatric surgery, like basically the remission and reversal, they all come into play after the bariatric surgery. When we found that after the bariatric surgery, patient is now normoglycemic. But I have seen so many patients, and I'm sure you all must have seen so many patients, that the patients who are undergone bariatric surgery 4 or 5 years back, now again they are having a weight and they are at the same weight, and now they are diabetic and they are taking treatment. So remission is, I think, a more we can say apt word, and as Dr. Amit was rightly saying, that it is a metabolic remission or it is a pharmacological remission, so this has to be very precise.
And I think it is time now that we talk about the microscopic reversal also.
Yes.
We want to see whether it is happening at the organ level itself. It may not be having in totality, but even if we are able to reverse damage to any single organ of a person, it adds great value to the treatment.
Yes. And reversal and or remission, whatever you call it, it is not for all. Basically, like we know that they are very, very selected patients for reversal or remission. Those who are like obese, insulin resistance, or like newly detected, or like a short duration of diabetes. And you need a very high motivation for these patients.
I think we hand it over to Tushar. We are running short of time, and it is already.
It is a long discussion.
Yes, Tushar, please, over to you.
No. Thank you so much for all of your words of advice. Really, a debate that's been raging on for a long time, and definitely requires a larger forum for discussion. And on that note, I think we'd like to thank Shivtosh for the presentation and move to the next presenter, which happens to be Dr. Navneet as well from BITO. It's always been a pleasure hearing you, Doctor. So please, over to you. Just a quick time check. We'll have to be more adherent on the 8-minute timeline, and in the interest of other startups also.
Sure.
Getting in the queue. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you, Tushar. So at the outset, I wish to thank the entire organizing team of D-TechCon for organizing such a first virtual conference of technology in diabetes, and I must congratulate them and for inviting me and to discuss the technology in diabetes. So basically, we know that the technology is the fifth pillar, one of the main 5 pillars of Atmanirbhar Bharat. So the BITO, through its largest digital care ecosystem, is helping patients to manage and control their diabetes. If we see the journey of a diabetic patient, be symptomatic, be asymptomatic, when a patient is being diagnosed as a diabetic, the first phase is denial. Or sometimes, like, people go with the hearsay and they start treatment with the indigenous medicines or their homemade medicines, or like they just delay the diagnosis, they just delay to go to the consultants. So the denial, and then they go for like Google or WhatsApp, and maybe they're starting the treatment from their own. And many of the patients, they just do, like, even they start the treatment, they have a treatment interruptions, maybe because of the awareness, maybe because of the affordability. So even when they have been prescribed or they have consulted a doctor, they've started with the treatment, maybe in a month or 2 months, and when they come to the normal, like fasting, PPG, and even the A1C come down, they stop the treatment and they say that now my diabetes is fine and I'm over, like I'm non-diabetic now. So there are many of times they have no scientific or like the proper knowledge or awareness. Second challenge in patient with diabetes, non-adherence. Patients started with like 2 times of oral antidiabetics or even with insulin therapy. They stop the treatment or they reduce the medication of their own. Many of times there may be financial constraint or the behavioral issues. And the follow-up is a major challenge because like we have seen the patient, those who are coming for a follow-up at 6 months, 1 year, with the A1C of same 8.4, 8.3. So the entire journey from the diagnosis to taking this 2-3 years, and finally the patients are having an A1C of 8.5. So that's why almost around 80% of the population is not yet controlled in India with the average A1C of 8.5. So the major challenges, the fundamental challenges of diabetes management in India are the accessibility, awareness, and affordability. Whenever we talk of accessibility, 95% of the people with diabetes are in tier 2 cities and beyond. And these are the patients who has to travel to the cities or to the major towns to consult a diabetologist or an endocrinologist. That will include a workday loss and the cost of the traveling. Almost only 7% of the endocrinologists and diabetologists are in India are in the tier 2 cities and beyond. So only 8% Indians manage to treat their diabetes with a specialist. So just imagine the huge burden on the patient, which is not getting access to a diabetologist or a specialist, to a physician. So like they are not getting a proper treatment. Then comes the role of awareness. We know that half of the patients of diabetes are still undiagnosed, and half of the patients, those who are diagnosed, only half of them are taking treatment, which we call it as the rule of 50. And 80% of the Indians with diabetes in India have an average A1C of 8.5, and 70% Indians are unaware that diabetes can impact the other organs or it can cause the damage to the vital organs. And only 10% have even introduced the diabetes educator, so they don't know like what is the lifestyle management. And as far as the affordability is concerned, yes, we know that almost 70% of our population of India is in the rural population, and affordability is a major challenge because like they have to pay from their pocket for the consultation, for the investigation, for the medicines. So this is a huge burden on the family. And in fact, there is a data where it has been seen that the 25% of the monthly household income of a lower middle class is spent on the management of diabetes and its complications. So BITO has created a holistic ecosystem to bridge this gap in diabetes management. And how come? Like once the patient comes on the app, patient downloads the app, he get an access to the healthy lifestyle management. Like for the medical nutrition therapy, he can have an access like what amount of calories, what amount of carbs this particular food has, so that he can have his choices about the food intake. So this is for the medical nutrition therapy, and even he can get connected with a coach and can get an advice. So for the medical nutrition therapy, he can choose, have a healthy choices about the diet. Then this app is being synchronized with the different, say like health apps or like the health fitness trackers, wherein he can monitor his physical activity. So and he can have an idea about the burning of the calories, how much calories he's burning in a day. So he can have an access to the first pillar, that is the lifestyle management of type 2 diabetes. Then second challenge is the monitoring. So by just an affordable connected kit, he can do a monitoring at his home, and this monitoring or like whatever his blood glucose values are there, they can be in the app, so he can see at any point of time, and he can see that to take medicine. So like this app has an access to like blood glucose reminders and the medicine reminders, so that it will improve the adherence and the compliance to the treatment which is being prescribed by the doctors. And then you have a caregiver alerts. So like if the patient is having extreme hypo or hyper, your loved ones or your consultants or your doctors will get an alert so that they can manage properly early. Then you have the patient who's on the app can have an access to the entire data in the graphical form, in the like day-wise. He can access like what is his fasting is going on and the PVs are going on. And then on the base of that, he'll get an advice on the base of that your glucose is going low or is going down or it is going high. So what should be the ideal approach for the managing it at home with the help of a medical nutrition or the dietary intervention or the physical activity. But if there is any extreme hypos or even a patient wants to talk, he can ask for a call from the coach. So there is a proactive care wherein a nutrition or the certified diabetes educator is educating a patient, imparting awareness, imparting the proper knowledge about the diabetes, its complications, its management, and what should be the entire like about the monitoring also. When it comes to the doctor involvement, as Dr. Amit was saying, I'll be discussing that on the next slide. So even a patient with the doctor connected app, so the doctor can see the extreme hypos or like the the presentation of all the monitoring in his dashboard at his end, so that he can see that what is his patient is doing like. And of course, at the last but not the least, patient will have the access to the exclusive diabetes educators videos, the articles, so that he can have a proper awareness, proper information, and proper knowledge about his or her own diabetes. Because we know that diabetes education is the important pillar of managing type 2 diabetes in the long run. So what we have done so far, we have almost more than 4 lakh members on our this IoT monitoring program, and the retention for 1 year is almost more than 60%, and average time spent on the app is 10 minutes. Just imagine, so like patients are giving 10 minutes average daily on the app, and this has impacted. The clinical impact of this is that we have seen a reduction of 1.9%, the average A1C in 3 months, 10% average drop in fasting blood glucose in 1 month, and the reduction in the hypoglycemic events by 52%. So it's not only managing the hyperglycemia, but it is also managing or preventing the hypoglycemia. So helping the patients to keep them in euglycemia to achieve the target A1C to prevent the complications. And we are not just restricted to the metro cities. We are not just restricted to the upper classes data. We have almost 70% of our members from the non-tier 1 class, and 55% patients are from the first-time users of glucometer, and 83% users connected with diabetes. They connected with the educator for the first time. So that's imagine the 83% of this population has not even visited an educator or a certified diabetes coach. And this reduction in A1C is sustainable. If you see in patients, almost 28,000 plus patients, the average A1C or the mean A1C at the time of onboarding was 8.2, and it was sustained to 7.3 at the 2 years. In patients who are having A1C of more than 8, the average A1C was of 9.6, and this came down to 7.6 at 2 years, and it was sustained for that 2 years. So like there is a sustainability of this intervention. And as Dr. Amit was saying, that we have to involve more and more doctors, because like there are millions of patients, and this population is growing. So we have a program, this Doctor Connect program, wherein the doctor who is treating, we are making a bridge, we are making a connection between a consultant diabetologist and his patients, so that whatever the patient is monitoring with that glucometer at their home, a doctor or the consultant diabetologist can see on this dashboard how his patient is doing. And this Doctor Connect program has improved almost 6 times higher in the monitoring, and the average daily, again, that patients are spending 10 minutes on that. And this has shown an 11% drop in the average fasting blood sugar at 1 month. So even a doctor who's connected with his patient, whatever the patient is monitoring, patient is seeing on the dashboard. And in this loop, there is an educator either from the doctor or from our end. So this educator is taking care of this entire loop, that it is giving, imparting a proper information and knowledge to the patient, and with the help of a doctor, so that the doctor and the coach and the patient are a closed loop system, and where they are helping the patient to manage his day-to-day like activities and the fasting blood glucose and the post-prandial blood glucose. And this whatever like we have done, it has been published at length. So if we see this is the abstract from the ADA, where we have seen the 8.9% reduction in the PPGs, 9.3% reduction in the preprandials, the 9.5% reduction in the fasting blood glucose, and 6% reduction in the random blood sugars. So this is just with the help of this real-time feedback and counseling from our coaches, it has impacted the glycemic control. And this is the real-world data. It is not from a very clinical trial or a very say prospective trial. It is a real-world data. And same, this is again the real-world data, where we've seen the 45% reduction in the postprandial, almost around 40% reduction in the preprandial, 51% reduction in the fasting, and as well as the reduction in the hypos. And this is in the real world. So like in the almost 25,000 patients. So like these are the patients which are already using the app, they are already on the connected device. So they are having this impact. So this is the data from when the patients are using in their day-to-day management of diabetes. This is again where we have seen the 60% reduction in the hypoglycemic episode. So we are managing hyperglycemia, we are also preventing hypoglycemia. So ultimately providing a holistic approach, or we can say the euglycemic approach to the patient, those who are members on our B2 app. This was a poster which was published, like accepted in the ATD. Again, there was a 60% reduction in the blood glucose levels, average blood glucose levels, 81% reduction in the fasting hypoglycemic incidents, 72% and again in the pre-meal hypoglycemic incident. And this is in the data. And this was during the COVID-19 time, when the patients were at lockdown, patient in the home, they were getting a care from our coaches, from our educators, and they were managing their diabetes with the advice of our educators at their home only. This is the abstract which has been accepted in this D-TechCon, where we have seen that just by the educator, just by the one coach call, there is 12.45% increase in the frequency of monitoring. So that the patient is now more aware, patient is now doing more monitoring, and by which that we have just a reduction in the hypoglycemia in almost more than 3,000 patients. So this is the real data of 3,000 patients who are already using, and they have a reduction, almost 80% reduction in the hypoglycemia incidence after one coach call.
Dr.
So we have impacted, yes,
I think
this is winding out, and this is just not like the patient, but if we get a feedback from the patient, we know that ultimately our patient are benefited, then only we can be happy. So this is just the feedbacks from the patients, and these are some awards where we have won the National Startup Award last year, and these are some collaborations. And so to summarize, what I can say that to bring the democracy in diabetes to the technology, and to make the India as diabetes care capital of the world, we can take the help of philosophy of Gandhiji, that is Sarvodaya through Antyodaya, which means the development of all through welfare of the weakest section of the society. So that is the aim of the BTO, to achieve or to democratize the diabetes management, to take care of the patient, those who are having less accessible or less affordable, even in the outreach or the far areas of the country. So to provide the overall treatment to the overall population or the type 2 diabetic population of the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Very inspiring, Dr. Navneet. Do we have any questions from the faculty members? Or in the interest of time, we could move forward, given that we have we're running on slight delay here. So Dr. Amit. Okay.
I think, Tushar, if there are no questions in the chat box, thank you, Dr. Agrawal, and I think we should be going ahead because we have too many to go.
Yeah. For the next presentation, I think for the PVR Med, we have Dr. Metelko's recording that has been shared with the RF events team. So would request the team to share the recording for everyone's benefit. Yeah. Nishad, if you could have the meeting from, yeah. Thank you so much. Nishad, I'm afraid there's no audio.
Number of processes, including aging, as a jeopardizing integrity of the body as well as all organs, while only defense and reparation depends on proper nutrition through all sizes of blood vessels, hemorrhagic, and circulation. A number of negative changes, with or without chronic non-communicable diseases, are faced with appropriate circulation and characteristics of blood vessels, especially legs and feet. The aims were to test the positive influence of transcutaneous gas form of composite carbon dioxide on legs and feet blood vessels. The persons with diabetes mellitus with peripheral neuropathy or foot wounds was included in the study. The size of wound downsized faster compared to reference values. Statistical analysis were tested between the groups of patients. Skin temperature increases statistically significant. Vibrometer tests show better results, statistically significant, as well as monofilament tests, statistically significant. Magnetic resonance imaging showed that vasodilatation of blood vessels were, as well as number of collateral circulation increased as intermediate changes important to achieving clinical results. Based on Bohr effect, we recognize positive effect of carbon dioxide influence on tissues, healing, improving nerve velocity in particular, and other surrounding tissues through physiological pathways. Previously published data significantly showed improved changes. 90% shorter wound healing time declared data from IDF.
Nishad, if you could confirm this was the end of the video, we can move to the next presenter here.
Yes, sir, that's it.
Thank you so much for that. Next up, we have Gayatri from Arca Research. Over to you, Gayatri. Really looking forward to your presentation.
Hello, thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity to present our thing today. Please confirm if you can see my screen.
Absolutely, we can see. And Gayatri would request you to, keep the presentation part of this for 7 minutes or lesser, so that we can have time for Q&A as well. Sure. Thank you so much.
Sure. So my name is Gayatri, and I'm the founder and CEO of Arca Research. We are developing non-invasive solutions for chronic disease monitoring and early detection. So I previously I have built a data analytics company, and before that, I did my master's in the US and basically an electrical engineer. So as you have seen from all the presentations that are done by the startups today, or the majority of the diabetic solutions that are in the market, pretty much the journey starts once the symptoms has been identified, or at least the patient has this awareness that they have need to go for a blood test. So, but these conditions actually take a good amount of time to develop. And currently the blood tests that includes HbA1c or fasting glucose or even random glucose tests and everything are actually only able to detect 2 years early in the pre-diabetes zone or something. So we have a good 4 to 7 years of window where you can actually detect this condition by the changes that are happening in your body, but then there are no tests that are available. When we say it's type 2 diabetes is a cluster of diseases that includes your hypertension and dyslipidemia and also any microvascular complications that are happening. And we hope to detect patients at this stage and give them a warning before this actually becomes clinically significant. In India, we all have this feeling that only our neighbor is going to be type 2 diabetes, not us. So we want to create that warning signals, not by a carrot, probably by a stick method. So it's a completely non-invasive technology. So we take a 1-minute video of the user's face using an FDA-approved thermal camera. We have built using AI different models of computer vision and machine learning to process these videos, extract biosignals that are representative of your blood flow in your superficial temporal artery. So at a very fundamental level, the algorithm works on the principle of having, actually can play the video. We are actually looking for the hemostatic imbalances that are happening in the body because of these metabolic changes in the early stage of type 2 diabetes and hypertension. As you can see, the 2 boxes that are happening on the forehead are where you are seeing the blood flow happening. We have the correlation that has been done with carotid ultrasound to map our blood flow parameters to the clinically approved methods currently. So the report is real time. Almost once we upload the video onto the platform, within 5 minutes, the user directly gets a report. It will be displayed on a 0 to 10 scale, 0 being normal, 10 being high. Currently, a clinical correlation is actually happening if anyone who is having 6 on our scale can walk into a diagnostic center, and with a 92% guarantee, we can say that they are in the pre-diabetes zone. So 0 to 6 is where we are actually asking people to take precautions or make some dietary changes or the lifestyle changes. The fact this is completely non-invasive should encourage people to go for this test more often than not, because almost all the time we don't go for the test because we have a fear of a doctor or we have fear of needles. So again, when the person walks into a screening center, we take some data regarding their details like email ID, phone number, date of birth, etc. We take a 1-minute video, we upload into the software, and within 2 minutes, the report will be generated and sent to them. So the entire process takes about 5 to 7 minutes. So it can be done anywhere, as long as it is an indoors space and have a temperature control sort of a scenario. Currently, we have completed a clinical trial for about 500 people with gold standards of OGTT, systolic BP, and the lipid panel. And we have also done a comparison with the principal investigators' risk assessment. And as you can see, the variation of range is actually quite good, like 21 to 65 years, with an average age of 39. The beauty here is when we have done this clinical trial, our understanding is to just measure like whether this can be a screening technology, but then the early detection came in once we have done the clinical trial, completed the clinical trial. The sensitivity and specificities are actually at a clinically acceptable level, and we also have a good ROC curve where we are not actually missing majority of the people who are, when we say they are in the diabetes zone, we are saying with a good confidence of like 92% that they are. Again, currently this is a preventive healthcare solution working as a wellness in the wellness space. A lot of risk calculators are there, but then they're all population-driven models, whereas we are actually providing this personalized diagnosis and looking at your body changes that are actually happening before they become clinically significant. So the opportunity of people, the opportunity that people are getting because of this is you are giving them opportunity to prevent or at least delay the condition getting by making these changes early on. So like I said, this is a warning sort of a signal that looking at you alone. So we have the compliances in place to conduct business here in India. We have been approved by CDSUO. We are SOC2 certified. We are HIPAA compliant. And we also have ISO 13485 and 27001 done. We have also been recognized as top 20 diabetic diseases by Diabetic Research Center by University of Bern in Switzerland. And we have also been identified were finalists for Commonwealth Center for Digital Health, and the competition is still going on. And I think the next steps for us is to actually make this more compatible and provide this as a B2C solution as well. Currently, we are operating only in the B2B and wellness space. We hope this can be a point of care solution with the doctors. Just one point to add from the clinical trial, our results has been reviewed by a doctor panel of 35 members from 10 different cities in India, from four different disciplines, and they have reviewed the results and they have given us a testimonials that this can be a really good point of care solution as well. Just like any, once a person walks into a doctor's office, just like they are taking BP, we expect them to take this video and identify and take the clinical process from there on. One clearly point that we want to highlight is this is not a replacement for any blood tests that are there in the market currently, and also this is not a replacement or a suggestion, a replacement for suggestions or the diagnosis done by the doctor. This is more of a warning signal working in the pre-diagnosis space. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm open for questions.
Wonderful. This is very interesting work, Gayatri. Thank you so much for sharing this with us.
Thank you.
Do our doctor members have any questions they would love to understand more about? So if not, I think we can move to the next presenter. Would like to thank Gayatri again. Very interesting. Would love to follow the work you're doing.
Sure.
Next up, we have Simon from Jade Diabetes. If you could take control, Simon. What do you? Dr. Amit or Dr. Ami, could we confirm whether Simon would be able to join us? Okay, so just in the interest of time, I think we can move to the next participant. We are in touch with Simon, and we'll check whether they'll be able to whether Jade would be able to present. Next up, we have Khushbu from Xyla. So Khushbu, if you could take charge of the screen and walk us through your work, would be really interesting.
Hello, hi.
Hi.
Hi. So this is Dr. Akanksha. I'm presenting on behalf of Xyla.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Dr. Akansha. The correction has been noted. Please move ahead.
Yeah. Just let me present my screen. Is my screen visible to everyone?
So I think we see a blank screen, but I'm not sure if we see any slides at the moment. And someone could corroborate that.
Sorry. Are you able to view the screen now?
Yeah, we can, Dr. Akansha. Over to you. Thank you so much. Just a quick reminder, would be great if we could conclude this in 7 minutes or less in the interest of thank you again.
So hi everyone, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us here. And my name is Dr. Akansha. I head the clinical affairs at Xyla. I come from a medical background, and after that I've first completed a master's in business administration. Currently heading clinical affairs at Xyla. So Xyla Health is a platform which works for condition management in chronic diseases. We're trying to create a personal health expert for everyone in the ecosystem, which is more focused on the patients, with the help of the most important segment, which is the doctors. And then for sure, we're adding technology and trying to make it accessible and trying to make it as accurate as possible. I'm just going to be speaking about a couple of outcomes that we have been able to achieve with the Defeating Diabetes program at Xyla Health. So the burden of disease, as all of us know, is pretty high. Around 463 million people in the world are living with diabetes at the time, and out of which 72.9 million people are from India. Why is this so difficult? Why is diabetes management the need of the hour and something which requires holistic and integrated approach with technology? So I think one of the biggest barrier for diabetes that we believe at Xyla is that a lot of patients are not very aware about the best treatment approach and are not connecting to the best experts in the field of healthcare. Although the expenditure for the treatment of this disease, the burden is quite high. So Defeating Diabetes program at Xyla is at point using three integrated approaches, wherein we are using diabetes nutrition, Ayurveda, physiotherapy, and diabetes yoga, and definitely the medical part, which is covered by the medical professionals, the medicine prescription guidance under senior doctors. So it follows the 6-step approach, the integrated program for diabetes management, wherein there is a structured assessment and training which is given to the patient to use the platform, and also to assess the condition of the patient at the present point of using this entire program. Then we move on to have a structured self-management glucose management technique, which is given to the patient under the guidance of a supervised medical professional. We have proper documentation of the clinical information. We have an analysis which gives the different results as the patient progresses throughout the journey of the treatment. We have personal joint decisions on personalized strategies that we're using at Xyla. And then we have to end the program with the outcome and the effectiveness of the holistic approach that we utilize in this program. So just to add up, Xyla is a 24/7 accessible app. We at this point are serving more than 2 lakh plus patients in the country, present in around 1,500 plus doctors, 10 plus support languages. We are rated as one of the best health apps with a 4.8 plus rating and a high NPS score as well. So moving on, we had a study which was carried out for a period of 1 year on around 5,192 patients that have been, taking this program for a period of 1 year, and out of which 62% were male, 38% were women. Different regions of the country like Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai. Age groups between 51 to 65, 45%, and 35% for 36 to 50 years old. The key biomarker to assess the outcome was the HbA1c level. Different types of clinical notes, clinical documentation were collected, and also the vitals were collected to reach the outcome of this entire study. The first outcome that we have been able to achieve was that there has been a drop of 8.64% in the HbA1c level of the users on an average. And this has been the key biomarker used in the study, followed by 2.03% drop in the blood pressure levels, systolic blood pressure, and 2.35% drop in the diastolic blood pressure of the patients. And the next outcomes were the weight reduction, comorbidities management, wherein there was a 2.34% drop, average drop in every user in terms of weight, and then other comorbidities like overweight, being obesity, hypertension, hypothyroidism, etc., were also managed. And the top symptoms that we observed during the study was gastric symptoms, neuropathic symptoms, and body pain, which were also significantly managed in this holistic lifestyle modification approach. So out of these 5,000 patients, only 4% of them developed any cardiac complications post-enrollment, while the incidence rate for neuropathy, nephropathy, and retinopathy was 0. So that's all from my end. Open to questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Akansha. Do we have any questions from the faculty, ma'am? Dr. Ami, if we have no questions.
Yeah, I think, Tushar, we go ahead since we do not have any questions.
Yeah. Thank you again, Dr. Akansha. As the next presenter, we have Dr. Ruchir Mehra, who heads Remido. So over to you, Dr. Ruchir. Would love for you to take over from here.
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry, I'll just do a screen share quickly. Hi, can you see this?
Yes, doctor. You want to go into presentation mode if that works, but we do see the other screen. Yeah.
No, I think there's some problem. Sorry, it just gets paused.
No,
it's okay. I'll leave it here.
You can go forward. Yeah.
Sorry. So I'll try to keep time. So we are a little different. So, with respect to our key offering. So my name is Dr. Ruchir Mehra. I am an MBBS from Maulana Azad Medical College. Did my MBA from IIM Lucknow. Worked in Accenture Consulting for 4 years. And then for 5 years, I was in Fortis Healthcare, the hospital chain. After which I quit to start Remido along with 2 other founders. Our vision really is to help doctors provide better care to patients using technology. Especially in a world that is fast changing with respect to the patient really changing, especially in the last 2 years, we've seen that. The fact that patients are coming online. Everybody has a supercomputer with high-speed internet in their pocket. And doctors know that, I need to improve my online presence. But today I'm probably dependent on aggregators like Practo, or of course, agencies that help me with the website or with SEO, etc. In fact, our research shows that 75% doctors actually don't even have a Google business page. So what Remido does is kind of what has happened and played out in other industries. That is, what a large company like Shopify has done, which is the opposite of what, say, an Amazon does, or what a DotPay has done, which is the opposite of what Zomato and Swiggy do, which is helping doctors build their own online presence as opposed to being dependent on aggregators. So what we actually do is we help doctors with their independent online presence, where they can build their own brand online. We do this through by connecting with the doctor's Google business page. We are a Google partner and part of the Google Accelerator program, so we have access to their APIs. So we optimize the profile. We create a website, which is a personal website for the doctor, where I can post blogs and patients can read about me and actually reach out and book an appointment. We also have an AI-powered chatbot, which understands patient intent and helps answer patient queries. So if a patient is messaging me at 10 o'clock in the night, or say if I'm in a procedure, it will help me answer those queries and actually convert queries into appointments if the patient wants that. This chatbot incidentally won Google's award last year. And the only healthcare company globally that won. So think of it as my independent online presence. Now this syncs with the Remedo app, which obviously provide me tools to manage and engage patients. And patient management, of course, is about things like telemedicine or medical records and appointment billing, etc. But for us, the key piece really has been care plans, so that I can engage my patient, care plans for chronic, semi-chronic conditions, or to put it differently, it's a doctor-driven digital therapeutic. That is, how do I stay connected with my patient? Because as a doctor, I get limited time with the patient. How do I influence sustainable lifestyle modification in the 8-10 minutes that I'm going to get today, and then 8-10 minutes that I'm going to get after a month? So that is, and I'll just talk about that in the next few slides. The third piece is more about converting patient engagement into online reputation management. So, doctors typically face a particular problem that, we're not like an Uber driver that we'll say, please give me a 5-star rating, right? But at the same time, what a past patient has written is very important for a new patient to really read and understand about. So Remedo converts patient engagement, patient satisfaction into online reputation management using WhatsApp as a tool. That is, how do we nudge a happy patient to actually leave a review? Because the typical problem with doctors is that the patient who's unhappy goes online and leaves reviews, and those who are happy don't. But right now, I'll just focus the rest of these slides on really the engagement piece, which is focused on care plans. Here, our vision really is a little bit like what Dr. Akanksha highlighted on being a combination of medical and wellness aspects of care. That is, not to create a parallel B2C product, but really augment what the doctor is doing, so that because as a doctor, I want to provide better counseling to my patient, but I know that I can't influence their day-to-day behavior change. So that's really where Remedo's product comes in the engagement piece. That is, I can put a patient on a care plan, and then the patient will receive videos, images in English, Hindi, so that they understand their condition. They make changes to their lifestyle, exercise, diet. They get reminded about the medicines I may have prescribed. They can track the relevant health parameters, share it back, with me. And most of this is really done through WhatsApp, actually. So because we believe WhatsApp is universal. The patient is always on WhatsApp. So a lot of the content, a lot of the actions that we ask them to do for sustainable lifestyle changes, or we even have health coaches who are like dietitians, etc., who can answer a few basic questions, all happening over WhatsApp. Similarly, patient, how do we improve compliance to what the doctor had prescribed? Also done through WhatsApp, so that they get reminded about their medicine intake, etc. And in fact, straight away from WhatsApp, they can book a repeat appointment for me. The third thing we are rolling out right now is really a community, again over WhatsApp. Think of it like support groups, so that patients can interact with other patients who have the similar condition. So that's pretty much the product and the value offering for doctors. Today, we are focused on women's health. especially PCOS, infertility, endometriosis, and of course pregnancy, which are chronic, semi-chronic conditions in women's health. But we are right now working on obviously the more common chronic conditions, which is hypertension, diabetes, obesity, or osteoarthritis, etc. Really, the vision for us is how do in the next 3-4 years, doctor practices are going to use technology a lot more than they have used, say, 3-4 years back. And our vision is that doctors who provide better care to their patients also see a growth in their own practice. That's actually what really Remedo is about, and that's what we're doing. There are about 6,000 using doctors across India on Remedo, and yeah, that's a little bit about us. I hope I made time, Tushar.
Yeah, absolutely well within. So thank you again for that, Dr. Ruchir. Would love to see if the panel and faculty members would have any questions.
Dr. Ruchir, a small query here. So when you have 6,000 patients, doctors on board who are using all this for you, so you expect all of our patients to download this app?
No, it's deliberately, Dr. Amit, mostly done over WhatsApp, because typically, what we've seen is, so there are actually two types of patients, right? One, those who are on the care plan, and those who are not. Those who are, just generally interacting with me may not necessarily have a chronic condition as such. So, we don't expect those non-care plan patients to ever download an app. Frank, why would I download an app? The patients who are on care plan, while a lot of the care plan is delivered over WhatsApp, some of it, for the best experience, we do hope that they also download the app. So it's a little bit of a hybrid approach.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Dr. Ruchir.
Yeah, Tushar, we can go ahead. Yeah.
Definitely. Next up, we have Dr. Venkatesh Shivane from Aquatic Remedies. So Dr. Venkatesh, you could take over. Thank you.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, fine. Thank you, Tushar, and thank you, Ami, and thank you, Dr. Amit, for inviting me to speak today on something novel, which is first time in India, which is getting published in treatment of type 2 diabetes. And it is last week published article, which I'm going to show you the results. This is something exciting, something new, and it requires further validation through clinical research, but I'm going to show you whatever the work we have done. This is a airborne, low frequency, multi-frequency, non-contact ultrasound in type 2 diabetes management, a novel treatment strategy. So what is something which is required, ladies and gentlemen, to just go in quick of the physics, that ultrasound is a mechanical compression of the wave produced from a piezoceramic crystal that has a frequency above the human hearing range, and it has the effects depends on the frequency as well as intensity. So there is a high intensity, there is a low intensity. We know high intensity ultrasound is being commonly used in cancers, in malignancies, in ablation of thyroid, parathyroid, or liver malignancies, or some of the bone malignancies, including varicosities of the veins. The low intensity ultrasound is used in hyperthermia. What is we need to know about is there are two effects of low intensity ultrasound, that is thermal as well as non-thermal. The non-thermal effect first is sonophoresis, which is the movement of the drug molecules across the skin. Sonoporation is the formation of small pores in the cell membrane through which by using ultrasound, there is a transfer of nucleic acid material into the cell, and ultimately the drug gets completely embedded in the cell. The last one of the important effect of low intensity ultrasound is the acoustic streaming, which is defined as the physical forces of the sound waves that are driving the force capable of displacing the ions and small molecules. So there is a cavitation formation and collapse and gas bubble formations. And as we know, as I have told you, there are various indications for which ultrasound is used. The first of such kind of instrument was used by postgraduate PGI Chandigarh with my senior colleague Dr. Anil Bansali and Ashu Rastogi. They used it in non-healing diabetic ulcers, and they have seen that when you give this ultrasound to such ulcers, the recovery time or the wound healing time is reduced compared to the sham control. Now, what we thought of that, the airborne effects, it may help in role, it will increase the cell permeability, and it will improve the potential action of the drugs. So First, we did the animal studies with National Institution of Reproduction and Research in NIRH, Mumbai. We have shown that there is no animal toxicity or genotoxicity which has been seen with this ultrasound over a period of 28 days for 10 minutes of ultrasound per day for 28 days, or even 60 minutes of ultrasound per day. And we have not seen any DNA damage, as you can see in the slides. So with what we did, this study, what we have done is effect of airborne low intensity multi-frequency ultrasound on glycemic control, lipid profile, markers of inflammation in patients with uncontrolled type 2 diabetes. It was a proof of concept, that is a pilot study, randomized, double blind and placebo control. So such type of equipment which was used, which is having a airborne low intensity multi-frequency ultrasound, which emits the energy of 20 kilohertz to 65 kilohertz. That's very low. And it works on the frequency of multiple frequency ultrasound that is the principle. It has a non-invasive treatment of diabetes, especially in improving. That was something what we have thought, that it may improve the absorption, distribution, metabolism and elimination of the drugs, as well as improving beta cell function in type 2 diabetes. So there were 3 centers which have been selected, 2 of Mumbai, which is Dadar and Worli, and Pune. Ethics committee approval was taken. The trial was registered with clinical trial registry in India, and the patients were recruited in the year 2019. A written informed consent was opted from all the patients. Uncontrolled type 2 diabetes patients who are aging 18 years to 70 years, who are on stable oral hypoglycemic drugs for a duration of more than 3 months were selected. And definitely the patients who are having chronic cardiovascular events were selected, but acute complications, acute micro or macrovascular complications of diabetes and other systemic illnesses like kidney failure or hepatitis, or maybe a pregnant lady, were excluded from the study. The patients were randomized into 2 groups. Group A, which was called as Olympus, and Group B was placebo. The patient has to visit the site every alternate day for 45 sittings. And during each sitting, they were exposed to 10 minutes of low frequency ultrasound, which was emitted by Olympus device or placebo. The oral hypoglycemic agents, that the drug of the patients, were continued, and dietary lifestyle changes were advised to the patients. Now, for this ultrasound, patient was advised to sit 5 minutes away, because it was acoustic streaming. So they can definitely, the range was decided as 5 feet away from the equipment for Olympus, and similar type of equipment was used for placebo. And you can see that this patient, he's taking the ultrasound waves with Olympus. The efficacy parameters were judged by fasting as well as postprandial blood sugar on monthly basis and HbA1c. The anthropometric parameters like body mass index, total body water, lean body mass were calculated by bioelectrical impedance machine. HOMA-IR was calculated. Body metabolism rate was on calculation basis. The other parameters like lipid profile, biomarkers, which were insulin, C-reactive protein, adiponectin, homocysteine, tumor necrosis factor, and interleukin-6 were evaluated. And quality of life of this questionnaire was taken. The safety parameters were definitely the vital assessment, including heart rate, electrocardiogram, respiratory changes or blood pressure changes, and other safety investigations like liver function test, kidney function tests were done. A statistical analysis was performed using SPSS version 25.0. We have screened total 186 patients, out of which 116 patients were randomized, 57 in Olympus arm and 59 in the other arm. The rest of the 70 patients were screen failure because they were not meeting, either they were not meeting the criteria or they refused to continuation up in the study. There were 5 dropouts in Olympus group, and there were 8 dropouts in placebo group. So total 52 patients completed with Olympus, and placebo 51 patients were completed. You can see that the baseline parameters, including the age of the patients, the duration, the fasting blood sugar, the HbA1c, were fairly comparable. However, at baseline, the total cholesterol and LDL cholesterol was slightly high in Olympus group, and adiponectin and insulin levels were low in Olympus group. So at the end of the study, we have noticed that there is a reduction in fasting as well as postprandial blood sugar in overall Olympus group. When we sub-analyze these patients with categorizing them with a HbA1c more than 8, we have got the statistically significant reduction in fasting as well as post-lunch blood sugar. What we have noticed at the end of the study, that the HbA1c in Olympus group was reduced by 0.77% compared to closer to 0.47% in placebo group. Albeit the intergroup difference was not statistically significant. When we talk about the cholesterol parameters, the total cholesterol was significantly reduced compared to baseline in Olympus group. Significantly reduced the LDL cholesterol, so called as bad cholesterol, significantly reduced in Olympus group. The markers of inflammation were fairly improved, and that was surprising for us that the mean insulin level at the end of study with Alumpus group was statistically significantly elevated. The marker of inflammation CRP was significantly reduced with Alumpus. The homocysteine levels were reduced with Alumpus, and the adiponectin levels were elevated with Alumpus. And other parameters like leptin, we have not seen any change, but vitamin D surprisingly was elevated with Alumpus group. The rest of the anthropometric parameters have not shown any significant changes at the end of study between the two groups. However, the quality of life, the non-significant trend was noted towards physical endurance improvement score with Olympus. Of course, there were certain adverse events, 27 in Olympus group and 31 in placebo group. There were two serious adverse events. One was urinary tract infection and other was lower respiratory tract infection, but both were not related to the study drugs. And rest of the safety parameters like liver function test, CBC, ESR, and renal function tests were normal. So with Olympus group, HbA1c was significantly reduced by 0.77%. However, insulin levels were increased from baseline. There was a significant reduction in fasting as well as postprandial blood glucose, and there was a trend towards lowering of HbA1c in Olympus group compared to placebo. This was achieved without significant hypoglycemia, weight gain, or any other procedure-related side effects. And this HbA1c reduction, we can compare with maybe other drugs which are used in type 2 diabetes like DPP-4 inhibitor or SGLT2 inhibitors or alpha glucosidase inhibitors. As a monotherapy, our efficacy was shown to be comparable. The possible mechanism of improvement of glycemic control could be insulin release by beta cells after ultrasound therapy and enhancing the uptake and action of ongoing oral hypoglycemic agents. Further, ultrasound therapy may play a role in improving insulin resistance and in a reduction of glucagon as well as gluconeogenesis as a clinical study, pilot study, which was done in Ukraine on 30 patients. Compared to placebo, the difference was not significant. However, even in placebo group, the HbA1c was reduced. This was because of multiple visits to the site and proper counseling by the doctors to the patients. Nonetheless, HbA1c in Olympus arm was numerically more significant compared to the placebo. Greater number of patients in Olympus group achieved HbA1c below 7%, which was desired as target. As I have told you earlier, that total cholesterol and LDL cholesterol were significantly decreased in Olympus group. The mechanism of this change is unclear because this was a pilot study. However, there is a similar study done overseas in Europe. They have shown that in centrally obese women, ultrasound lipolysis was associated with improvement in abdominal fat and blood cholesterol levels. However, in our study, we have not seen any improvement in abdominal fat, especially in females. Similarly, there was a homocysteine and CRP decreased and adiponectin were improved after treatment. So markers of inflammation were fairly improved and there was an improvement in insulin resistance. So in conclusion,
Dr. Shivane,
last slide. This is in conclusion, Olympus could be the novel technology in diabetes management for the patients who are unable to achieve glycemic targets on combination therapy of oral hypoglycemic agents. It has shown modest, non-significant reduction in HbA1c, quality of life score, markers of inflammation compared to placebo, significant improvement on lipid profile, fasting and post-lunch blood sugar, especially in the subgroup who is poorly controlled with HbA1c more than 8. However, we need further exploratory long-term studies and it requires to demonstrate its exact role as an add-on therapy in type 2 diabetes management. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shivani.
Pleasure. It will be my pleasure to say a few words about this. This Professor in Genetic Medicine.
Thank you, Dr. Venkatesh. I think it was a very promising presentation. Though, as you mentioned, we need more data, more studies, more people to be involved in this to understand. Just a query, since you said that it helps the beta cells to produce more insulin, so you feel that it should be used in the early stages of diabetes, or it can be used patients who are in longer duration of diabetes also?
Well, I think, Ami, it's a very nice question. We need to evaluate across various stages of diabetes. What we have taken poorly controlled patients who are on combination therapy of type 2 diabetes initially because it was a pilot study. The CGM study with the same equipment are ongoing and maybe in a couple of months the data will be also available. I think that should help to put the exact picture and exact role of this molecule or this equipment, where to put it, whether as a in early stages of diabetes or maybe people who are already on oral hypoglycemic agents like sulfonylurea or metformin. So we need some more data, and I think maybe over a period of time we'll be able to answer that question.
Dr. Venkatesh,
thank you so much.
Yeah, Rakesh.
Yeah, congratulations for your presentation. It was very good.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, I had to shuffle it between the other halls because the orations are going on in the other hall. And congratulations for your publication. This paper has been published already in a reputed journal.
Yeah.
And we look forward to further follow-up research on this particular topic.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rakesh, for giving me opportunity.
Thank you for coming on 11th hour. I invited you, I guess, just a week back.
Yeah,
and you agreed to come, and that's I'm grateful for that.
Thank you, Tushar, and thank you, Rakesh. Thank you, Ami, as well. Thank you.
Really appreciate this. Thank you, Dr. Shivale.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Dr. Deval Karya from Open Med. I see you're already in the presentation mode, so please go ahead, Dr. Deval, and take charge. I think you're on mute, Deval.
Yeah, am I audible now?
We can hear you perfectly fine.
Okay, yeah, I'll just share my screen.
Yeah. Just if we could keep the presentation part of this to 7 minutes or lesser, that will be really helpful.
Sure. Is my screen visible?
Not yet. We can see the screen now. Please go ahead.
Okay, so thank you for having me here, and thank you to Dr. Rakesh for inviting us to present our work. I am Deval Karya from the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, part of the Department of CPDM, where we work on affordable medical devices. And our presentation today is on an affordable open-loop insulin pump for type 1 diabetic patients in resource-constrained settings. So Dr. Manish Arora and I are the co-founders of the product, and we've been working on it since the last 3-4 years. And over the last couple of years, we've received support from BIRAC to take our project forward as a startup. And we've set up partnerships with Vinyas Innovative Technologies, also MSME that works on medical devices and manufacturing of medical devices. And we have set up a small team that includes a regulatory lead and our electronics lead. So I think everyone is obviously aware of what type 1 diabetes is, and it's basically a condition where insulin is required to sustain life. However, coming to the core problem in the Indian scenario is that most insulin pumps are unaffordable for patients. They cost roughly 2 to 2.5 lakhs, and that makes them out of reach for most patients, because that's roughly the 5 to 7 times the median income of family. So our goal is to bring down the cost of such an insulin pump so that it is accessible to a large portion of patients in the Indian scenario. So right now, there are a total of roughly 2.3 lakh T1DM patients in India, and only less than 2% are on insulin pumps. This is in contrast to Western markets, where on an average between 15 to 35% are on insulin pumps. So a large part of this can be attributed to the cost of such a device, both recurring and fixed costs. The other larger market that is present, which can also benefit from insulin pumps, is the type 2 diabetes market that has high insulin resistance. And because of these, because of high insulin resistance, insulin pumps can benefit them as well. Now, coming to what makes current devices so expensive. So most devices right now work on the syringe pump principle. This is similar to any syringe pump device that you find in hospitals, just that this is miniaturized so that the patient can carry the device themselves. However, as part of miniaturization, they make use of something known as a micro motion set, which basically is a very small motor and a gearbox, and that roughly costs more than 1 lakh, and that adds to the primary cost of a device. Our patent pending mechanism basically allows for a acceptable compromise in the size of the device, and that brings down the cost by distributing the speed reduction that we require into multiple stages. So basically, we allow for some size increase. We don't go with high-end miniaturization, but at the same time, we are able to meet all the clinical requirements of the device. We have also attempted to make it compatible with the open APS system so that patients can use the device in a closed loop along with a CGM sensor. So far, we've followed industry standard design documentation, and we have our ISO 13485 setup is underway. We have undertaken comprehensive risk analysis and risk management as well. Our results of the accuracy testing of the device were recently reported in the ATTD conference, And as you can see, they are compatible to the Medtronic insulin pump, and both in terms of basal as well as bolus. These are some photographs of our device prototype. This is a comparison of our insulin pump with the Medtronic Pi 30G, which is one of the few pumps available in the Indian market. Currently, we are aiming for a prototype, a BOM cost of 40,000 rupees. Please keep in mind, this is a BOM cost, not the actual selling price. So it may increase from this point. We are also trying to make this device compatible with an open APS system so that patients can use the device in a closed loop. And our key proposition for the patients is roughly a 70% reduction in fixed costs. Currently, Medtronic MiniMed is the only player in the Indian market. And compared to the Western markets, where there are at least 7 other major players, the high cost of insulin pumps is expected to hamper growth even in these markets. So the need for an affordable insulin pump is not just relevant to India, but also in Western markets where adoption is stagnated because of the high cost of adoption. So particularly in the Indian scenario, the increased awareness, the rising number of patients, and lack of options for the patients are the primary drivers for adoption of insulin pumps. Clinically acceptable delivery accuracy at a fraction of the cost of other commercially available devices is the core USP of our system. Our target customers are T1DM patients in India to begin with, and then T2DM patients that suffer from significant insulin resistance. We also, as I mentioned, want to make it compatible with open APS, and this has been validated. This requirement has been validated by interactions with multiple stakeholders within the system, who are keen on finding an affordable solution that can work with their CGMs and open APS algorithms. We are also attempting to make the pump design catering specifically to Indian patients in terms of having local language support and remote controls for discrete delivery because of the taboo associated with the disease. At this point, we would like to reiterate the need we are trying to attempt. A clinically relevant treatment is inaccessible for patients because they are unable to afford it. And this is what we are attempting to address. Thank you for your time. We have additional data and slides available for any discussions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Deval. Very inspiring and interesting. So thank you so much for sharing that with us. Do we have any questions from the panel and faculty members?
Yeah, Tushar, if I can.
Tushar,
yeah. So Deval, congratulations to you first for thinking of working on this particular aspect, because insulin pumps are actually beyond imagination for majority of Indian patients, and you are at least working on that. I'm just keen to understand what is this stage right now. Where have you reached? Is it a prototype only? And are there any hurdles? Like, are you lacking funds? Are you looking mentorship, or what is the status right now of the project?
So currently, we've received support from IRAC via the big grant, and we've been working on developing our prototype. So one of the earlier hurdles that we were facing was adherence to these international standards in terms of safety and essential performance. So we are at the stage where we have been able to address those standards. And we have an animal trial planned towards the end of this year to establish confidence, although it's not required, but to establish confidence in the device, we have an animal trial planned. So we have support up till then, but we are looking to raise further grants or apply to further grants to continue our work. So we do have a fully functional prototype ready that we have tested in terms of accuracy. And we also have the prototype that is conforming to all these international standards and support for the animal trial. But yes, beyond that, we are looking to raise some grants and funds to continue our work.
And secondly, in insulin pumps, the cost of insulin pump is one issue. The other issue is the disposables are also very costly.
Yes,
the plastic cost is very high. So are you looking at that also, or doing something for that?
At the moment, we are using Medtronic infusion sets because those are the only ones available in the Indian market. But a pump, in that sense, is modular. It can be compatible with any infusion set as long as we are able to find an affordable one. So we are in talks with companies like Convatec and other companies that manufacture infusion sets. But we are open to talking to these companies so that indigenous infusion sets can also be made that can bring down the overall recurring costs as well.
So just want to tell you that this D-Tech is a group which actually is formed with this goal itself, that we should help the startups who come up with some innovative solutions for Indian people. In case you need any help, just feel free to reach out to D-Tech.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank
yes.
you.
I will reach out to you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We can move to the next presenter. We have Mehak Malik from UV Health. So over to you, Mehak. Really look forward to your presentation.
Thanks, Tushar, for having me. Hi, everyone. So I'm Mehak, and I'm building UV Health, which is a women's health platform focusing on sexual and reproductive wellness of women. So just to talk about the problem in brief, we have about 350 million women in India who are in the reproductive age group. And when it comes to seeking care, they undergo many challenges. One is lack of awareness about the symptoms and treatment options, which make them unsure. Second is the stigma associated with seeking care for such concerns, which basically requires that they want something that is discreet and confidential. With respect to certain disorders, there's also trust deficit because of certain patient philosophy and doctor philosophy differences around treatment, such as not wanting to use any hormonal medication or such methods of treatment. In terms of overall outcomes, we see that over 70% women are leading unhealthy lives. 150 million women suffer from some form of reproductive, sexual, or hormonal health disorder. And Indian women are menopausing 5 years earlier than their global counterparts. And about 27.5 million couples struggle from infertility. So also, like, more and more women are now getting access to the internet, which basically means that they are looking for answers online. They also have more disposable incomes, which is also, and COVID, in fact, has made it very palpable for them to seek virtual care. There's also like an unprecedented increase in Google search trends for different disorders, as mentioned here: PCOS, thyroid, menopause, sexual concerns, life stages like pregnancy, postnatal. And there is a breakthrough increase in local language searches because many of these women are in tier 2 and tier 3 cities, and they are looking for more contextualized content as well. So this is sort of a typical patient's journey and where it breaks down, right? Most patients would go to a GP or a specialist to get diagnosed. And once they get diagnosed, their treatment is very prescription-led. They typically don't follow the doctor recommended follow-up cycle and would only go like to the doctor when there is a real emergency or need, and which basically means like long follow-up cycles and continuous prescription-driven care in which the condition sort of deteriorates with time. And also on average, because of the doctor-patient ratio we have in India and stuff like that, there is not enough time during the consultation itself to counsel the patient and tell them about everything they need, to manage their condition holistically. So a typical patient would suffer from, a typical patient would struggle with, what do I need to do to, maintain a healthy lifestyle? Which symptoms should I be tracking? Which biomarkers should I be testing, and how frequently? They don't have any emotional support around their concern, and there's no single port of access that they can turn to. So this is where the UV's UV model comes into play, where we are trying to build a continuum of care between those point-to-point visits that patients do. Right. Here we are building a platform where we give them access to coach-led fitness and nutrition counseling, personalized symptom tracking through our app, access to top-rated doctors and specialists, a care manager who can sort of triage or help or guide them towards the right set of expert, or help them in the form of giving an emotional support. We've also partnering with the labs to give them access to at-home lab testing services, and then a virtual support community, all of which sort of comes together to ensure that the patient is on top of their condition, throughout, instead of just only, when their symptoms get worse. And our entire model is digitally driven, which basically enables us to, personalize the user experience and enable them to track on the go. So we actually launched 4 months back. We went live with our app for PCOS and PCOD, which is our first areas of focus in terms of disorders. We're already like ranking #1 on Play Store in India. We have over 20,000 installs, 13,000 platform users, and 1,100 plus subscribers. We're trying to bring like-minded brands as well as partners to kind of build a cohesive patient journey. So a little bit about our care model. So care plans is sort of the primary offering that we have on our platform today. We help a patient understand their root cause in a very simplified way that a patient can understand. That's not very technical, that's not very medical. Second, we take a whole body approach to care that sort of leads to more holistic treatment. And then finally, the way we design our programs is derived from clinical research and studies that have proven positive outcomes around the disorders we're looking at. So this is an example of a patient assessment. This takes less than 5 minutes for the patient to complete, right? And in under 5 minutes, what would instead cost them at least 5,000 to 7,000 rupees in getting lab work and tests done, they can get a personalized report that gives them a percentage score of the 4 primary triggers or root causes of PCOS, and tells them what exactly they need to do to manage their symptoms. So these are the types of digital innovation we're trying to do in terms of building assessments and patient-centric tools to help them decode their condition better and build a pathway for what is needed to treat their concerns. We're also gamifying the PCOS management journey, and we want to extend that to other conditions too. So really it's phases and levels based on a mix of tangible biomarkers and intangible success indicators that they can achieve, which would enable them to sort of climb across different phases and build a sense of long-term continuity in care, because a patient often feels lost after having tried something for a few weeks. They are expecting immediate results. So this gamification helps them see what the end outcome would be like and how much work is needed to get there. This is V1. We've done this on Facebook, on WhatsApp groups and stuff, and now we have started to integrate that into our app. And we've seen very positive outcomes with the patients we've worked with so far. Fitness and nutrition are our primary offerings that we own in-house. We partner with doctors as consultants, so would definitely love to have conversations with anyone here who would be interested in joining our mission. We've seen, on our flagship program, which is a 21-day bootcamp, we have seen an average weight loss of about 1.5 kgs among engaged users, and similar such changes across intangible symptoms too, which we feel, really help build patient confidence around the fact that the condition is manageable. So yeah, I think this is really it. Like the way we engage with doctors is you could join us as a consultant. You could come and advise us on clinical protocols and SOP establishment. We are also looking to expand into thyroid, pregnancy, endometriosis care, etc. We would love to interact with experts here and get their advice in building these programs from scratch and building interactive assessments for patients. And we also organize webinars both for our patients as well as with corporate partners to engage with women. Anybody who feels interested in that, we would love to interact. So yeah, that's really everything about UV. Thank you.
I think, Behak, excellent presentation by you. And this is something which is the need of the hour. We all know the women's health is very much neglected in our country. And whenever it comes to health issues, the male is always given a preference over the females. And this is happening at almost all the levels. Even if they get the priority, they are not able to take care of themselves because they are engaged in other taking care of all the other family members. So I think your concept is very, very unique, and it brings a lot of attraction, I think. And we have many projects on which we are working on women's health. So we will definitely love to connect with you and your company, and to how do we associate and take it forward, and how we can actually work together to improve the lives of people, females or women living with a lot of metabolic disorders and the conditions. Excellent presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mehak. I think we can move forward to the next presenter. That's Piyush Vishwakarma from Jeevam Health. Over to you, Piyush. Really look forward to the presentation.
Hi. Hi, Tushar. This is Kamran. So Piyush was not available and I'll be presenting instead. Okay, let me just share my screen. Start. It's not allowing me to present my other screen. Give me a second. Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. Yeah. Just a quick reminder, Kamran, would be great if we could keep the presentation part to 7 minutes or less.
Sure.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, you can see my screen, right? Hello. My screen is visible, right?
Yes, Kamran, it's visible. Please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. This is Kamran. I co-founder of Jeevam Health. I come from an engineering background. I graduated in 2015 and worked in a lot of different sectors before started working in healthcare about 2 years ago. And we started Jeevam Health and to start working in chronic conditions, especially with thyroid and other issues. Okay, so thank you D-Tech conference to allow me to speak in front of this audience, and thank you for everyone to join here. Jeevam Health is the digital holistic care for thyroid condition that happens mostly to women, and almost 10% of women are suffering from these conditions. Within 12 months of launch, we have treated about 1,500 patients. 91% of our patients are implementing the treatment, and we have seen that 77% success rate. That means 77% of the patients have reported improvement in their symptoms. Whenever someone onboards with us, we establish their symptom score, track high-risk symptoms frequently, and within 3 months, we are seeing that there is an improvement of 35%. And not only in symptoms, but also in biomarkers as well, like insulin resistance, thyroid antibodies. To understand the overall thyroid persona, we did a survey of 50,000 thyroid patients, and 25% of these patients have reported that the medicine-only approach is not helping. 35% of the patients say that the medicine is working sometimes it is not. So 60% of the thyroid cases are continuously going back to doctors again and again and are looking for better treatment alternatives. And also, majority of these patients are having weight issues, fatigue, and pregnancy challenges. We all know how to solve it. We need to create a very comprehensive treatment that covers food, nutrition, lifestyle, supplementation, and medication. Medicine is definitely one of the pieces of the puzzle and definitely helps in bringing the thyroid biomarkers in the normal range. But we need to ask why 60% of thyroid cases are still having weight issues, fatigue, hair fall, and other challenges. To create the holistic treatment protocol, we need to analyze health in very detail. From childhood to now, all the events, hundreds of symptoms and biomarkers. The body is a complex web, and if we want to provide efficient treatment, then without data, it is not possible. But how will we do it? Look, creating a treatment that takes hours of time and investment will be really difficult to scale because we cannot ask doctors to give lots of time to the patient because the doctor-patient ratio is bad in India. That's where Jeevam Health comes into picture. We are creating technology, processes, protocols, and softwares to assist practitioners and patients. We are a team of IIT engineers as well as doctors with 20 years of clinical experience. With the right blend of technology and clinical practice, we are able to solve this complex problem. We started with creating an application for patient. for their mobile and a software for practitioners. The patient can track their overall symptoms, track high-risk symptoms on a daily basis, analyze their progress, share challenges with their doctors and coaches. Based on the data, we are trying to contextualize the health components so that practitioners need to focus on the relevant aspects only. We are trying to analyze the risk profile of different functions of the body based on biomarkers and symptoms. Remember, we need to analyze hundreds of biomarkers across different timelines. All these tools assist the practitioners in quickly understanding the health and designing a comprehensive treatment. To help the patients further, we have started forming a community of like-minded people. Currently, we are running a community of 12,000 members consuming high-quality content from doctors and coaches. The app is available in iOS and Android. I would love to have you all on board as well. You may share your learnings, challenges, conduct workshops for the community. We are trying to build a strong community of 1 million members in next 2 years. Looking forward to connecting with you all. Feel free to connect with me or feel free to ask questions if you have any. Would love to chat with you all. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Kamran.
Yeah.
Really appreciate the platform you've built.
Thank you, Suraj.
Any questions that we have from the panelists?
Kamran, again, excellent presentation, and it is nice to learn about your concept. And thyroid, I would like to inform you that almost 25% of patients, 25% of patients with diabetes, they also have coexisting thyroid disorders. Yes. And many of the times patients are not compliant because all these are silent killers. Patient don't feel any symptoms many of the times, and they simply keep changing their medications without seeing doctors, without consulting doctors. So this is a dangerous trend. I believe you should be able to publish some data out of it. How exactly is it helping the patient? How exactly it is translating into clinical benefit? See, there is always a concept which you have built up. You have a lot of community, you have doctors, you have dietitians, but how does it translate into the clinical benefit? Okay. Is there any benefit on? Does the app brings any value to the patient? The patient on the app, do they do better than those who are not an app? Right. So I think we need to compare these. Only then we can tell somebody that there is a benefit, and that benefit has to be shown in clinical studies. So I wish you plan some clinical studies out of it. As a doctor community, we are all here to help you. You can reach out to us, and we will try to support you as much as we can. So wish you all the best.
Sure. Thanks a lot, Dr. Amit. We are in process of collecting the data, and definitely we'll correlate the usage of the app with the clinical benefits, and that will kind of be the doctors can see gain trust in Jeevam Health as well, and the patients will also gain trust. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Kamran. Next up, we have Saurabh from DietoSure. Saurabh, over to you. Just in the interest of time, a quick reminder, 7 minutes or lesser would be really ideal. Please.
Okay, sure. Okay, sure. We'll try to do that. Very good afternoon to all of you. Very proud to be here. So I would be sharing my screen. Just give me a second. Is my screen visible to you?
Yes, Kamran. Sorry, we can see the screen.
Okay, sure. So very good afternoon. I'm Saurabh from DietoSure. So basically, I would like to talk a bit about how technology is evolving to aid doctors in providing data-driven, personalized, and precise treatment of diabetes. So I'm co-founder and CEO of DietoSure Labs Private Limited. We are basically an early stage startup, health tech startup, which provides enable doctors for data-driven, personalized, and precise treatment of diabetes. Our system provides trackable and quantifiable impact of medications, drugs, insulin, sleep, and activity to both patients and doctors. So, yeah. Basically, what we do is that we collect, some multi-dimensional time variant data points via some peripheral devices like, CGM, activity tracker watches, body composition monitor machines. And then we collect around 2000 plus data points to enable the doctors to treat their patients effectively with the aid of this, software-based ecosystem that we provide to doctors. As to use that to provide a better kind of evidence-based treatment to their patients. So now I would like to talk about this, this initiative as well. So basically, in India, we do not have a lot of close collaboration between engineers and doctors. So I would really appreciate this kind of efforts taken by Dr. Amit, Dr. Kunsi Shapu for organizing such a talk where people from multiple disciplines can come and can discuss together and can showcase how they are trying to evolve the developments in the field of technologies, particularly related to diabetes. So then let's talk a little bit about the current method of treatment. How is it going on? So basically, right now we believe that doctors have very limited data points on which they are providing their recommendations on. It's like you have A1C levels, fasting, PP, and some other preliminary tests. But and even the data points that that the patient tells, like what they had, in terms of meals and all, and also some of the symptoms and all, they are also not very much complete and accurate because they are based on memory itself. So that needs to be changed. Yeah. So just give me a second. I think So that needs to be changed, and that is what is happening right now as well in terms of it. So primarily talking about diabetes monitoring space, there are multiple efforts being made to to provide better CGM machines, like efforts by Abbott, Medtronics, Dexcom, Eversense, and all are being made to, and Blue Novo as well, to make kind of continuous glucose monitors, which help in providing short-term feedback loops for doctors. And also a lot of efforts are being made in the field of non-invasive monitoring by companies like No Labs and Blue Semi. So that is the developments in the field of diabetes monitoring as a space. Now, a lot of efforts are being made in the diabetes management space. That is primarily the space that we are in. So there are a lot of medical evidences showing that the impact of diets are very, very individual for patients. And so in order to know that, we need to be able to quantify the individual impacts of diets, sleeps, medications and all on the patient. So we need some kind of feedback loops. And that is the place where all these companies, particularly the tech companies coming in the medical field, comes, and we also are part of that ecosystem. So basically, in order to talk a little bit about it, So ultimately, it is all about it is all about making sense of the data that we receive from these peripheral devices. So quantifying the impact is very important. And the ultimate goal is to quantify the multiple indicators of metabolic health, like impact of diet, sleep, activity, medications, etc., on the level of glycemic controls that are achieved by the patients. And as a result, that is very important to do that. And so essentially, it is about putting the numbers out, converting that collected data in terms of number and putting it out to the people, to the doctors, so that they could make sense of that data, and they could provide that kind of recommendations to the patients based on the data. Basically, we need to provide quantifiable and trackable goals on daily progress made throughout the journey of diabetes management. And essentially telling just not that if the pizza is good or bad, it is how much first impact is it generating on your diets. So yeah, and apart from this, this approach is also enabling doctors to see, how is it working, essentially generating a kind of short-term feedback loop to course correct, their treatment approach as well if it is not working. So basically quantifying the impact that is being generated in a very short amount of time as well. So Now, the big difference can be made with the involvement of pattern recognition technology. So primarily there are two ways of doing it. One is basic algorithmic pattern recognition method, where you can using some basic algorithms like in terms of our application as well, you could see how an individual person is responding in terms of multiple parameters, and you could overall paint a picture of where does this person stand in terms of metabolic score, in terms of food metabolic score for any particular food, in terms of the sleep qualities that is having, and in terms of how well of a control is it able to bring in terms of glycemic control as well. So now, yeah, give me a second.
Saurabh, just a quick time check would be great if we could conclude within the next minute or so.
Yeah, I understand. So yeah, basically, let's talk about the future possibilities. So the way we see it is that a lot of such efforts are being made indigenously and also internationally to quantify such kind of impacts in terms of numbers, and gives such kind of ability to doctor to look at the data at such level of also the granularity of the data, and also at some abstract level of looking at data with the help of this feedback. And this is enabling doctors to become super doctors, and the future seems to be very exciting in terms of that. So now, talking about how can you help as a panel, you can help us in terms of the collaboration. That is one thing which we are really hoping for in terms of joining our board as medical advisors and providing your valuable knowledge and experience to help us make better product. Also, in terms of early adoption, you can start collaboration with us with your clinic. We currently have multiple collaborations going on. We could start that as well, and also we could help in the field of investments. Now to reach out to you, you can reach out to us. You can write a mail to us at wecare@itoshow.com, and we would love to collaborate on this.
Thank you. Hello.
Yes.
Thank you, Saurabh. Yeah. Would love to see if there's like a quick question that we could address from the faculty, else we can move to the next presenter. Okay, I think just to be cognizant of the time, really sorry. We, I think, can start with Adi. Adi represents Saath Sugar. So over to you, Adi. Really looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Saurabh.
Are you able to see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
We can.
And just the same reminder again, very much in line with Saath Sugar, 7 minutes would be like a great time to keep our tabs on. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I'm going to start the slideshow. Hello. Yeah, are you seeing my presentation? Hello.
We can see the presentation. Adi.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you. For having us. This is Adi, co-founder of 7 Sugar. I'll be talking about how 7 Sugar is empowering doctors, to deliver superior clinical outcomes. So, what is our promise to doctors, right? Well, we want to assist doctors to improve patient compliance and deliver better clinical treatment outcomes. And second is that we want to regularize patient engagement and build long-term patient relationship. We believe this is the key to better glycemic control over time, because diabetes at certain stage tends to stay with you, and our goal is to make sure that you're in glycemic control as long as possible, so that you can ward off complications. And we want to boost patient engagement. These are the three things that we want to deliver using 7 Sugar, and we want to do this all without the burden of time. I know this is very important because doctors have limited time. We want to make sure that we deliver this without the burden of time. And how do we do it? We have built a solution which is a 360-degree approach to deliver personalized diabetes care using more than 1,000 data points. The first is, as you've seen, many startups that are there in this space, we all track somewhat similar type of data, which is physical activity, food, your vitals, your prescription, your sleep. And then what we do is, we actually analyze these parameters, and then we share them with the team of care providers. It could be the doctor, it could be the doctor's team, which could include dietitian, or it could be other doctors as well, like a referral doctor. And because of this closed loop system, where doctors and patients are connected digitally and they're able to see the information, we see interventions a lot more precise, and treatment actually becoming a lot more targeted, and patient getting better sooner. This is our a block diagram of our app. It looks, we have a mobile application that takes in all the data. Then we store it in the EHR, EMR, and which is longitudinal data. Then we have a lot of powerful data analytics platform which crunches this and shares insights with the healthcare practitioners. We also share insights with the patients wherever we see that patient can take control of things. And this closed loop continues until we reach a target of the patient and the doctor is aiming for. Beyond that, they can continue to stay in the app, and then monitor them how they are maintaining their stable health. So I think the key for us is the data analytics platform, which forms the core of our IP. Here are some sample screens where we show what the patient would see when they log in. They can check their time in target. They can look at their calories consumed, steps. They get an agenda for what they have to do on a daily basis. Every meal is analyzed for calories with the use of a simple photo. And so we've seen excellent engagement from patient with what we have provided. And then we also, what we do is we regularize patient engagement for the doctor. For example, post consult we work with the patients to increase patient compliance, vital tracking per protocol, out of range alerts. And then pre-consult, we provide them with labs, appointment reminders, symptom tracking, and we also give them a 7-sugar personalized report, which is a proprietary report that we have developed. The combination of the two, the activities that we do post-consult and the activities we do pre-consult, which makes the consultation time at the clinic super effective, because it is no longer history taking; it's more about counseling, which is very precise, and which is more about cause and effect understanding, for the patient, and so it becomes very effective. We also provide custom protocols, unparalleled level of customization. Doctors are able to customize their the app around 30 dimensions to tailor to their practice, and because of this, we can address a variety of use cases. And here are some of the things that we have seen on our platform. In fact, we have seen some more, but broadly, these are the things that are, the majority of the cases, that we have addressed. Pre-diabetes, early, late to gestational obesity related issues. So, and what is the impact so far? More than 70% of the patients on the platform have seen improved time in range. 1.7% A1C reduction in 3 months. That's a 90-day period, which is quite dramatic and quite impactful. Many thousands lives have been served by on our platform. We have analyzed hundreds and thousands of meals that our patients have submitted on our platform. And every report, we can see at least 20 actionable data points that the doctor and the patient can use, because of which our interventions are highly targeted. Now, after all this discussion, right, when you show this to the doctor says, Adi, you guys have done a fantastic work, congratulations. But I'm really concerned about many things. The first question is going to ask is, are you guys like this company? I'm not going to name that. That is the first question they're going to ask. And my answer is that, we do not have ratings on our platform. We do not show ads on our platform. What you do with your patient data is your business. We don't mess with it. And patient can see only you and your care team on the app. Even though we have many doctors, every patient sees his own doctor and every doctor sees his own patient. So nobody knows, who the others are. Then the next question that comes is, hey, I don't have time to explain your program to my patients. My OPD is full, which is the case for most diabetes patients, right? Most diabetes doctors who are practicing diabetes. So our answer is that, we'll onboard the patient onto the program for you. We'll handle the patient to, for them to understand the value of sharing information so that, your doctor consultation next time becomes more effective. And then your staff, the doctor staff or our diabetes educator can answer basic patient questions. So this, we provide a layer so that, doctors are not disturbed all the time. This is a very important service, doctors appreciate a lot. And then, we provide a very simple report, where data is analyzed in intuitive and interactive manner. This is the key because our reports are highly valued by doctors. Then the question comes in: what about privacy and security? Again, the doctor can approve who can now have access to data. We have the state-of-the-art cloud security. We're building another layer of security. By collaboration with the next Apple infrastructure head for digital services. We've seen the product. We really love it, and so we're going to bring it in. Then there is no third-party sharing of data, on our platform. So that's kind of a thing that we do for our doctors. There's many more concerns we address for our doctors, because of what we do. But I just wanted to share some of the top ones. Again, just to reiterate, we want to assist doctors to improve patient compliance and deliver superior treatment outcomes. We want to regularize patient engagement and build long-term patient relationship. We also want to boost patient engagement. Again, we have a bunch of services we provide to the doctors, which will help them improve, boost patient engagement. And many of the doctors want to avail of these services where they cannot provide on their own. Again, we do all of this without extra burden on time of the doctors. Some of the doctors' feedback, Dr. Karthik Balchandran, Dr. Om Lakhani, it's important to be aligned with platforms that genuinely focus on doctors' interests and patient interests. Dr. Teja Latia, she's an endocrinologist practicing in Mumbai. She says, it has simplified my management of diabetes patients. The general feedback from doctors is, Seven Sugar is designed with the practitioner needs in mind. So we got some great feedback, and of course, we've gone through the troubles of fixing all the bugs when we launched, which is the case with any digital startup. I think we're in a very good place for us to expand and scale. And so we look forward to support from the medical community to take this up, and we are aligned with your interests. The platform is designed for doctors. So we look forward to your support. Please visit our website www.sevensugar.com, and where you can download our app or you can submit your request, and we'll do a webinar for you. That's my presentation. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take care right now.
Thank you, Mr. Kesarla, and we must congratulate you for bringing this wonderful platform. And I'm sure thousands of doctors are watching this. You may be seeing only few faces here, but this meeting is actually live stream, and we have thousands of delegates who have joined us from all across the world, and they are all listening to you. They are all seeing these products, and these talks which you have delivered here will be available on our platform, that is doctube.co.in, and it will feature there, so that we will share the links with you, so anybody can watch it later also. And next time I will request you, when that one more thing which you can do is that you also try to present some data also, that how it is benefiting. So when you join us in the next World Congress of the Diabetes Technology, and this is going to be a face-to-face meeting, and I'm already informing all of you in advance. So we want that something, now we talk something next. So we have introduced our platform. Next time I request everybody who has presented here to come up with the data, and we would like to, all of you to have paper presentation, poster presentation in the talks.
Sure. Just Amit, we have seen 1.7% reduction in A1C, on the patients that are on the platform.
Very good.
And nearly 80% improvement in time in range, which is a new measure that we're using.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Thank you.
Dr. Ami, I think you had a
yeah, no, I just wanted to just really say what Dr. Ahmed just said. We may be a few faces seen right now, but we have thousands of delegates joining us on doctube.co.in. So many people are listening to all these startups, and everyone's doing a fantastic job. I think we are to the last presentation now.
Yeah. Thank you, Doctor.
Dr. Ami,
thank you.
Sorry, Dr. Ami, we were losing your audio a little. We could.
Yes. So we have our next. Hello. We have our next presenter, Mr. Anders Ikens, and he is going to talk about a very innovative solution again, which is going to help the patients with diabetes and will help us in detecting diabetic retinopathy earlier. So welcome, Dr. Anders, and please go ahead with your presentation.
Thanks a lot. First, huge thanks to Dr. Banshi Sabu who invited us here, and also for the organizing committee for bringing us all together. Um, I'm Anders Eikenes. I'm CEO and co-founder in Oivi. We are an Indo-Norwegian startup focusing on early detection of diabetic retinopathy. I have been working in the camera industry for more than 20 years. Last 9 years, I started 3 companies. One failed, one IPO'd and is now listed on the Oslo Stock Exchange, and Oivi is my 3rd startup. We're now 30 employees in Oivi, based in both Norway and in Bangalore. Many of us have worked together in the past, developing and bringing cameras to markets in different industries. But now we have come together again, applying our experience on cameras and artificial intelligence to make a change in early detection of diabetic retinopathy. Of course, you all know this problem we are addressing. In short, diabetes can cause blindness, but early screening can enable early treatment and save sight on a massive scale. Challenge is there are simply not enough eye specialists in the world to do this screening. And the cameras available today are built for these eye specialists. Either they're too expensive, too difficult to use, or produce poor image quality. And only the eye specialists can afford these high quality, expensive automated cameras. And there are already quite a few initiatives applying AI diagnostics for detecting diabetic retinopathy and other retinal conditions, but there are lots of challenges related to clinical use. The process of submitting the images to the cloud for AI analysis is very manual, and there's a need for trained personnel, which leads to extra costs and extra time. So the current system does simply not scale. We need ease of use, speed, image quality at acceptable price points. And that's how Oivi is different. Our cameras are made for use in primary care, such as a GP's office or diabetes clinic. We do not make cameras for ophthalmologists. We deploy it close to where people live and make it both fast and super easy to use, so a nurse or medical secretary can use it. To be able to do that, we automate both the image capture and also deploy the AI diagnostics embedded in the camera, running on a dedicated neural compute chip. Our differentiation is very much linked to deploying AI on different levels. First, we have built a database of pupillary images and built a neural net to track the eye. And normally, the eye specialist does this alignment manually. We have built an AI-based robotic system to automate this alignment. Next, we automatically annotate the retinal images using our embedded AI platform to find features in the image associated with this particular disease. Initially, we provide these images to our remote eye specialists to speed up the diagnostics process. And third, we're building a neural net to do this diagnostics automatically. So there will not be a need for having an eye specialist in the loop anymore. It's a longer regulatory procedure, especially in Europe and the United States. So we are doing this step by step. We don't just want to build a device or a software. We want to build an ecosystem where doctors, specialists, and the patients are connected via seamless service. We not only screen and diagnose patients, but also work with leading eye hospitals and retina specialists to connect patients to affordable treatment. Costs will be reduced, but also the delivery of care will be improved. The primary care provider can add an extra service layer to their patients, allowing for retinal screening and diagnostics, and also tracking disease progression without the patient needing unnecessary referrals to eye specialists. AI may also improve patients' access to eye care, since remote and teleophthalmic screening initiatives can be combined with AI-enabled technologies to help diagnose and treat eye disease, thereby preventing vision loss. AI technologies, once developed, require fewer resources to operate than laborious, time-intensive, and expensive human-led screening programs. Strong partnerships between diabetes clinics and AI-enabled camera and diagnostics companies like Oivi can really make a difference if we combine it with a network of retinal treatment providers. If we're able to do this in the right way, we can potentially prevent blindness among diabetics on a massive scale. AI is now opening the doors at every step of health management, screening large populations, epidemiology, diagnostics, monitoring and follow-ups, and treatment planning. We are now ramping up production, and we're actively looking for pilot clinical partners here in India. So please reach out to us for a discussion. And thanks a lot for listening in. Any questions?
So, Mr. Anders, is there any clinical study which you have already done on this product?
We have done, let's call it a pilot clinical study. It's really about ability to test on patients, of course, in a safe and sound way at an eye hospital, and to get this to feedback into our R&D. And we are planning a larger, proper clinical trial this year.
So wish you all the best, and I hope when you present next year at our Congress in a face-to-face meeting, we will be having a lot of data from you.
Oh
and,
yeah, we'll bring the camera for sure, and
yes.
Although you get to try it.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Tushar, for keeping everything in time. I guess despite so many presentations, everybody could present in time, and we are just late by 4 minutes. So a big round of applause for you, because you really made it in time. And I would just like to make one more announcement that we have a startup award also, which will be announced during the valedictory function today from 4:30 p.m. onwards. And this will be in Hall A. So all of you can see it on DocTube and join us in the Hall A during the valedictory session. Thank you, Tushar, for a very exciting session for the first time in any of the scientific meetings.
For me, really appreciate giving this opportunity to me. Have a great day. Really learned a lot from all of you.
Thank you. So, Sachin, are you managing the session?
No, sir.
So now we move on to our next session, that is the free paper presentation, and for that we have two very senior faculty members here, eminent personalities in the field of diabetology, Dr. Shalini Jaggi from New Delhi and Dr. Ravindran from Oman. And let me just introduce Dr. Shalini Jaggi to you. Dr. Shalini Jaggi is a senior consultant diabetologist and director at Life Care Diabetes Center. She is an executive council member of the RSSDI. She has been associated with various national and international meetings. She has various research publications to her credit. And her work is primarily, she works in the field of diabetes and pregnancy. That is something she is very fond of, and she works actively for that. Dr. Ravindran A.V. Can we have the slide of Dr. Ravindran? Yes, Dr. Ravindran is a very senior consultant. He is specialist in general medicine, and he is based in Oman, and he actually helped us in bringing a lot of international delegates also. And we have a lot of registrations which have come from Middle East, Oman, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and so a lot also the Egypt, Pakistan, Bangladesh. So I think he alone has registered more than 100 delegates. So thank you, Dr. Ravindran. We would like to appreciate you for that. And now the stage is yours. Please proceed with the paper presentation. Dr. Shalini and Dr. Ravindran, I would just like to inform one thing which we have not informed you earlier, that we are going to give a best paper award also. So both of you will decide and inform us regarding the winner.
Sure. So
thank you
so
now
much.
The stage is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amit and the organizers, Dr. Banshi, everybody for having us here. It's a great pleasure to be there in the free papers. And I think papers and research is the backbone of every conference, So I think this is where the young minds at work are able to actually think out of the box and tell us what they've done. And this is where the translation of research happens, which we see in when it comes to enabling patient support. So each candidate, we have around 11 papers that will be presented today. Each presentation, I would request everybody, each of the candidates, to finish within 8 minutes. We will have 2 minutes discussion after each paper with each candidate, where we can take a few questions, if any. And then towards the end, we'll have a scoring. What we've done is we've come to a scoring system wherein 40% of the mileage, the marks will be for the scientific content of the presentation. 30% would be the translational value of what you've done, whatever research you present, and 30% marks would be for your presentation skills. So I think that would give a fair amount of scoring for everyone. So all the best, everybody, and we'll have the best paper declared at the end. I'll hand over now to Dr. Ravindran to start with the presentations and invite our presenters now.
A very good afternoon to all. First of all, I would like to congratulate Banshi sir, Amit sir, and Rakesh sir for arranging such an excellent academic feast. Without wasting much time, we will straight away go to the first presentation. First presentation is why making caregiving for diabetes easy. It will be presented by Sainone Das. Over to you, sir. First presenter is there.
Sayoni Das, are you there? No, I think she's not logged in.
Yeah.
It's a great president, right? Introduce the next time before our
Ma'am, if somebody is not there, then we can move on.
Yeah,
to
we'll move to the second one.
Yes, please. And the senior visiting consultant.
The second presentation is usage of technology in glycemic control for sub-rural diabetic patients, which will be presented by Mohammad Riaz. Over to you, sir.
I think Dr. Mohammad Riaz is also not here. So I can very well see the next presenter here. So we can start with her. And if they join, then we will accommodate them later.
Yeah. So we'll have Dr. Shaheen B. Sheikh presenting on development and evaluation of Yen-5 diabetes digital model for comprehensive and holistic diabetes care at the Yenapoya Medical College Hospital for prevention and management of diabetes. Dr. Shaheen, welcome. You're muted. You're muted, Dr. Sheikh. Organizers, can you unmute her? Dr. Shaheen, you're muted.
Okay. Good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you so much. Now, I think I am unmuted. Can I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay. Ma'am, my slides are seen.
No. Yeah, no, it is.
Now,
yes,
sir?
please. Yes, please put it on full screen mode.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, sir?
Yes, please.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, ma'am. So, good afternoon, respected organizers, members, chairpersons, delegates, and today's speakers. Myself, I'm Dr. Shaheen. I'm a consultant diabetologist and associate professor at Yenapoya Medical College, Yenapoya deemed to be University, Darlakatta, Mangalore from Karnataka. So first of all, I would like to thank for the World Congress of Diabetes Technology and D-TechCon team for giving me an opportunity to present my work. So coming to my project, which is titled Development and Evaluation of N5 Diabetes Digital Model for Comprehensive and Holistic Diabetes Care at Yanapoya Medical College Hospital for Prevention and Management of Diabetes mellitus. So this project is basically development of digital educational portal or model in context of improving diabetes care in local and community diabetes patients, and to improve and also to provide a complete comprehensive diabetes care. So this project mainly emphasizes on interprofessional teamwork, and it's a blended approach of interprofessional education and use of communication technology in educating diabetic patients with a common goal to improve the diabetes care, and also about to improve about the diabetes knowledge and about the especially about the diet, improvement in the weight loss, physiotherapy and improvement, and improving their awareness and knowledge about the diabetes and its complications. So having said this, we will see the introduction, need of the study, and the aim. So coming to the, we all have been hearing about the diabetes mellitus and complications since morning, and the use of digital technology and the paradigm of changing paradigm on how the diabetes digital technology has improved the diabetes care and the evolution of this in the diabetes care. So coming to the introduction, diabetes mellitus is a major public health problem and affecting people of all the age worldwide. So digital health technology for people with or at risk for diabetes has developed at a rapid pace and becoming an increasingly common aspect of diabetes care and also in the self-management. So there are many digital health apps which are available in the market which are intended to improve the health outcome and quality of life by coaching the people, empowering the people with diabetes, supporting the health, nutrition, and weight control, and also to encouraging the glucose monitoring and maintaining a lifestyle modification by guiding them in medication dosage and ultimately reducing the complications. So here at Enapoya Medical College, which is a tertiary care hospital, has around nearly 50 daily diabetes OPD and around 50 patients, inpatients in different wards, and also 50 diabetes patients in all the ICUs, including MICU, SICU, surgical ICU, and step-down ICU. So here 80% of the patients are from far places. So from the center of the Karnataka, who faces difficulty to visit the hospital for consultation, attend the diet counseling sessions, take physiotherapy advice, and also for the exercises, especially for frozen shoulder. And now because during the COVID-19, it was very difficult for these patients to visit the hospital. So I felt the need of the study right here. So this project will add a new dimension of diabetes management, and which enables the greatest self-efficacy and also in understanding the disease properly. And secondly, we at Yanapoya Medical College Hospital, which is a tertiary center, do not have such digital educational portal or model to improve the diabetes care in a very approachable and also in a holistic manner. And no other hospital or institute has such a model for management of the diabetes care. So with this background and introduction, the aim of my study was to design, develop, and also to evaluate the diabetes educational digital model to empower the people with diabetes to increase their knowledge about the diabetes. So we hypothesized that this model will increase the awareness and also improve the diabetes care in local and community diabetes patients. So coming to the materials and methods, so designing and development and this thing. So first of all, we formed an interprofessional team which consisted of consultant diabetologist, information technology director, and physiotherapist, dietitians, nurses, and also a yoga instructor. Then we designed the framework of the digital educational model, and with collaboration of the Department of Medicine and in Information Technology Department at Yanapoya deemed to be university. Then study design. This is a basically pre and post educational interventional study, And the sources of data, all the diabetes cases coming to the OPD were included in the study, and the duration was from January to December of 2021. So the sample size was calculated to detect the anticipated effect size with 5% level of significance, 80% power, 35 subjects were enrolled in the study. The sample size is calculated using G-Power software. Now, coming to the inclusion criteria, all the diabetes mellitus patients attending to the OPD who were using Android phone and who can read and speak and understand English were enrolled in the study. And the exclusion criteria, those patients who were not using the Android phone and who could not read and speak English were excluded from the study. The study tool, a pre-designed, pre-tested, semi-structured questionnaire was prepared by all the consultants, and I'll be showing you in the next slide. So the method of collection data was then we took a return informed consent in a local language as well as in English were taken from the study participants after explaining the details about the study. Then the data confidentiality was maintained throughout the study. Then the protocol, the questionnaire, and the diabetes digital educational model was prepared, and questionnaire and the diabetes educational model was validated for the content and reliability by the 3 subject experts. Then SRB, that is the Scientific Review Board, institutional ethical clearance, and the clinical trial registry clearance was applied and was also taken. This is the pre and post questionnaire. Totally 21 questions were framed, and the questionnaires were framed in such a way that all the domains of the patient knowledge, education, awareness, his practices and skills were assessed. So this is the questionnaire. And then the sampling method, after obtaining the institutional educational clearance, I have recruited the diabetic patients from the OPD. We had done the pre-assessment questionnaire and also collected the blood samples for fasting blood sugar, postprandial blood sugar, and glycosylated hemoglobin. So after that, we have educated all the patients in one-to-one in all the domains, that is diabetes consultation, diet counseling sessions, were given physiotherapy, and then taught how to use the digital educational portal. We have downloaded the portal in their mobile and then educated them how to use the digital educational portal. Then after 3 months, again, we have called the patient after teaching them how to use the digital educational portal. After 3 months, we have called the patient and again did the post-assessment questionnaire test and analysis of the blood sugar of fasting blood sugar, postprandial blood sugar, and glycosylated hemoglobin. So this is the flow chart which I have prepared. So basically, the title was designing development and evaluation of the diabetes educational portal. So which consisted of the portal I'll be showing in the next slide. So the portal consisted of diabetes consultation, basics of diabetes, HbA1c, goal of the diabetes. It has a diet section, it has a physiotherapy section, it has all the information regarding the foot care. There is also a blog section which we will be updating on the daily basis. There are videos. So videos we have framed from A to Z, like like A is for So videos we have framed from 1 to A to Z, diabetes emergency, complications of diabetes. The portal has also the OPD timings and the appointment sections. So this is the flow chart. So after recruiting the patients, we have done the pre-assessment questionnaire test and collected the blood sample for FBS, PPBS, and HbA1c. Then we have given 3 months time for getting trained on how to use the diabetes digital educational portal, and we have done the post-assessment questionnaire test after 3 months and also collected the blood sample for FBS, PPBS, and HbA1c. So quantitative analysis was done, and we have checked, and we have found that there is an increase in the knowledge and awareness in the diabetes knowledge and awareness in the diabetic patients, and basically with the goal of patient empowerment in diabetes care. I'll be showing the results in a different section. So I'll be taking you through the digital educational portal, which is 1 minute video with all these contents. Okay, coming. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, yes. So this was the video which I have shown about the diabetes digital educational portal, which with all the contents. Now coming to the evaluation part. So this was a quantitative study, statistical analysis. Data was entered. 35 subjects data was entered in Microsoft Excel, and analysis was done on SPSS version 27. The continuous variables were summarized using mean and standard deviation. The categorical variables were summarized using frequency and percentage. And so the normality was checked by Shapiro-Wills test, and the pair t-test was used for analysis of the continuous variable. And the mean awareness score for pre and post questionnaire awareness was evaluated for significance of differences using the non-parametric Wilcoxon signed rank test for hypothesis testing of the increase in the awareness levels. The distribution of the study variables before and after the interventions are visualized using the box plots. So the p-value of less than 0.05 was considered as significant. Now these are the results. So these are the baseline assessment and characteristic of the study population. Total number of population study participants was 35, with a mean age of 58 plus or minus 8 years. Then around 54% of the population were male and 45% of the population were female. The duration of diabetes mellitus was around 51% in 1 to 5 years, 45% in 6 to 10 years, and 2.8 were only more than 10 years were in the study participants. Then the family history of the diabetes mellitus, around 77.1% had a family history of diabetes. Only 6% of the population were previously consulted for the diabetes, I mean, given the diet and the physiotherapy consultation, and 20% had the history of smoking, and 31% of the study participant had the history of alcohol intake. Now, these are the mean and standard deviation with the p-value before and after the intervention. So fasting blood sugar before the intervention, then fasting blood sugar after the intervention. So we can clearly see that before intervention, the mean and the standard deviation of the fasting blood sugar level was 179 plus or minus 48. And after the interventional, it was reduced to 113 plus or minus 16. So MBS values have significantly reduced after the intervention with p-value of less than 0.001. Similarly, in post-prandial blood sugar level, the before the intervention, it was 100 plus or minus 87 milligrams per DL, and after the intervention, it was 177 plus or minus 26.8 milligrams per DL. So the fasting postprandial blood sugar values have significantly reduced after the intervention with p-value of less than 0.01. Then similarly, HbA1c before the intervention, it was 9.
We'll have to stick to timings, please.
Yes, ma'am. And we can see the awareness level, which is increased from 55.6 to 26% after using the diabetes digital educational model. So similarly, here we have the box plots of FBS, PPBS, and which has drastically reduced after using the post digital educational portal. And we can see the awareness in the increased knowledge, and this is the distribution of the HbA1c, which has improved after using the digital educational portal. Now, coming to the discussion, in this pilot study, we demonstrated the feasibility of incorporating digital technology in the care of diabetes patients in the developing countries. Here, glucose and HbA1c have drastically reduced. Patient and physician satisfaction was improved. And basically, we hypothesized that this model will increase the awareness and also improve the diabetes care in the local and community diabetes patients. And many other studies have also demonstrated similar results of reducing blood sugar after using the digital technology. So to conclude, this designing, development and evaluation of the diabetes educational digital model established the feasibility of incorporating digital care in the routine care of the patients with diabetes. And here more emphasis should be given on the self-empowerment of the patient with diabetes mellitus and their families, and also in the self-management, education and lifestyle related factors. So this study indicate the potentiality in implementation of digital diabetes educational model technologies in emerging markets. And we bring to light several issues that the diabetes community, including regulatory authorities, policymakers, professional organizations, researchers, people with diabetes and healthcare professional needs to address to ensure that diabetes health technology can meet its full potential. Then the unique contribution of this paper was in designing, developing, and also to evaluate the digital educational portal to empower the people. And
Ma'am, could
also,
you please finish it? We're really exceeding time.
yes, ma'am. There are several limitations. First of all, with sample size, and secondly, study duration was short. So these are the references, and I thank you, IT department. So thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Shaheen, for that presentation. Definitely a good model when it comes to education. So what I understand from this is basically this was patients came for a physical investigation and all the investigations and everything was done. Then they were made to access this digital platform where they had access to all this reading material, right?
Yes,
and then so the intervention was basically accessing the platform to gain more knowledge, read about the whole read about diabetes and all these stuff that you showed, and then you did a post intervention workup. Is that
Yes,
the
ma'am.
intervention that was done, or was there an active contact also with these patients
Yes,
in
ma'am.
terms of?
Actually, we started with medicine during the COVID time. So here also we did the interaction, consultation, then diet, then nurses were guiding them how to use the insulin injection. Then yoga instructor
So
was
was
giving
that
them.
also part of this digital platform? So everything was
Yes.
done on a teleconsultation, or was it a physical plus a digital? So the education was digital education. Is that what
Yes,
you're trying to tell?
Yes, ma'am. First they had come, we had a physical interview with all of them. We took the pre and this thing, blood sugars, and then we gave the, downloaded the model to them.
So the education was given digitally, rest everything
Yes.
was a physical face-to-face contact.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Dr. Ravindran, any comments, please?
No, madam, nice presentation, madam, and which will be of useful for all the practicing doctors.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. So we'll move on to the next presenter. Dr. Ravindran, could you invite him, please?
Thank you.
The next topic is dynamic plantar pressure monitoring coupled with an intelligent feedback system to prevent recurrence of diabetic foot infection. To talk on this, we have Riddhi Gupta. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you. I'll just share my screen.
I'll just request all presenters to stick to 8 minutes, please.
Am I audible? So good afternoon. The study today I'm going to present is a novel digital technology which helps in assessment of dynamic plantar pressures and to see whether they are able to prevent recurrence of diabetic foot ulcers in a cohort of patients from Eastern India. As we all know, diabetic foot is one of the dreaded complications of diabetes, and 40% ulcers recur within 1 year, mostly to do with alterations in plantar pressures. However, there are significant unmet needs in the management of recurrent diabetic foot ulcers. Most studies evaluate single point static plantar pressure rather than doing dynamic monitoring devices, and utilization of smart digital technology, especially in the Indian context, is still lacking. So in our study in patients with type 2 diabetes, we aim to develop an indigenous insole system that will assess the real-time dynamic plantar pressure changes over time. Combine this with a smart feedback loop to alert the patient and guide self-offloading when integrated plantar pressures crossed a particular threshold, and to evaluate this efficacy of this device in reducing the risk of foot ulcer recurrences. So we selected type 2 diabetes patients with a recent history of healed ulcerations, patients with lower limb amputations, severe PAD, active foot ulcers, and inability to walk for a certain distance were excluded. The crux of our study lies in the development of this intelligent insole system, which we have named as Prayas. This consists of an insole which is put into the footwear of the patient, and on the top you can see the sensor pod. The sides of the pressure sensors are the first metatarsal head, the lateral metatarsal head, the hallux, the lateral toes, lateral foot, and heel. After an integrated real-time data is generated, it is conveyed to a smartwatch, which is worn by the patient. The smartwatch not only gives an audio alert whenever the high pressure is detected, but it also gives a visual alert and instruction to the patient as to what he should do. And the alert continues until the pressure has been offloaded. So how does Prayas exactly work? The insole system detects plantar pressures exceeding capillary perfusion pressure of more than 35 in real-time integrated data over the previous 15 minutes at any time point, and classifies them as high, medium, or low based on the number of readings which are higher than 35. And this is then conveyed to the smartwatch which the patient is wearing. And along with the audio alert, there will be vibrational alerts and messages to the patient like walking around, cycle, sit down, and remove the weight from the affected foot, or whether the patient needs to check the footwear. The alert stops once adequate offloading is achieved over the area and the pressures are back to less than 35. The pressure data and duration of device wear were downloaded at every monthly visit to the study laptop. So we had two groups, the intervention group who received the insole along with the smartwatch, which gave them the actual instructions, and the control group, which received the insole but had a dummy smartwatch, which did not give any audio visual alerts. So over a period of 2 years, 164 patients were screened, and finally we had 67 patients in the intervention arm and 61 in the control arm. Intention to treat was done for both of the group, and they were followed up for the period of 18 months. At baseline visit, the usual demographic profile testing for neuropathy and peripheral arterial status was done. Any new plantar occurrence was noted, as also a callus severity score at 12 distinct plantar sites was assessed, from no callus carrying a mark of 0 to severe callus carrying a mark of 3. The primary outcomes were foot ulcer recurrence between the treatment groups and the person days to actually see the estimated risk of exposure, because different people were entering the study at different time points. Secondary outcomes were adherence to device wearing, and exploratory outcomes were time to ulcer and change in callus severity on follow-up. These were the statistical analysis used. Coming to the results, the baseline characteristics were fairly matched between the two groups. Similarly, the initial foot characteristics with regards to neuropathy status, previous amputations, and ulcers were also fairly similar. Majority of the previous ulcers, as expected, was on the great toe. Coming to the primary outcome at 18 months, a total of 623 follow-up visits over 18 months yielded a total of 13 patients and 21 ulcers from an exposure of 13,786 person days in the control group, which was significantly higher than the intervention group, who had only 8 patients and 8 ulcers from 14,595 person days. Not only that, when we looked at the overall reduction in ulcer incidence rates in the intervention group, there was a 74% reduction in ulcer incidence rate between the intervention and the control group. Moving on to the secondary outcomes, the total time of device wearing was fairly similar between the two groups, with mean of around 7 hours in the intervention and 6.8 hours in the control group. However, when we looked at patients and the mean duration of usage of the smartwatch along with the insole, taking a cutoff of usage of less than 4.5 hours per day was classified as poor compliance, and this was around 26 patients, whereas 102 patients were designated as good compliers, and up to 86% reduction in ulcer incidence was seen if you are wearing the device for a minimum of 4.5 hours per day, as opposed to those who were not fully compliant. There was also significantly greater callosity risk for the controls, and the absolute change in callosity score was greatest for patients who developed a new plantar ulcer, justifying the hypothesis or the pathophysiology of how the ulcer recurs in this population. This is a very interesting data where the traditional teaching is that changes in dynamic plantar pressure usually occur while walking, but based on the time period at which the patients got the alert, we tried to look at the time period, and even simple activities like sitting at the computer, driving a vehicle, or sitting cross-legged for prolonged period of times led to plantar pressure maladaptation and sounded the alert, suggesting that when we counsel a patient, not only while walking, but if the sitting posture is also not correct, there may be significantly greater risk of developing foot ulcers. The Cox regression analysis and time to ulcer healing was fairly similar in the two groups. So to summarize, what is the benefit of Prayas? A 71% reduction in re-ulceration over 18-month follow-up, and 86% reduction in good compliance with a usage of only 4.5 hours per day, and protection from progressive increase in callus severity, which in turn was linked directly to the chances of re-ulceration, especially at the grade 2. So what is unique about this study? This is the first developed novel Indian insole system which not only measures a cumulative dynamic pressure over time, but also links it to a smartwatch, thus enabling the patient to have a self-directed dynamic offloading. So we are strengthening, or we are enabling the patient to manage his own dynamic pressures through this very novel intrinsically developed system. We do feel the need for further multi-center randomized trials, and of course the cost effectiveness of this technology in the wider diabetic population at risk of neuropathic ulcer still needs to be explored. Thank you.
Congratulations, sir, for an excellent study. Diabetic foot amputation is a major cause of morbidity and mortality in patients with diabetes. It is really a promising intervention. Shalini ma'am, do you have any comments?
Yes, great study, Dr. Dasgupta. I think, till now we did have methods of assessing the foot pressures. But I think a 24/7 assessment, if somebody is wearing that insole, picking up those activities which we never attribute to the development of ulcers, so making the patient understand that it is not only a faulty walking or the faulty footwear that he's using, but different postures that also can contribute. I think that's a very novel idea. Definitely much more research is required, probably larger studies, but excellent innovation. I think a great study. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So one question is, even if the, so the patient is able to pick up the high pressures, the watch is giving him an alert. What are the offloadings that the patient can do himself, I mean, instead
the watch not only gives an alert, but also gives an instruction on the offloading based on the pressure which is high. Okay. Like sometimes it will guide you onto if he's sitting for prolonged periods of time and multiple alerts are sounding at the then of course it will say that you need to walk around for maybe 10 or 15 minutes. If there's a defect in the footwear, if he has recently changed his footwear, or there is some object inside the footwear that is causing the pressure, then the alert will sound as to check your footwear or recheck your footwear, or see whether something is inside.
So are there some algorithms there? Are there some algorithms where the patient informs the device?
No, not like that. So this is all based on, so prior to doing this study, we actually did a lot of in-house study on seeing what kind of postures and in certain individuals, and what is the baseline of these pressures being generated. So real-time capillary perfusion pressure, we know that more than 35 millimeters usually predisposes to ulcer. So we looked at the specific activities both in the lab as well as in real-time data, and see which are the activities that can cause these kind of pressure elevations. And based on that, we have developed the smartwatch itself has been fed with an algorithm. So suggesting that, okay, this must be the kind of activity that the patient is doing. So it will possibly pick out the best alternative out of that. So it will suggest that. Now, suppose it might happen, because this is not an interactive, like where the patient is saying, So he may actually be walking at that time because this is still a pilot study. So then it will go on to the next advice in the algorithm. So if the patient is walking and it suggests that you check your footwear, he checks the footwear, it is fine, but still the pressure readings, the alert keeps sounding. So that means that was not the problem. So then he may advise the patient to change his posture, change his gait, or to sit for some time. And then if the alert comes down. So these are, again, some of the technological fine tuning that need to be done, for which we need more data. So we have just put this out as a proof of concept to see whether a patient-enabled approach to diabetic foot ulcer is at all feasible, because there's a lot of inertia as to whether a patient can use digital technology, and foot ulcers is one area where it is really not picked up that much, as opposed to say, but this is more like doing a CGM for the diabetic foot, where you get a continuous reading, and like a pump, you're able to adjust. So that is what pulled us towards this idea.
So the target patient for this would be any patient with diabetes, or would it be somebody who's got a high risk foot, who's got some amount of neuropathy, probably a history of a foot ulcer or a corn or a callosity or a foot deformity?
Yes, so our study objective was to look at a reduction of recurrence, because 40% people recur within the 1 year. So we specifically took people who had had a healed ulcer within the last 1 year. Now that we have the data, it would be a very encouraging sign to actually look at a primary prevention and see whether using this in a person who walks in with certain signs of neuropathy, even before he has developed an ulcer, whether this can reduce the onset of a primary ulcer. So that's something which we are now considering, provided this really, confirms to the physiology.
Great. So thank you so much. I think with this, we'll move on to our next presenter. I will invite Alok Raghav to present on the advanced glycation end products formed in diabetes possess antigenicity. His research on this topic. Dr. Alok, please.
Thank you, ma'am. I am audible, ma'am?
Just be a little more loud, please.
Okay, ma'am. Just I'm sharing my screen first. Ma'am, are you able to read my slides? Ma'am, my slides are readable?
Yes, they are.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving me opportunity at such a wonderful platform.
Alok, you need to be a little loud.
Okay. Ma'am, today I am here to present my PhD work. Actually, I am a basic scientist, so I did my research work on advanced glycation end product, which is advanced product which is formed in diabetic condition under presence of high blood glucose. So before the presentation, I declared the conflict of interest. It is none between the authors. So actually, I have chosen the advanced glycation end products from my PhD topic, because as we know that due to presence of high blood sugar in diabetes mellitus, there is a initiation of around 5 pathways, which is a major pathways for causing the microvascular and macrovascular complication. First one is polyol pathway, which induces the formation of sorbitol. That accumulation of sorbitol causes the complication. Again, the hexosamine pathway, which is again causes the deposition of glucosamine 6-phosphate sugar, generation of reactive oxygen species, which is a causal of I think most of the diseases. Protein kinases pathway, and last one is advanced glycation end product pathway. So before, actually, the protein in which in the presence of the high blood sugar, the protein having the free lysine and amino acids, including the arginine, it got glycated, that the glucose moiety, it bind on the free side chain of the amino acids, and it forms first the Amadori product, which is the product of Maillard reaction, and then after the formation of Amadori product, which is a reversible reaction, it leads to the formation of advanced glycation end product. So in my study, what I did, I have chosen 5 tubes in which I have first tube is the being a control, in which just I have added the human serum albumin protein, which is an abundant protein found in the human body, and I have just kept with the PBS buffer. In all 4 tubes, I have, along with PBS buffer, I have mixed the 100 mg per dl glucose, 200 mg per dl glucose, further 300 mg and 400 mg per dl glucose, and I have glycated these all tubes for the period of 40 days, and after the incubation temperature of 37 degrees centigrade, and after 41th, during these 40 days, I have checked the fructosamine content right from the day 1 to till day 40, because fructosamine is a marker of early glycation. So around day 21st, I have found the maximum fructosamine content in my all tubes, and after day 21st, the levels of the fructosamine got decreases. It is a sign of formation of advanced glycation end product. So at 41th day, I have dialyzed all these tubes, and I have removed the all extra glucose and protein from the medium, and what I found that I have collected the glycated adduct from a further study that I have characterized. And first I did my spectroscopic analysis, and I checked the UV spectra at 280 nanometer, because most of the protein containing the aromatic amino acid, it gives the maximum absorption at 280 nanometer. So what I found that in glycated product having glycated with the 400 mg per dl glucose, the maximum hyperchromicity is absorbed. It is a sign of the structural modification occurring in the protein due to the presence of binding of glucose with the free amino acids. So actually the binding of the free amino acid, it forms the advanced glycation end products. So due to this advanced glycation end product, the structural property of the HSA normal protein got changed, and it make the protein susceptible to expose more to the outer surroundings. So after this UV absorption spectroscopy, I have checked the fluorescence, because advanced glycation end product are of two type, like fluorogenic and non-fluorogenic. So fluorogenic AGs, I have checked that the emission of 285 nanometer, and I found that maximum fluorogenic AGs are formed in tube which is modified with the 400 mg per dl glucose with containing HSA. After this, I checked with the THT binding, that is the thioflavin T binding, which is a hydrophobic dye which binds effectively with the protein aggregates, and I found that there is a maximum formation of the protein aggregates in the tube having the 400 mg per dl glucose. Similarly, ANS binding is also a hydrophobic dye which binds with the protein aggregates, and I found maximum protein aggregates in the 400 mg per dl modified glucose tube containing HSA. And in Congo red dye, I have checked the UV inspection photometry, and I have found the rad shift from the 490 to 540 nanometer, thereby confirming that there is a formation of hydrophobic protein aggregates in my 400 mg per dl glucose tube modified HSA. And after spectroscopic analysis, I did the biochemical analysis, in which I have just checked the free thiol content, free HMF formation of HMF, hydroxymethyl furfural, carbonyl content, lysine content, and arginine content. In figure A, it is a thiol content which is having the free thiol group present in the less quantity, because most of the thiol group which is in the free in number got engaged in the glycation process. So there is significant reduction in the free thiol content. Similarly, in lysine and arginine, same trend has been observed, because the free amino acid has been involved in the glycation process. Hydroxymethyl furfural in figure B is got significantly increased, and similarly carbonyl content, which is a marker of again the glycation, got increased in the 400 mg per dl modified glucose tube. After this, I have just isolated these glycated HSA, and what I did that I have chosen a rabbit model, and in these I have just induced that 400 mg per dl modified HSA, that is the AGs, along with the adjuvant. And what I found, I did the ELISA, that is both direct and indirect binding ELISA, and I found there is an immune response in against these advanced glycation end product, which is formed by 400 mg per dl modified glucose in direct binding ELISA compared to the native one, which is figure A. And after this, what I did that I have isolated the plasma from the rabbit, and I have just again purified the IgG antibody from these rabbits, and I again performed the inhibitory ELISA. And what I found that again the 400 mg per dl modified HSA protein showed more inhibitory concentration comparative to the native HSA. What in figure like last one is D. Similarly, these are the direct binding ELISA of the isolated immunoglobulin IgG protein from the rabbits, and I found that IgG concentration in immune immune rabbits, which we have given the advanced glycation end product in the rabbits, and why I found that there is a increase in the absorption at 410 nanometer, which signifies that there is an increased concentration of formation of IgG in the rabbit blood against these advanced glycation end products. And after this animal study, I have performed ELISA with the clinical samples. And what I did that I have coated the ELISA plate with the 400 mg per dl modified HSA formed AGs, and then I have used the serum from type 2 diabetes mellitus patient. I found that the wells or the plate having the 400 mg modified HSA coated, showing the showing more binding comparative to the native HSA. Similarly, and while in figure B, normal healthy person is not having so much absorbance difference in both of the groups. Similarly, I did ELISA with the type 1 DM patients, type 1 DM, and similarly I found there is a strong binding of advanced glycation end product with the formed antibodies comparative to the native. And again, I have isolated the IgG from these clinical samples, and I just performed the inhibition ELISA, and I found that 400 mg per dl modified glucose HSA is having showing more inhibition percentage compared in type 2 TM and type 1 diabetes mellitus comparative to the native HSA, that is the unmodified HSA. So concluding my study, advanced glycation end products, it forms at the time period of 40 days. So these advanced glycation end product, it alters the structural and functional aspect of the HSA protein, because HSA protein performs both transportation of the transportation role, and also it performs the it's performed some homeostasis role in our body. So upon glycation, the proper functioning of this HSA got altered, and it forms the new epitopes, because upon the glycation of protein and after the structural changes, most of the residues, it comes out or comes in. So these comes out and comes in reaction forms the neo epitopes, which can be further can be target of some antibodies, and these can also be used as a target for diagnosis of some immunological complication occurring in the diabetes patients. And also these can be used as a early markers for initiation of the complication in all microvascular including macrovascular complication. So acknowledgement, I like to give thanks to CSIR for giving me fellowship during my PhD work, and these studies has been published in Elsevier Index Journal in 3 journal, PLOS One, and this IJBM impact factors, all studies. Thank you.
Thank you, Alok. Definitely great research that you have done. My question to you is, we know that higher the glucose values, more is the risk of complications, because more will be the advanced glycation end products. So what you have actually demonstrated is that these are immunogenic, and you've detected autoantibodies against in both type 1 as well as type 2 diabetics. So what is the translational value of your research? And second question is, any difference between the antibodies in type 1 versus type 2? Does this have some clinical significance?
Actually, ma'am, regarding the translational value, if we get to know that the antibodies are forming in diabetic patient, again in having the more glucose raised glucose concentration, then apart beside treating these diabetic patient, we can also manage these for the immunological complication. We can also see patients with having immunological complication if they are facing some during the diabetes. And also like we can also diagnose these immunological complication using the concentration titer of these antibodies present in the diabetic patient. So right now I am working as a postdoctoral fellow at IIT Kanpur. So I am working on the fabrication of one device in which I have just quantifying the titer of antibodies present in the diabetic complication, including retinopathy, neuropathy, and nephropathy. So I have chosen these three complications first, and I have just watching the trend of the antibodies along with the concentration of the antibodies, which is like right from the newly diagnosed diabetes till the development of these microvascular complication.
So maybe I would suggest looking into the data once you have the titers of whether the antigenicity in type 1s is different from type 2s. Maybe that can in the future be used as a predictive tool to the propensity of developing complications in type 1s versus type 2s based on the glycemic levels. So maybe,
actually, my purpose, my aim is to just like quantify the titer of antibodies so that we can predict. We can also just predict that whether these like formation of maximum antibodies is worsening the condition in diabetic patients or not, ma'am. That's why I am.
How do you anticipate the difference in titers between type 1s versus type 2s? Because in type 1s we already know the autoimmune character is going to be there in patients with type 1 or patients with hypothyroid or any other autoimmune disorder. So any difference in antigenicity between the two?
Right, ma'am. Actually, you have taken the example of autoantibodies, ma'am, because like antibodies have the specific sites for the binding, right, ma'am? So if we are using like for example in type 1 diabetes, there is one insulin dependent IAA, insulin and autoantibody. So it will not bind on this like antibody which is raised by against the AGs, because we are checking the cross reactivities of all antibodies in this experiment. So and also, ma'am, every binding site is also different for all antibodies, so it will not bind. Maybe it can hamper, but we can we are looking for the cross reactivity also with different proteins.
Okay. Dr. Ravindran, your comments, please.
Yes, interesting study. And I hope that this will form a future biomarker for early diagnosis of diabetic complications.
Yes.
And even in patients with well-controlled or HbA1c in the normal range developing complications, those who are having glycemic variability also, I think these tests in future will be able to predict the risk of development of complications.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you, Alok. Dr. Ravindran, we can invite the next speaker.
Yeah, the next speaker is Dr. Tulika Gosha. She is presenting relevance of HbA1c in diabetic retinopathy. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My topic today is the relevance of HbA1c in the management of diabetic retinopathy. I am a visiting faculty at KPC Medical College and Hospital, and this is actually one of my pet peeves. And I got the idea after doing an audit in my current hospital at the time about how often ophthalmologists recommend or prescribe HbA1c in diabetic patients. I have no financial interests. Glycemic control is the key modifiable risk factor associated with the development of diabetic retinopathy. We all know this. HbA1c or glycosylated hemoglobin is the gold standard for assessing glycemic control in diabetics. The principle: red blood cells are freely permeable to glucose, which irreversibly binds with hemoglobin to form HbA1c. The Diabetes Control and Complications Trial, DCCT, states that intensive therapy reduces the risk of development or progression of retinopathy. Glycemic control is the key modifiable risk factor for diabetic retinopathy. Both the duration and severity of hyperglycemia are the major risk factors for developing DR, or diabetic retinopathy. Once DR is present, glycemic control is more important in forecasting progression. The American Academy of Ophthalmology Preferred Practice Pattern Guidelines states that HbA1c of 7% or lower is the target for glycemic control in most patients. Although in selected patients, there may be some benefit to setting a lower target of 6.5%. The purpose of the study was to assess awareness of ophthalmologists regarding HbA1c, current clinical practices regarding HbA1c estimation, and relevance in managing diabetic retinopathy. Materials and methods. This was a cross-sectional observational study. 900 printed questionnaires of 10 questions regarding the various aspects of HbA1c were circulated amongst ophthalmologists attending an All India Ophthalmological Conference. 690 questionnaires were returned. This is the 10-question questionnaire that we devised. Each question had 2 to 4 options. We will discuss each of the questions. Now let's come to the results. Nearly 61% of ophthalmologists correctly recommended HbA1c for all diabetics, while almost 1/3 chose only patients with diabetic retinopathy. Nearly 3/4 rightly said that no special preparation is needed before HbA1c testing. 80% correctly said that HbA1c provides an average of plasma glucose control over 8 to 12 weeks. Only 41% of ophthalmologists rightly chose the normal range of HbA1c as 4 to 5.6, while more than half actually chose a wrong answer. Almost 42% correctly chose below 7% as the HbA1c target for good glycemic control for patients with diabetic retinopathy, while nearly 1/3 chose below 6.5%. The higher the HbA1c, the higher the risk of developing diabetic complications. Over 97% agreed. Nearly 60% of ophthalmologists chose 3 months as the frequency of HbA1c for diabetics, while more than 1/3 chose 6 months. Improving HbA1c by 1% in a diabetic cuts the risk of microvascular complications by how much? Almost 63% of ophthalmologists correctly chose 25%. Nearly 78% rightly chose all the coexistent diseases that can affect HbA1c, that is anemia, dyslipidemia, and nephropathy. 84% of ophthalmologists correctly chose the Diabetes Control and Complications trial as the trial which recommended regular monitoring of HbA1c levels in diabetics. Discussion. Considering the first question, which I think is the most important, we see that only 60.75% of ophthalmologists correctly recommended HbA1c for all diabetic patients, while almost 31% prescribed it for patients with diabetic retinopathy. 2.8% recommended it for patients with proliferative diabetic retinopathy, and very surprisingly, 5% for all patients, irrespective of their diabetic status. The American Diabetic Association and the UK Prospective Diabetes Study recommendations showed that HbA1c should be less than 7%, blood pressure should be less than 140/90 millimeters of mercury, and A1c values should be checked at least twice a year in all diabetic individuals. The UK PDS study group says that in patients with type 2 diabetes, the risk of diabetic complications was strongly associated with previous hyperglycemia. Any reduction in HbA1c is likely to reduce the risk of complications. So, monitoring HbA1c as an indicator of glycemic control is of immense importance, which I'm sure that everyone here knows. The lack of appropriate glycemic control is a significant risk factor for the onset and progression of diabetic retinopathy. Improving HbA1c by 1% for diabetics cuts the risk of microvascular complications by 25%. So evidence amply shows that periodic testing of HbA1c levels and its relevant timely management can help to prevent blindness from diabetic retinopathy. My take clinic messages: we need to change our current clinical practices according to our new knowledge about HbA1c. This is because of its importance in managing diabetic retinopathy patients. HbA1c can be tested at any time of the day. The frequency of testing depends on the current glycemic control, 2 to 4 times a year, so 6, 4, or 3 monthly. Ophthalmologists are requested to regularly monitor HbA1c levels for all their diabetic patients. And last but not least, endocrinologists and internists are requested to reiterate to diabetic patients the importance of regular eye examinations and to work as a team with ophthalmologists in the battle against this potentially blinding disease. Thank you, and I would just like to mention that this study has been published in the peer-reviewed Indian Journal of Ophthalmology in the Diabetic Retinopathy Special Issue in November 2021. Thank you.
Congratulations, ma'am. So it is very clear that all the other specialty people also who are involved in diabetic management has to be educated regarding the ideal or the standard of care.
Absolutely.
And that is important in reducing the complication rates.
Yes, I agree, totally. It's a team effort. Without, yes, I mean, just alone, we can't do anything. We all have to be in it together.
Thank you, Dr. Tulika. I think it's a good eye-opener because, you know, it is not only the diabetologists, endocrinologists, and physicians who need to be aware of doing an HbA1c for their patients, but people who actually tackle these complications. So be it a nephrologist or a cardiologist or a neurologist or even an ophthalmologist who need to be aware of the significance of HbA1c. The only limitation that I see with HbA1c is the non-standardization of HbA1c assays all across the country. You know, even in class 1 cities like Delhi, you do have a lot of non-standardized HbA1cs being done. So I think that is something that again needs to be discussed and probably thought of when it comes to prescribing an HbA1c, because now we've moved on to CGM. You know, so HbA1c is an average. We now talk of the glycemic variability, which actually is the driver of complications. So, but yes, all said and done, those are current. I mean, in India, most of the places, even an HbA1c is still not done. So I think that is where the importance lies, in being aware of the importance of all these different parameters to assess the status of glycemic control. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to mention that many diabetic patients, at least where I come from, Kolkata, they do their fasting and PP sugars monthly, but then they have 4 roshogolas a day when they go back from their office before they enter their homes. And 2 days before testing, they stop having the sweets. And so we can't find out how their diabetic control is. This is why HbA1c is so important.
Yeah, but the only problem is India has a huge amount of anemic population, and then you have all those false low and false high HbA1cs and all the hemoglobinopathies and all those situations. So I think the message has to be not only a fasting PP or an HbA1c, but maybe a more intensive self-monitoring of blood glucose in probably a scattered fashion, if not CGM, which is easily available now, at least in the A-class cities, if not the other parts of India. Right. So I think, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. So with that, we'll now invite our next presenter, Dr. Vikas Kumar, who is going to present his data on erectile dysfunction as a predictor of coronary artery disease in patients with type 2 diabetes. Dr. Vikas, please.
Okay. Good afternoon to everyone. And so I will going to start my topic, which is not basically what I am currently pursuing my second year in postgraduate in internal medicine, and all of you I think are my seniors. So what I had tried to did is to correlate between 2 clinical symptoms. so that we can utilize the study in a basic ruler setup also. So the main purpose for this was to know the erectile dysfunction as an early predictor of coronary artery disease in already type 2 diabetic patients. So as we know that penile erection is a vascular process, and the flow through the small blood vessel of the penis is very sensitive to their function and structural damage changes. So a localized vascular disease, whether it's a vasculogenic erectile dysfunction, is now we can consider it as early manifestation for a generalized vascular disease actually. So diagnosis of erectile dysfunction and its subsequent evaluation for the serious risk or any comorbidity can help to take a early intervention and preventive measure in the diabetic patients. Erectile dysfunctions, as per definition and all, I think we all are familiar, and etiology. So it can be drug induced also, psychogenic also, and organic cause mainly are vasculogenic. Majority of cases are there. So what the basic of actually the basis of relationship between the erectile dysfunction and CAD, there is a something called concept of the window period. Actually, in man with erectile dysfunction and coronary artery disease, the erectile dysfunction usually appear before the 2-3 years before the coronary artery disease actually happen. And this, based on this only, we have decided that can we use this to prevent the progression of atherosclerosis and coronary events, in ultimately to reduce the serious risk. These are common, some of common risk factors that are shared between the erectile dysfunctions and cardiovascular disease. Basically, the main theme is an endothelial injury of both the disease. The significance of erectile dysfunction in diabetes is that the only most of 34 to 45% of the men with diabetes have erectile dysfunction, and this will disrupt the quality of life also. And what we have used is something called artery size hypothesis. So for a given atherosclerotic bundle, the smaller penile artery are usually which will earlier got damaged than the larger coronary arteries. And this is because of the simple reason that the small diameter of the cavernal arteries and their relatively high content of the endothelium and smooth muscle as per unit volume, it's the basis that suggests that penile vascular bed is actually a sensitive indicator of the systemic vascular disease that lead to the coronary artery disease. So this is something a representation of how penile artery got of the same wall thickness got more early clogged and clinical features than compared of other artery of the system. The main aim of study was to study the role of erectile dysfunction as a predictor of CAD in the patients with type 2 diabetes mellitus, and objective was to study and examine the patients and also to know the predict the risk of the future of cardiovascular events with type 2 diabetes with erectile dysfunction. Our inclusion criteria was all the previously diagnosed patient of diabetes mellitus who were sexually active and presented with the complaint of erectile dysfunction. Exclusion criteria were less than 25 years. We have excluded type 1 diabetic patients, sexually inactive males, and basically the diabetic and with other systemic disease also we're having, we have also included. And to prevent the compounding, we have excluded the smoking and drinking history. So it was a hospital-based cross-sectional observation study, and what we have done, this one, all of type 2 diabetic male patients were selected, history was taken and examined. And the investigation, which include the fasting blood sugar level, HbA1c, lipid profile, ECG, 2D ecography to assess the CAD risk, and treadmill test, and coronary angiography some patients were having, and some it was done wherever it was possible and feasible. And then we have used the International Index of Erectile Function 5 questionnaire to assess the erectile dysfunction of the patient. So this is the questionnaire we have asked. So what this study was carried out at SIMS Medical College, that is our medical college at Hartford, and 100 male patients were they were already diagnosed of diabetes, and then age-wise distribution was like that. So this was IEF score and mild, moderate, and severity grading we have done according to this, and erectile dysfunction. So the percentage of erectile dysfunction, actually it was increasing with age, as seen in this age group. More of above 50 years age were having around 80 to 90% of the this one. Then there will comparison of we have done severity of diabetes with the severity of CAD, and then we have to know that more the poor the glycemic control was there, so the severity of CAD was getting almost equal to the risk of severity of the diabetes. So this was a direct comparison of severity of erectile dysfunction and coronary artery disease. And the result was, in our study, in 100 of the patients with type 2 diabetes males were presented with erectile dysfunction. So most of them of 51 to 60 of years, and they are presented with erectile dysfunction and inability to basically maintain the erection during the intercourse. And then severity, as I told, this one described. The comparison of with increasing age, the erectile dysfunctions increase. Then this was severity again, as I told, the diabetes increased with the risk of cardiovascular as the glycemic control come poor and poor. And also we have found that in both erectile and coronary artery disease, the dyslipidemia was associated mainly LDL level. Usually serum cholesterol level usually least it was associated with that. Cardiovascular risk was also assessed with the this one. And so what we have got as this one, that in risk factor of erectile dysfunction are the same for the other vascular disease, and erectile dysfunction increase with the age, and estimated to have 15% of the men in age 40 to 50 years, and 45% of the men were in the 60s, and 70% of the men usually above the 70 years. So we have found a direct relationship between the increasing age and the prevalence of ED, and that was that agreement in the study, already conducted study by CGR et al. Then also we have found that in type 2 diabetes mellitus, the graded their severity according to HbA1c, and we found that severity of ED increases with the severity of diabetes. So this was again in agreement with the study of Arvind Goyal and Parminder Singh, which I have done previously, in that more than 82% of the subject with ED had a poor and very poor diabetic controls compared to other normal subjects. We also have association of dyslipidemia with both ED and CAD, and found that increasing degree of dyslipidemia, mostly LDL, associated with increased risk of ED and CAD. That was consistent with the surgery of study of Babulal Meena. So clinical importance is that recognition that erectile dysfunction can be used as independent marker for increased risk, in addition to convenient other risk factor of CAD. And so the take-home message for them this study was that both erectile dysfunction and vascular disease share the same risk factor, and two conditions which often coexist. So therefore, a diabetic patient complaining of erectile dysfunction should alert a physician to go through the patient to evaluate about the serious risk to take the necessary steps, intervention. So this is my references. Thank you regarding this.
Thank you, Dr. Vikas. So basically, what you have actually done is just correlated and told us that erectile dysfunction is definitely a marker for CAD, and this is something that we already have a lot of publications on this. A quick question: why did you exclude patients with type 1 diabetes? I mean, and secondly, why did you take patients only above 50 years of age? Because now we see so many young people getting type 2 diabetes, and every other day in the OPD, you will see young patients coming with problems of erectile dysfunction. So why was this important young population excluded, and why was type 1 excluded from your study?
One is in our area, the patient actually what we are getting in hospital, we have assessed before also the previous data also. More of the older age group we are getting. Okay. Then we want this one the sexually active person to be in study, and that usually was above 25, more than 25 years. That's all.
But your study, you enrolled most of them above 50, right?
But we study like the severity increase when it was more than 50 and 60.
Okay. Thank you. So Dr. Ravindran, quick comment and we'll move on to the next one because I think we're running late.
Yes, it's already a recognized factor that these conditions produce endothelial dysfunction leading to erectile dysfunction and for future cardiovascular risk. So all patients with erectile dysfunction should undergo cardiovascular evaluation. I think, madam, you are muted.
Yeah. So I think we'll move on to our next presenter, Harshad Malve, who will talk on the knowledge, attitudes, and practices on oral fluids, electrolytes, and energy management in various acute non-diarrheal illnesses and Indian physicians. Harshad, are you there? No. Okay. So next one, Dr. Ravindran, you can invite her.
Yeah. Next speaker is Mayuri Talati. She will be talking on Beat Diabetes Win Life. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir.
Everyone kindly stick to 8 minutes presenting time, please.
My screen is visible in full screen mode.
It's not yet full screen. It's visible, but yeah, now it's clear.
Okay. Good afternoon to all. I'm Dr. Mayuri Talati from the medical team of USV. I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Amit Gupta sir as well as the entire D-TechCon team for giving me an opportunity to present at the prestigious World Congress of Diabetes Technology 2022. And not to forget, wishing a very happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. So, Beat Diabetes Win Life. Coming to the background, today the rule of 50% is prevalent in terms of diabetes awareness, detection, treatment, and control. In fact, 1 in 2 Indians is unaware that they have diabetes. Even recent IDF Atlas 10th edition data shows that 53.1% of the people with diabetes in India are unaware. And as per TIDE study, 77% of these type 2 diabetes patients are uncontrolled. Continuous and affordable access to treatment and education remains a major problem. Hence, awareness about risk factors is a prerequisite for the prevention of diabetes and its related complications. So, Beat Diabetes Win Life is a unique initiative undertaken by USV to achieve an inspirational target of 90-90-90-90, wherein 90% of the people with diabetes should be made aware, 90% of those aware should be detected, 90% of those detected should be treated, and 90% should be at goal. So what are the components of Beat Diabetes Win Life? At the awareness level, so we have targeted different populations, say from general to those with moderate and high risk of diabetes to newly diagnosed. So at the awareness level, for the general population, we have various initiatives like the online Indian Diabetes Risk Score Assessor. Then we have Disha and Facebook Live patient awareness videos. For screening and diagnosing people with moderate to high risk of diabetes, again, we have the online Indian Diabetes Risk Score Calculator, as well as various Beat Diabetes camps. So these camps are for glucose testing, HbA1c, as well as complications. And at the treatment and control level, for newly diagnosed and patients with known type 2 diabetes, we have DECC, which is the Diabetes Education Certificate course. Also, we carry out various RSJ CMEs, then the Indian Diabetes Educator Journal and National Diabetes Education Program. And to keep the patients at goal, also we have the Diabetes Education Certificate course along with Diet Assist and IDEG and NDEP. So today we'll focus on Diabetes Education Certificate course, which comes under Beat Diabetes Win Life. So the aim of my study was to assess the impact of Beat Diabetes Win Life Diabetes Education Certificate course on the patient's knowledge regarding diabetes and its complications. A diabetes education certificate course was provided for patients under the umbrella of Beat Diabetes Win Life. There were 12 modules containing approximately 8 to 10 multiple choice questions each. And the various topics which were included were as follows. They were divided into 3 parameters. One is glycemic, the other one was related to complications, and the third one was safe feasting and fasting, healthy habits to reduce high blood sugar, self-management of blood sugar. Under the glycemic parameters, the topics included were basics of blood sugar, understanding high blood sugar monitoring, under complications, high blood sugar, know your risk, high blood sugar, heart kidney link, diabetes and food care, and so on and so forth. Each module also had a patient education video specific to the module. So prior initiating to the module, participants' knowledge was assessed. The participants' knowledge level was captured before as well as after completion by a 4-point rating scale from not aware, partial, basic to advanced. So this is the login page for the patient. This is the first snapshot shows where they are rated for their current knowledge of diabetes. And then they there is a video at each module before starting the module. And after going through the video, then they have those set of questions for that module, and they are tested accordingly. And then they are given a badge once they complete each module. So there were around 765 participants when we initiated this. Now there are almost 10,000 participants who have enrolled. And before the course, most of the participants were either at the not aware or basic stage. However, after completion of all the 12 modules, there was an 81% increase in the knowledge from basic, not aware, and partial to advanced for all the modules. So this is the graph which shows the percent change in knowledge of participants after completing all the 12 modules, 81% increase. And this is the percent change in knowledge at the end of each module. So here, if you have a look, there was maximum change from basic to advanced at the 9th module, which is medication adherence, followed by diabetes and food care, module 6, and then module which talks about high blood sugar, know your risk, and heart kidney link. So to sum up, Beat Diabetes Win Life Diabetes Education Certificate course program assesses the patient's knowledge and awareness of diabetes and its complications. And it was seen that the patient's knowledge and awareness of diabetes and its complications increased. There was an overall 81% increase in the knowledge and awareness from basic to the advanced level. This is also in line with similar awareness programs which are taken by other scientific bodies, such as the Defeat Diabetes campaign, which was initiated by RSSDI to create awareness among the general public regarding importance of screening and regular monitoring of diabetes. So Beat Diabetes Win Life program will help people not only manage diabetes better, will encourage them for self-monitoring, regular blood glucose check, improve adherence to anti-diabetes regime, as well as regular follow-up with the doctor, and enable healthcare teams to manage diabetes patients more efficiently, resulting in improved quality of life for people with diabetes. What is so unique about Beat Diabetes Win Life? Free of cost, available in 12 regional languages, have 12 patient educational videos, as well as the ease of use. So the Beat Diabetes Win Life program would form an integral part of achieving the inspirational target of 90-90-90-90 for making India diabetes care capital of the world. When every institution strives toward a single mission, nothing is impossible. Mission 90-90-90-90. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayuri, for that excellent presentation. I think as practitioners in India, most of us are very well aware of this mission. And I must congratulate USV for actually indulging into patient awareness and helping us as healthcare practitioners reach out to our patients, to achieve the common goal of 90-90-90-90.
Thank you, madam.
So with that, thank you very much. And we'll move on to our next presenter, Dr. Avijit Saha, who's going to present his research on clinical subtyping of newly detected type 2 diabetics on the basis of pancreatic beta cell dysfunction and degree of insulin resistance and their clinical characterization. So Dr. Abhijit, please. Dr. Abhijit, we can't hear you.
Yes, ma'am. Can I audible now?
Yes, please make it full screen mode and then you can present.
Well, hello everyone. Good afternoon. Myself, Dr. Abhijit Shah, and thanks organizer for giving me this opportunity. The title of my presentation is Clinical Subtyping of Newly Detected Type 2 Diabetics on the Basis of Pancreatic Beta Cell Function and Degree of Insulin Resistance and their Clinical Characterization. To introduce the topic, we all know type 2 diabetes is a heterogeneous disease in its etiopathogenesis and clinical presentation. And we have learned so far 8 to 12 different pathophysiological defects that are contributing to blood hyperglycemia in type 2 diabetes, that is from omnious octet to dirty dozen of diabetes. But still, at the same time, some evidences are emerging that some of these defects are resultant of chronic hyperglycemia rather than having causal relationship, like incretin defect. Once the hyperglycemia is reduced or euglycemia is achieved, incretin defect alleviates. So we probably the pancreatic beta cell secretory defect and insulin resistance continue to be the most significant determinant of type 2 diabetes.
Please,
and
basically, slides are not moving and it is not in slideshow mode.
So I have.
Yeah, just make it full screen mode, please.
Yes, ma'am. I have.
Maybe you can unshare and share it back.
Okay, okay.
Stop share and then share it back.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can share it back now.
Is it visible now?
Yes, yes.
So may I start from starting or from the background?
No, you can continue from here. We've heard you.
Okay, okay. So basically, whatever forms of diabetes it is, at the end of the day, it is a basically simple imbalance between the insulin secretion and insulin resistance. And what is the rationality behind giving a diabetic patient insulin secretagogue without having any knowledge regarding his or her beta cell reserve? While ESD, ADA recommended to consider various comorbidities while choosing anti-diabetic drugs, but they didn't mention these basic endocrinal defects of type 2 diabetes. So with this background knowledge, the present study was done with the following objectives. Number one, to estimate the degree of insulin resistance in the form of HOMA-IR and to estimate the pancreatic beta cell functional capacity in the form of HOMA-beta among the newly detected type 2 diabetic patients. And number two objective was to subclassify them on the basis of this functional assessment. And we also tried to look into their clinical and laboratory parameters, and also to calculate the correlation of this HOMA-IR and HOMA-beta with the anthropometric sugar and lipid parameters. This is the way we have done the sample size calculation, where the Z value was taken 1.96 with a 95% confidence interval. With the precision of 0.05, the sample size calculated was 95. Another 5% was added, considering the non-respondent rate. So the final sample size would be the 100. This is the methods. This was an observational cross-sectional analytical study done with the outpatient of the diabetes clinic of our institution between the March 2022 to December 2021. And we have included all the newly detected diabetic patients who came first time in our clinic for initiation of the drug therapy. And those were between the age 18 to 75 years and who were presented at the same time in the stable metabolic conditions. The exclusion criteria were all other forms of diabetes like type 1, GGM, secondary causes of diabetes, and also those who presented with concurrent illness and metabolic decompensation. We did not include them. This is the HOMA2 calculator by which we have calculated, where after putting the patient's fasting plasma insulin and fasting plasma glucose, we got the individual's pancreatic beta cell functional capacity in the form of HOMA-beta value. And patients, individuals' degree of insulin resistance by the HOMA-IR value, and HOMA-beta value below 50% we have considered as poor beta cell functional capacity, and HOMA-IR value above 2.5 or more we considered the individual having significant amount of insulin resistance. Now the results, the mean age of the study population was 45.55 plus minus 11.64 years. 58% of the study population comprised of males, and the mean BMI calculated was 25.93 plus minus 4.39 kg meter square, and these are the mean HOMA-IR and HOMA-beta values. By the figure 1, I have shown the distribution of HOMA-beta value in the study population, where you can see the 39% of the study population had HOMA-beta value below 30%, and 32% of the study population had HOMA-beta value between 30 to 50%. So putting this together, 71%, that is more than 2/3 of the study population had HOMA-beta value 50% or less. And by the figure 2, I have shown the distribution of HOMA-IR value among the study population, where we can see the 49% of the study population had HOMA-IR value below 2.5. That means they had insignificant amount of insulin resistance, and 36% of the study population had HOMA-IR value calculated between 2.5 to 4, and about 15% of the study population had HOMA-IR value more than 4. So taking this together, around 51% of the study population had HOMA-IR value 2.5 and more. Now we have calculated correlation, Pearson correlation between the HOMA-beta and with the various parameters, and we have found HOMA-beta was positively correlated with the abdominal circumference, and it attained statistical significance. And we also found the HOMA-beta values were negatively correlated with all the sugar parameters, that is fasting, PP, and the HbA1c values, and all these attained statistical significance. And by this table 2, I have shown the correlation of HOMA-IR between the various parameters of the study parameters, and where you can see the HOMA-IR was significantly correlated with the abdominal circumference, and it was negatively correlated with the HDL cholesterol, and this also attained statistical significance. But we did not find any meaningful correlation of HOMA-IR with the sugar values. Now we have subdivided the study population into 3 subgroups. One group where the insulin resistance predominant, that is they had higher HOMA-IR values, and the number 2 beta cell dysfunction predominant group, where they had the lower HOMA-beta values, that is less than 50%, and the last group where the both abnormalities exist, that means they had higher HOMA-IR values 2.5 and above, combined with lower HOMA-beta value, that is less than 50%. And in our study population, insulin resistance predominant group comprised of 30% of study population. Beta cell dysfunction predominant group had 45% representation of the study population, and the both abnormalities exist group comprised of 25% of the study population. And surprisingly, all the entire study population having the same disease, that is type 1 diabetes, they are different from each other in terms of their anthropometric measurement parameters, in terms of their glucose parameters, in terms of their lipid parameters as calculated by the ANOVA technique. And we found that insulin resistant predominant group had the highest BMI, abdominal circumference, highest blood pressure, and also they had highest fasting C-peptide, fasting insulin level, higher HOMA-IR and HOMA-beta values. Whereas beta cell dysfunction predominant group had the lowest BMI, lowest abdominal circumference, and the lowest fasting C-peptide, fasting insulin levels. And at the same, and both abnormalities group had the highest sugar values, that is fasting sugar, fasting and 2-hour PP sugar, and the HbA1c. And their other values were intermediate between the values of the other 2 groups. And both this, all these attain statistical significance. Now, a little bit of the review literature. The Anjana et al. Subdivided the diabetic population into 4 novel subgroups depending upon the age, clinically relevant variables. That these were age at diagnosis, body mass index, waist circumference, their HbA1c level, triglyceride, HDL cholesterol, and fasting and stimulated C-peptide level. And they got 4 distinct subgroups. One is seed variety, that is the severely insulin deficient group. Another was IROD, that is the insulin resistance obese group, and another was third group, that is the combined insulin resistance and deficient group, and a MARD, that is the mild age-related diabetes group. Regarding the limitations, it was a single center study. We measured the beta cell function and insulin resistance by the indirect method. As we all know, the gold standard method for detection of these are the hyperinsulinemic euglycemic clamp method. And we also did not measure these parameters serially during the course of time. As we all know, the drug therapy also have influence of these parameters. And HOMA2 calculator has its own limitations, like when the sugar values are very much variable, when the very high sugar values are present, and also the patient having very low, poor beta cell functional reserve, the HOMA2 calculator derived values parameters were unreliable. So I conclude our study demonstrated by the time of diagnosis of type 2 diabetes, more than 2/3 of the study population had less than 50% residual beta cell function left, and more than half of the study population had significant degree of insulin resistance, and increased abdominal circumference and low HDL cholesterol was positively correlated with the HOMA-IR. So they can be the clinical surrogate marker of insulin resistance. And we did not find any significant correlation of HOMA-IR values with the glucose parameters, but these glucose values parameters were significantly negatively correlated with the HOMA-beta values. So probably the pancreatic beta cell secretory defect must set in for the clinical occurrence of overt type 2 diabetes. And so only the insulin resistance may not be synonymous with the type 2 diabetes. And it is this beta cell secretory defect may be the major determinant of the blood glucose values. And every diabetic patient is different from each other in terms of their pancreatic beta cell functional reserve and degree of insulin resistance. And this kind of functional assessment will be helpful while we are going to treat the type 2 diabetes with the way it is. Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Saha. That was a good study. Of course, what you've used is HOMA-beta and HOMA-IR. The only thing is patients who are newly diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, there's already uncontrolled hyperglycemia, glucotoxicity, lipotoxicity, and we all know if you do an assessment of something like a C-peptide, probably you will have a low value, and once the glycemic parameters stabilize and the glucose is controlled well, you do see an improvement in the C-peptide. So the HOMA-beta tends to improve. Again, so any which ways, I think your subgroups do fit into Dr. Mohan's subgroups of severe insulin resistance and both the defects present and the beta cell dysfunction there. So the clinical translation that you are saying is at the diagnosis of diabetes, so how do you want to use this as a clinical model for deciding on the therapies for your patients?
Yes, ma'am, because I want to convey this message that, madam, before while we are going to we are going to select the drugs from the available long list, at least we must have some certain knowledge of patients' beta cell reserve and the patient's degree of insulin resistance. And it is, as we all know, the gold standard method, that is the euglycemic hyperinsulinemic clamp method, is not possible to apply in day-to-day clinical practice.
But then doing a HOMA-IR and a HOMA-beta, I mean, in a clinic, in a medical college setting or a research setting, yes, that is possible. But in a normal day-to-day clinic, do you think an assessment of HOMA-beta and HOMA-IR for each patient is required when you get a patient with new onset diabetes to decide on the kind of treatment that we want? And how much is the standardization of HOMA-beta and HOMA-IRs all across the country and different labs in the same cities? So do you think that's a viable option to actually subject every newly diagnosed patient with type 2 diabetes to a HOMA-beta, HOMA-IR, classify him into this, and then decide on the therapy you want to choose?
No, madam. But if we have the opportunity to get this information, we can adopt this, because it will be more logical approach to select the drugs.
Right. Great. So thank you so much. Dr. Ravindran, you can invite the last speaker.
Thank you, madam.
Okay. The next speaker is Dr. Sachin Misra. He will be talking on EMR is the best tool to fight against medicinal non-compliance. Over to you, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, Sachin.
So firstly, a very big namaste to both the chairpersons, madam and sir. And I just, I just thank all those Gurujis who just asked, who just gave me this opportunity to present a paper out here on the D-TechCon. And as this is a technological congress, I just decided to present a paper which just starts with the technology. It is the EMR. EMR is the best tool to fight against medicinal non-compliance. It is a very short study which I did at my center, the unicentric study. And here, what the background, what I got before doing this study was the recent advancement in technology during the crucial fight against COVID-19 also helped to develop EMR. Yes, this is a point. Yes, due to these COVID fights, these teleconsultations, telemedication apps and all, we just rushed into these EMR facilities. But the main process was how this EMR maintenance was taken care of, and through an app created a technical reachability for both doctor staff and diabetic friend. So the recent inclusion of EMR at diabetes OPD improves many factors, which ultimately leads to a quantitative improvement in glycemic status. This is the background of my very short study. And the aim of my this short study was to assess the effect of EMR on diabetic population with medicinal non-compliance. The group which I decided was any kinds of medicinal non-compliance diabetic friend. And through this, I just wanted to connect how can EMR help and act as the main keynoting factor. So methods and materials which I thought that would be the best for this study was prospective cohort study conducted from 2021 September to 2022 January, that is almost near about 4 to 5 months, amongst diabetic population with nearly same glycemic index with baseline HbA1c 9.5% and nearly same ongoing treatment strategy. Same ongoing treatment strategy means the patient who were insulinized were assessed on the basis of insulin and all those glycemic status, and on OHAs were assessed accordingly. While selection of the cases was made on the basic criteria of medicinal non-compliance issues. So 50 diabetic individuals with common habit of medicinal non-compliance as the first. Secondly, not active regular follow-up statuses. Thirdly, regular measuring of blood sugar levels and other vitals not performed at all. So these were the three basic concerns for my studies. And newly introduction of EMR with proper counseling and education of app and its usage. Basically, it was just not counseling, it was the proper education of the usage of that app, which I gave to my diabetic friend along with the proper telecommunication at regular intervals. So what I got, the final results, what I got during 4 months of this short study, various factors was assessed in these 50 individuals. The EMR and app regular usage was found effective and improved. What it improved was HbA1c by 0.5 to 1.3%, which is a good value, I think. Now, apart from HbA1c, what I think was the two main facts of introducing EMR at my clinic and thus creating studies was improved regular follow-up profile as indicated on the EMR and prescription with proper notifications that when that diabetic friend has to come, with proper goals that how he has to come, when he has to measure his blood sugar levels before coming to the diabetic OPD and reaching to his physician or diabetologist or endocrinologist. And the biggest point of this slide, this result slide, is issues like when to take medicine or insulin, how to take medicine, and how long to take medicines were solved by clear, crisp Hindi and English forms of my EMR app. And thus, what I think that I just separated my diabetic friend from the confusions. Firstly, the mediocre writing of our doctor fraternity. Firstly, secondly, the ununderstandable language of the medicines, when to take it and how to take it, and thirdly, the misconceptions which are now very nicely made by the medical hall or those medical store people while writing when to take the medicines on the envelope of that medicine. So these points were very nicely taken into care by the EMR app, teleconsultation and telemedication with all the kinds of regular follow-up services. Now, into my study, 46 individuals were regular at follow-up, firstly, out of those 50. And in these 46, grossly 100% positive rates for medicinal adherence improvement in all near about 50 diabetic individuals was recorded. So what I conclude that treatment strategy and glycemic status improves with introduction of EMR with diabetic individual. Regular follow-up, time to time medication, and exactly same medications that what we are prescribing are the newly achieved target in terms of treatment strategy with EMR, electronic medical records. Sometimes we search for something and we get a reward too. Here I got a weight reduction in my selected diabetic individuals as a result of regular consultations through app and regular diabetic educations through my diabetic educators, through diabetic dietitians, all those clinical helpers, which always help my diabetic individuals through this diabetic EMR app only, so that there can be a very good glycemic status improvement. So at last, the final what I can say result and sentence of my study was medicinal adherence and education about diabetes improves by 100% when in correlation with EMR and app usage. So thank you, D-TechCon 2022. Now a line from my side that making the change needs the first change at myself level. So at myself level, I have developed an EMR app. I have named it as EMR only, not a second name as EMR. Now bring an EMR, make diabetes as digital diabetes. With these kind words, I thank both the chairpersons for letting me speak here about my abstract. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir.
Thank you. Such an excellent presentation. And I think this is something that all of us have learned, especially now with the pandemic. I think the optimal use of technology, we all had EMRs, but how to use those EMRs, and eventually the way we have started banking on technology, and we're seeing an improvement in outcomes. So that's a commendable job that I think one positive thing that we've learned from the pandemic. Dr. Ravindran, your views?
Yes, this is a nice information, and we are all using EMR. And I would like to know, this is the EMR created by you?
Yes, sir. So I created myself, though I first practiced 2 or 3 sets of EMR through these, just like DoQuan, Practo and all. But now I have created myself and named it as EMR only.
Okay. Congratulations and all the best. Okay. And one thing I wanted to know, from the EMR, can you directly create a master chart?
Yes,
is there any option like that?
So what I have done is, according to the treatment profiles, I have just what I listed is 40 to 50 treatment strategies or templates, which I can broadly say. These templates, for example, there are 2 OADs and an insulin, a basal insulin, or 3 OADs or anything. So there are templates for those diet charts according to the age. So, for example, my diabetic educator suggests that here Dr. Sachin has written 3 OADs with a baseline insulin, and this patient is 74 kgs and his age is itna. Then according to that age specific criteria, with weight specific criteria and treatment specific criteria, that diet chart will be given according to the template only, sir.
Yeah, that is great, because most of the EMR now there is no option for direct creation of master chart. We have to calculate the data.
And this was the only and suggested reason why I chose to develop my EMR diabetes, because I also face the same. These EMR apps, what they gave, the traditional diet charts, the traditional advices, which differ from person to person when we treat diabetes as individual.
Great.
That is great. Yeah.
So thank you. We've had some excellent paper presentations. We have sent our scores to the organizers, and you'll probably hear about the results in the final felicitation ceremony in the valedictory. So I would definitely ask all of you to log in for the valedictory function, and I'm sure Dr. Banshi will be announcing the winners. We've had great scientific presentations, excellent science being discussed. Thank you so much. It was great listening to those presentations, and thank you, Dr. Ravindran, for being such a great chair. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, organizers. I hand it back to you now.
Thank you all the presenters. It was very nice, and I would like to thank the organizers, especially Banshi sir, Amit sir, and Rakesh sir, for giving me an opportunity to chair this session. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone, very much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you. So back to you, Dr. Rakesh, Dr. Amit, and organizers. Amit, I think your video is, your network is bad. We can see your picture stuck. Yeah.
So, ma'am, all the presentations done in this hall?
Yes, all finished. We've sent the results to Dr. Rakesh.
Yes.
So
yes,
I think
very
Dr.
good.
Banshi would like to declare those results. We've already sent our markings to
Yes,
them.
yes. We will request you to join us in the valedictory.
Sure.
It is in the hall A. And I think some of the presentations were really very excellent.
Excellent ones, yes.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Dr. Shalini. Thank you, Dr. Ravindran. We can move to hall A or hall B, where other sessions are still going on. Thank
you so much.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Pleasure. Thank you.